On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, the 5-star Liz has finally arrived with the final Halloween? ? Exclamation point. Also, some sort of EN banner that we weren't really expecting. That kind of came up out of nowhere, so more on that. And the Grail Front Castle of Day and Night. And stay tuned towards the end of this show, where we'll be talking a lot about Ghost of Yotei, because we've beaten the game, both of us. Who is both of us? Well, I'm Omega. With me as always is Lucky, and we will be your twin wolves tonight.
I hope everyone is enjoying Vagrant Order, aka Halloween in Space. And while we here at the Omega like to bring the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for the JP and EA version of the game, so anyone not want to spoil it should limit their exposure to ELISA particles.
They're very hazardous to your health.
And your sanity.
Actually, there's a joke there, but I don't know how much people listening to the show do know it. But I guess public safety announcement. We don't usually start the show this way, but Consumer Reports just did a report on protein powders. I found a lot of them have unsafe amounts of lead.
Why?
Well, it's because supplements are not regulated by the FDA, Lucky. They're not
That's
food
true.
or drugs. Apparently, plant-based powders have a lot more lead than other sources. But yeah, if you are a regular consumer of protein powders, you should double-check Consumer Reports and see about making sure your brand is safe. There are some safe brands, but a lot of them were way higher than recommended amounts of lead consumption. But yeah, that's kind of similar to ELISA particles.
I take vitamin supplements. I'm gonna go double check those. I know it's not protein powder, but now I just have this niggling fear in the back of my head.
Yeah, I don't, vitamin capsules I think should be pretty steady. It's the protein boom is out there. But if you've ever wondered why, you see some, big muscle-bound guy who does nothing but eat protein powder all day, and you're like, what's wrong with this guy? Too much lead. Gonna have a whole new generation of jokes coming from this. You talk about eating the paint, now we're gonna talk about eating the protein powder. Lead's bad for you, chat. Don't put it inside you. Anyway, this is Let's Talk FGO. We're gonna be talking about Fate Grand Order and some other stuff. I'd like to remind everybody before we continue to our regularly scheduled business that this episode is brought to you by all of our wonderful and beautiful listeners. Yes, I'm doubling down. This is my consistent appellation. If you listen, you are wonderful and beautiful. Don't believe me? I said it just now. That means you know it's true. Ding. I thumbs up and smiled. Our most wonderfulest and beautifulest listeners are our patrons, though more on that later. Support us on patreon.com. Link in the description. First, though, all of our regular bouncing beautiful business. Normally, I would say let's check in with everybody's favorite Kohai Mash, but I don't even think I need to play the insert. I don't have a pro tip this week. Be afraid, everybody. I guess my pro tip is double check your protein powder for lead. But yeah, no, I don't have any game related ones this week. Nothing really going on out there. So we can move on to our continuing block of Records from the Throne, our regular achievement topic, because yes, there is more news in this section. Hey, so, everybody remember how I was like, I have been spending tickets trying to get more copies of Sugitani? Hey, so I have achieved NP2 Ptolemy before that.
Did you actually get a Sugitani?
No. We are still, I have a higher NP level on Ptolemy than Sugitani.
I mean,
it's a little
free.
correct.
I mean, they're not free, but they're permanent. They'll show up.
Oh, you
Don't
better
worry.
believe I'm hitting that FP when this is over.
Well, for my end, I did get a Sugitani, actually. It was on the bonus spin for on tickets. So that's done. Their smile is protected. It's very nice.
Hey, fun fact, that's when the Ptolemy came in. Was on the special button press. No, it's a little wild, but I'll take it. But we continue to not have any evils. We're just confused down here. How does gacha work? We do Raid Up is a Lie is an old classic. It reminds me of it's not as amazing because it was way more tickets. Like I think it was technically that was my second bonus 10 spin on tickets that the Ptolemy came in. But I did once get 2 Teslas on 5 or 6 tickets while I was rolling for specifically Lancer Altar. That was a very early joke in our community when we were still only 6 months into the show. So shit happens. But this is a 3-star. Anyway, let's talk about did you finish your master missions? So first, you're going to need to defeat 3 divine servants, and then I'm going to list a bunch of these where you got to do 15 of something. All of these have an asterisk, which I will explain now because it's very long and I didn't want to write it out over and over again. So all of these exclude servants, certain bosses in story, enemies which are summoned during a battle, and enemies actually in Grail Front maps. So, big asterisk, pinfalls do not count everywhere, but you need to defeat 15 Saber or Assassin enemies, 15 Archer or Rider enemies, 15 Lancer, Caster, or Berserker enemies, 15 enemies with the dragon trait, and 15 enemies with the human attribute. So I'm pretty sure you want to be doing all this in the free quests for the event. We would like you to be farming free quests. But yes, it is amazing how simple these, like, missions are in their, like, actual goals. They're like 3 lines of text deep in the parentheses with how many qualifiers they have. It's a little funny.
A little wild. I wonder why they are specifying not in these like specific locations, though.
I assume it's because they have missions that are for servants versus generic enemies, which is why they, like, it's coded differently, you know, enemies versus, like, servants kind of a thing, you know, mobs, basically. Mm-hmm. I don't know why they don't say in Grail Fronts. Is it because the Grail Fronts originally, I should say, weren't intended to be repeated that often? I don't know. But yeah, it's very odd. I assume, I've never actually double-checked what certain story bosses, like, count as. I assume that's enemies that are enemy only but are servants, like, classified as them. So yeah, I don't know. There are free quests in this event, so it's still pretty easy to pick all those up, but it is strange. But let's move on into Skelligrams. Not the spookiest they could be, because we will be recording our very next show on the 31st. So it'll come out like November 1st, but the energy will be spooky. Luckily, I'm pretty sure that while I do live literally opposite a cemetery, I'm fairly certain we won't get trick-or-treaters down here.
We might get trick-or-treaters. I'm gonna have to be aware of that.
We'll keep it in mind. Happens like, it'll be once every 7 years? Rotates around? Which means it's happened before. Anyway, the news is, number 1, in English version, Story Clear Support Campaign 2025 Part 4. We are on the 4th part of this. Started the 21st, goes until the 4th of November. Leyline Stones are back. You can log in for some Leyline Stones. You can also buy more in the shop. You also get some QP and a few other goodies like FP and stuff from the accumulated login bonus. There are limited time master missions to clear story for St. Courts and for Teapots, which I have written down in my notes as Teapod. Not sure why Google didn't catch that one, if you're so smart. But also, we get half QP cost for server enhancement. So if you need to be juicing anybody up, half cost. Get those skills up. And then, the big one. We talked about that we got the vibes that the Halloween event was coming last week, but it did happen. Stream came out, event hit. So in JP, Japanese version, we have Final Halloween 2025. The Shining Diva in the Pumpkin Planet. Starting the 22nd, going until the 12th of November. This is the final Halloween, because Da Vinci is going to break it. This is canonical. In the story of FGO, they said that Shiba predicts that Halloween will occur forever. And Da Vinci gets so mad, she sends a squad to destroy it forever. So this also does mean, actually, by the way, because they've talked about they're not exactly sure how FGO is going to evolve after Part 2 concludes. This does still mean there could be another Halloween event next year. Reminds me of Guda Guda Final Hanoji. But seems like a point ladder and time-gated event. Our welfare is 4-star Avenger, Elizabeth of the End. She's dressing all ghosty.
She looks like some sort of, apocryphal, like, priestess or something.
She got some stuff going on. We got a login for a bunch of apples, the usual time release stuff. There was a slight campaign to get some extra goodies. Bonus servants are all our Halloween friends, plus a few other recurring characters. Let me actually double check the list, because I don't remember if we read it out last time. Here you go, event mechanics. No, event bonus. That's tab. Yeah, so it's obviously the new Liz and Elizabeth of the End. You've got Sitanai, Hyunjo, Osakawa Hime, Cleopatra. Oh wow, we are including Onikir in this too. So Shujin Doji Caster, Huang Feihu, Vlad Extra, Zenobia, Jacques de Molay, all of our regular welfare Liz's, and Vanilla Liz, regular Carmilla, Penth, she was Amazoness CEO that one time, Hector, Paris, Suna, Siegfried, Achilles. Yeah, I think these all have been in a Halloween event. Oh, and Kremhild also. Yeah, almost missed her. There's a lot of.
Onlyland was a secret Halloween event. I don't care what anyone says.
I mean, it happened in the Halloween slot.
Yeah.
The only one that was not explicitly a Halloween event was when Saber Wars 2 happened, and Nasu was like, "We left that shit back in the previous era."
And then
people
were all like,
of course, because
nope.
It happened anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So big collage of everybody up together. We do got some rank ups, more rank ups. Also, actually, was that any pre-release? Sorry, the wiki's saying that Jacques de Molay got a rank up but I did not see it in the actual event. So I will fact check that and get back to you later, chat. Or the Patreon live chat will let me know if it happened. Info is still, sometimes sketchums. We will not be talking about Elizabeth at the end today because she is earned through story progress and the event's only like 2 days old, so I think we don't have a full picture of what her dealio is. But like I said, there were some rank ups. Regular vanilla 4-star Liz's Batcon got upgraded, her battle continuation, so not only is it a guts, it's also a 20 to 30% battery and a 20 to 30% buster up for 3 turns. Should help her be a little more consistent. Classic Halloween Liz, the caster version, got an NP upgrade. It does more damage. It also now inflicts her Happy Halloween status, which she got that during the Halloween trilogy thing. So that is a special debuff which reduces enemies' crit chance and makes her battery better, so her NP now also applies that. It also makes the battlefield Halloween for 3 turns, and the overcharge also increases party crit damage now. And the Mecha Ellies, both of them, and I believe because they are separate units, these are separate rank ups. Good for those sync quartz numbers. Final skill got buffed. The NP and crit damage up is now 3 turns. It was 1 turn originally. And now also each of them gets a buff to inflict burn on hit for 3 turns for 500 damage. Also for 3 turns. The on-hit buff and the burn are both 3 turns. And our banner is the new 5-star Lancer, Elizabeth Bathory. She's got her 5-star upgrade. Nobu got a big rank inflation, and now Liz does. And obviously, while there are some extra steps to this Elizabeth, obviously, her final ascension art is the thumbnail and the video embed image for this podcast episode, so you're seeing it. So I think the 5-star Lancer Liz is supposed to be kind of like the platonic ideal of all the Liz's combined, stacking all your Liz's in a trench coat. But as far as I know, she has no special subtitle or anything. It is just 5-star Lancer Elizabeth Bathory. She's the
ultimate Liz.
Yes. I'm definitely trying. Okay, so Jacques did get a buff, but we don't know what it is. I'll leave a note for that, and hopefully when the wiki's all cut up, we can tuck that in next week.
I could have sworn someone mentioned what the buff was. I think it had something to do with curse damage.
Let me see. Let me click them. No, I'm only seeing... I'll check her page. Oh, okay. Strength of 2? I think this is it. Shroud of Turin Fake gets upgraded to B+. Still has info for 1 turn. Charges gauge. Grants invincible. Inflicts 500 curse damage to all enemies for 3 turns. Grants self a buff for 2 turns. At the start of the player's turn, inflicts 500 curse damage for 3 turns to all enemies. Okay. So curses all enemies and then has a time delayed effect to give them more curse. That's probably pretty good.
Curse strats, baby.
Yeah, that is one of the things Mole is known for, so that's going to make that a little more consistent. That's good. Okay. Yeah, that was her second skill. But yeah, so we'll be talking more about Lancer Liz later. Big Liz. But we have one more little bit of English news to run through. I did joke about this at the top of the show, which is they literally called it Grail Front Free Quest Support Say Shonagon Archer Pick Up Summon. Starting the 22nd going until the 4th. So yeah, apparently Ian thought you needed help with free quests, so have a Sei Zenobia Sugitani Theseus banner?
I mean, I think it's cool that they put Sugitani and Theseus on the same banner. Aren't they separated in
on the third one that happened just before, I think that's technically it's an Iskander banner and a Waver banner that are separate, but the third summon campaign, they're both on it.
Okay.
So it's not unique to this, but it is nice that there is another banner. It's just, I guess they were maybe...
I don't understand that. If you want, Archer support, shouldn't you be rolling for Ptolemy?
Yeah, I really don't know. Was there a JP Say banner that cropped up around here? For a kill map or something?
We are... maybe. I don't know.
Usually they pick up those kinds of things a little earlier in the year in back to school, but, yeah, I don't know. They just thought you needed another run at Say. Obviously all your enemies in the Grail Fronts are... The Shadow Knights are Shadow Servants, I believe, categorically. So, Archer Say is pretty good against them, but it's still very weird because, again, like you just said, wouldn't you just roll for Ptolemy? If you're, rolling for type coverage? I don't know. Whatever. Another banner, another chance to get guys. It's certainly not like JP, it doesn't have banners for nothing basically all the time these days. So, sure. All right. But... Funnily enough, that will bring us to the end of our news. Obviously, pretty cool about the Liz stuff, but we are still in an early phase. We'll be talking more about the servants later. It means it's going to be time for Mailbag, but let's take a quick intermission first. And we're back.
And with that, it is time to do this week's Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. I just did a nice refresh of the page, and we have seven lovely comments to get through, and we'll get through them all right meow. So, starting at the top, we have the Tyrant King putting in effort in this Legends game to get the shiny charm. The new Pokemon game has been out for what, like 1 week, 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm. Something like that.
And people are going ham in it. But they say, question, hey guys, this week I have 2 questions for you. First is the nominations for the TGA coming out soonish. What are your picks so far? Also, how do you feel about spoilers in a thumbnail for a video after about a week after a game's release, or just spoilers after a certain time frame, especially if a game can be PvP? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way. Wah 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 wah. And hope you have a great evening. To answer the second question first, because that's a lot easier, if someone's putting spoilers in their thumbnail, that is engagement farming, and I don't really think kindly of that. Anyway,
we've talked about this before from our end, but it's a problem I know that like FGO YouTube has. It's like legitimately probably one of the reasons why I don't see a lot of other like FGO content creators, because even if you're not clicking their videos, if you click too much on FGO videos, you'll get fucking spoiler bombed. I know there are accounts out there that at least were like posting spoilers, straight up really fast.
No, and it's like, because like when you put something on YouTube, you just put it out there. You do not necessarily control. I mean, you do get a little bit of control on it, but you do not necessarily control who sees what. And since YouTube will just recommend things to you, or search engines will pop up things, it's not necessary. It is not a guarantee that the audience that you are trying to reach will be the audience that you get. And so I think, taking a little bit of time to make sure that your thumbnail and title is suitable for all audiences is not that too much an ask, but for some reason, apparently it is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I get the reason why. Like you said, it's you're not sure what's going on, so like you want to get that pop off for that extra click.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get that extra zazz. But at the same time, it's like, I know so many people in our own community who have been like, over the years, been like, oh yeah, I have to be very careful about my YouTube recommendations. I like to watch you guys because you're the only FGO videos that like YouTube feeds me that like I'm not getting fucking blasted by spoilers at. Like people, multiple people over the years have brought this up to us either as a complaint or as a point of comparison. So like, it's one of those things, Sometimes you can just get, like, our number one video in our last 10 video releases, which does not count streams, was last week's Let's Talk FGO, which just had a very funny title in the name. I just put a joke in there. It's not, having fun isn't hard when you've got Ptolemy's library card. This week's will probably be clickbait. I probably will be, like, Final Halloween, ! But that is at least relevant to what we're talking about. Hell, maybe I'll do an A/B test. YouTube keeps giving me all these features. They're like, hey, you want to A/B test your titles? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe? I did an A/B test last week, so I was locked in. The joke was correct, and I was proven right.
Overall, no, I do not believe in spoilers in thumbnails slash titles.
Maybe I don't know what we're calling like the moratorium of spoilers these days. Like maybe if you're doing a retrospective like 6 to 12 months later.
Well, yeah, at a certain point, yeah, there's not really a point. Like if you haven't done the thing in like a year, it's all like the hype is come and gone. So,
but yeah, it's. I mean, I know, and I know it's again self-selection and stuff, but I watch several like YouTube video essayist type guys who talk about, ancient PS1 and PS2 games, and they still are like, by the way, if you want to play this game for yourself and you want to avoid spoilers, go to this timecode type stuff, right? Like,
yeah,
there are people out here who are pacing their videos and building in a sense where technically, if people do actually skip the spoilers, you are getting less watch time, which is usually worse for your channel, but still provide the audience with the tools they need,
Mm-hmm.
So a little courtesy is out there. Obviously, PvP type stuff is going to be a little different, but like, still, if you've got a story to spoil, you want to be careful about that.
No. Now, on the subject of the TGAs, we actually had a very big pre-game discussion about video games and award nominations. In case y'all don't know, the Golden Joysticks already has their nominations out, except for their Ultimate Game of the Year, which they're holding close to the vest. And we are probably expecting the TGA nominations to be happening anytime now. Like I said, the TGAs are usually held in December, and voting is usually through November. So, honestly, any day now. Any day Jeff Keighley's going to tweet about it.
Yeah, the event takes place on December 11th, so I would imagine the, equivalent week in the month ahead, which could be like 2 to 3 weeks from now, depending on how spicy Jeff Keighley feels.
But, and we were looking through a lot of recent games here. Unfortunately, like I said, I do not have infinite time, and playing video games is not my job, unfortunately. But I have tried quite a few of them. Like I said, I have had some, particular highlights. Like, we mentioned earlier, me and Omega both beat Ghost of Yotei, so I do believe that will be up for several nominations itself. Claire Obscura, which I own but have not played yet, also very well regarded in the video game community. But we also can't forget such games as Hollow Knight Silksong. We cannot forget Death Stranding 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, Hades 2, Abiotic Factor, Peak. There's going to be a lot of video games nominated for, a variety of reasons.
I would not be shocked if this year at the TGAs, if maybe Peak or, Repo or something squeaks into, one of those categories like Balatro did last year and, probably doesn't win the overall, but, gets a nomination that you're going to be looking at that list and go, what the... Peak? The mountain climbing game?
Well, again, Jeff, they switch up the video game awards every year, so we don't necessarily know. We were looking at the nominations for the Golden Joysticks, and Lucky had some very spicy things to say about the nominations and the categories. I don't think I necessarily need to get overly much into it right now, but Lucky does not necessarily agree with some of the decisions in it.
And even then, it's I think we both talked about this. It is most of their categories are picked by just, pure fan voting, which is mean you're going to get a lot of lowest common denominator type stuff.
Yeah.
This is a slight tangent, but I'll say this now. I think I've always been of the opinion that I do think that popularity is a certain sort of approval all of its own. I have seen way too many people who are just jealous of a game, an anime, a book, whatever, just because it's popular and it's everywhere. And I'm just listen, man, just because you don't like it, a shitload of people are playing this. That means something,
It's true.
But at the same time, there is something to be said for you're just going to create the statistical bell curve and be all in the center, and that is a little boring if you're in the center all the time, Sometimes you need weird outliers.
Listen, I'll tell you, just because a lot of people like it or play it doesn't necessarily mean it's the best. A lot of people eat fucking fast food.
True. That is a very good analogy. You eat fast food, you like it, but it's not good for you. Sometimes it's so bad that you get fucking sued.
Yeah, wild.
I've heard a few things of some people are I don't know if it's nitpicking, but there are some people who are really not into the new Pokemon, and it's just man, I don't know. It seems fun. I don't have time. I don't have a Switch 2.
Again, it's just one of those people, how do I put this? Because this is something that is just in general, I feel, but sometimes people just don't like it when the thing is not the thing that they wanted it to be, and they cannot understand why other people do not like the thing, dislike the thing, they dislike the thing.
It's true. We're in Mailbag, and we got into Mailbag at 20 minutes, so I don't mind tangenting a little, but I forgot to put this in my notes, but it's a good time to talk about it now, because I might not have remembered it later. But one of the many, many video games that came out recently this month was Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. It actually came out.
Oh, yeah.
Reviews are pretty mixed, but they're mixed, I think, for an interesting way. A lot of the negative reviews are critical and negative because it is called Masquerade Bloodlines 2, and it is not very much like the original titled Bloodlines. It is much more, from what I've heard, character action based. A lot of people have been calling it Vampire Dishonored. So, for people who played it who didn't have a lot of expectations about Bloodlines 1, they're oh yeah, no, this game's pretty decent. You're playing Vampire Dishonored, that's cool. You get to do some funny stuff. But for other people, because it is not, it's branded as the sequel to Bloodlines, right? People are well, that creates certain expectations, and this isn't really like Bloodlines. I've heard some people say that people do put Bloodlines a little bit too much on a pedestal. It's cool, it was very strong for a actual immersive sim, White Wolf, World of Darkness CRPG, but it wasn't really that in depth for an RPG. You still were railroaded in a lot of choices, and I know for a personal fact that the game is busted as hell.
I was about to say, isn't it buggy as fuck?
yes, I own that game on Steam, and I have not ever successfully played a lot of it because it runs like ass. It's the game, even when it came out, I think was held together by tin cans and string. So like I do think people put it up on a pedestal a little, and they forget that it was like buggy as fuck. And I mean, obviously, I can't talk because like we may or may not talk about it later, but I was very personally disappointed by Fallout Day. But yeah, so like you are right that like you can have these moments of like expectation does affect the audience, but also some people just put too much expectation on it. They're just like, no, this thing isn't the thing I wanted. And it's like, yeah, no, of course. The whole reason why they're doing Legends ZA, right? They're doing this whole side branding thing is because they don't want it to be a mainline Pokemon game. They want it to be different. That's why it has like real-time combat and the whole thing is set in one city. They're doing a different thing.
Oh, I don't want it to be different! I want the exact same
in chat,
thing!
They're just like saying it is a mainline game. I dispute this. I dispute that it is a mainline game. If it was a mainline game, why did they put the Legends branding on it? They changed the branding. They established there's a different branding, and they have branded ZA as that sub-branding. That is not following the usual... Several people are typing. It is not following their usual branding pattern of the, like the last, calling it the last mainline game was Scarlet Violet, right? Like, they built it certainly as a different game. It has different mechanics. It is, the branding is different. Now, if they're out there, like, I mean, it can be a sequel and still not be a mainline game. Honestly, that does happen sometimes. You get sequels that are technically different game setups. Sorry, now I'm just reminding of I'm trying not to get us into another conversation about Drakengard and Nier, but like that was my first go-to about people. Like, hey, chat, you remember how we keep talking about Drakengard and Nier? But no, like you can have the games be interrelated to the canonicity of the game. I do not think that Pokemon is treating them like a mainline game. They are not treating it, and they don't build it to be like a new generation. I do think some people wanted that because they wanted the fabled Z to Pokemon X and Y, and this game is kind of that, but also definitely still doing its own thing. I don't know a lot about the story, so I don't genuinely know if you have to have played X and Y to like get proper enjoyment out of Legends ZA. I kind of hope you don't, because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to go back and play X and Y.
Actually, own one of them.
It is like
last one I purchased.
The game, I think they're calling it Legends, right? They are doing it a different way. I mean, that I think has to do with like Pokemon's ongoing war of like the Pokemon Bank and what's the new app they're coming up with to replace it? I don't remember. But there's a whole like new thing they're working on. Like Home. Okay, yeah, the Home app. Like Nintendo... Oh, that is already out. Okay, yeah. So like Nintendo though has been like going this ongoing war with their own branding about Gotta Catch 'Em All, right? And like struggling to make that work when they've got over 1,000 Pokemon, and kind of like transfer them back and forth. But yeah, it's a whole process they have where they want games to be interchangeable, but I think a lot of that interchangeability is like dependent on the technology of the time. Like you could plug your cartridges in and like transfer your teams to like Pokemon Stadium and stuff back in the day, but like not like permanently, they were scanning the data. Now they have like a whole external app that can track that if it's updated correctly. So it is interesting that they are building this ecosystem. But yeah, like I said, maybe I'm a purist and that's a little weird for me to be out there being, one of those Gen 1, Gen 2 Andes out there. But like, no, listen, if the Pokemon game isn't turn-based and there's not 8 gym badge type objects, we have to say objects because they got a little weird with the gym formula sometimes. That's not a mainline Pokemon game because there's fucking 9 generations of those. If they stop doing those games entirely, we can just be like, fuck it, all Pokemon games are mainline, who cares? That still won't be true though, because there'll be like Ranger and Mystery Dungeon and stuff, and you guys will still be sub-franchises. But no, Legends I feel like is a subset because it's got a different branding, even if it is supposed to be a sequel to a mainline game. Because honestly, I mean, it's not quite the same as like a Final Fantasy, but like Pokemon generations are like not very interrelated. Like usually you get cameos from previous gens, but like several of them were like truly standalone. The only one that was like properly sequelized was like Gold Silver, when they were just like halfway through the game. They were like, oh hey, by the way, you can go back to Kanto. What? Huh? and then they've never been able to do that. Yeah, Black and White 2 was also literally a sequel and was branded as such. Though I never actually got to play around to playing Black and White was my last one on mobile. I played on DS portables. I assume Black and White 2 just used the same map, but slightly different. Yeah. So that's still a little different than just the humdinger of the Kanto Jodo Switch, but like they did try a proper sequel, and I think that came with some mixed responses. But they do not usually sequelize in that sense, and most of your games are not out there. Black and White 2 obviously being an outlier because they're literally called Black and White 2. Like Pokemon's weird. Like I was gonna say, I don't think it's quite like a Final Fantasy comparison because those games are truly self-contained, but like most Pokemon Gen games are self-contained roughly, and then they're just like, and here's Cynthia, because she's popular. Here's Red and Blue again. You remember Red and Blue, kids? They're gonna kick your ass. There was also there was the second half of the Terra League. Are we actually getting a Legends Johto? Is that actually happening? I don't remember. They're working on stuff. They've got ideas. What okay, so the new Legends is gonna be Galar. Probably deserved. Sword Shield, slightly overmaligned. Anyway, Pokemon's big and complicated, chat.
Yeah, it is.
And Legends is not going to be my game of the year, because I haven't played it.
No. If we're talking game of the year, because we're still on this question.
Like I said, we're still only at 40 minutes raw time, not even 38.
But there's a lot of games coming out. I do have to think that probably my game of the year is probably going to be Death Stranding 2 on a personal level. Because we did the sequel upgrade where basically everything about the game is improved from, story, writing, acting, mechanics, all of it just good. But Ghost of Yotei is also very strong.
Yotei's got recency bias, but I'm thinking about it, and it's like, no, I could see going to Death Stranding 2, because like you were right that like I feel like Death Stranding 2 is like a really good comprehensive upgrade package. Like
Ghost of Yotei does a lot of things to improve itself, but I also we'll talk about those later. I also think it does some things to complicate itself.
I guess slight spoilers for that conversation later. I feel like, because I've been thinking about it a lot today, because I rolled credits, I feel like there are some parts of the game that are still a little too beholden to the, we're doing an open-world action-adventure game. And it's like, yeah, you are, and you did that pretty good, but you also did a pretty good, single-player story, but, sometimes it feels like the single-player story stuff is, not very open-worldy,
Yeah.
But you still have all the open-world stuff going on, basically.
No.
But Death Stranding 2, yeah, it's a big one.
Monster Hunter Wilds, while doing very good and doing very good, being very good with its free updates and its community stuff. Like I said, they just launched their I can't remember what they actually called it, but their Halloween update recently. People seem excited about that. It seems to be going well, but I'm not going to say that Monster Hunter is necessarily a niche genre, because it is Monster Hunter Wild, literally the most popular Monster Hunter has ever fucking been. It is a very particular vibe, and it's not a vibe that everyone can particularly get everybody. I love Monster Hunter. I played that shit for 2 months straight, put it down, haven't gone back.
Yeah, same. I locked in for a solid month. We were doing what we do with Vintage Story, right? Every other night we'd be grouped up, we'd be hunting monsters, we'd be asking who needs what. We'd be doing shit in our downtime, and then it kind of fades. And like you said, it is a game that is very particular. There are probably some people who didn't. I know a lot of people tried it because it was new and hot, but who didn't vibe with it. And I do know that there were some. I don't necessarily agree with them as a brand new player, so it's apples to oranges. But I did see some people online who were old heads who were kind of like, there's some stuff that they changed that I didn't like.
No, there's people saying it was too easy, and then Omega came out, and I'm like, oh no, it's too hard.
Okay.
So I believe that people will be divided on Monster Hunter Wilds because
we didn't experience this at all because we got it on console. But what I've heard is, even from people who really like the game, the PC optimization is pretty bad.
Yeah. So that's be good. Claire Obscura is probably going to take home quite a few nominations. That is probably the biggest ending darling of the year, probably only matched by Silk Song. And while Silk Song is probably a very good game, it has also been stewing in its own fucking hype for years.
It is a meme. It is a game that became a meme, a mimetic particle. Also, guess what? The game came out and it's fucking hard. So I don't know if journalists are going to bite as hard on that. Clair Obscur can be very finicky, but it also has, like, you know, baby modes.
No, so
not that finicky.
Like I do not want to discount Hollow Knight Silksong from being a good game, but I do think that people's expectations of it have been warped by the very long dev cycle, and the continue memeing about it has twisted people's perceptions of
even Jeff Keighley
if it's actually
a joke.
Yes, on it. Other games like in multiplayer spaces, Abiotic Factor and Peak, both very good games. Like I said, I am considering getting Peak at some point.
Schedule 1 was this year.
Yeah, it was. Schedule 1, I do not think is necessarily going to... It will probably get some noms. I don't think it'll take home any wins. Like I said, that was a... Schedule 1 is one of those... Oh, how do I want to put it? It's one of those concepts just comes out of nowhere and takes the internet by storm for just its...
It has a very unique vision, which you can't say is not, like, one singular guy, right? Because it is. It's literally like one guy and some like friends he works with on some other stuff that he can't handle himself. So like it has a very singular vision. It's very weird, but it's also very specific. And that's honestly probably why it's not going to win a lot of awards, because it's, you know, one guy's passion project. He's like slowly working on rolling stuff out.
No, but it is very unique, and I do think it'll probably get a couple nominations. I'm not entirely sure where those nominations will be. Again, we don't know the categories, but I do think it will.
Yeah, best indie this year is going to be pretty stacked in TGAs, just because they will have a lot to contend with.
Like I said, looking at the Golden Ghost Award, there's a lot of games. It's like I have no idea what this game is. So
that's every year though. It's like both indie and even double and triple A, like big studio games. Sometimes I'll be like, what? Huh? That came out this year?
But Hades 2 will probably also get a couple nominations.
I would not actually be. I haven't actually played Hades 2 myself, but I've been hearing things from people who are in there right away, and the vibe I'm getting is that the gameplay is very good, but it kind of feels like the some of the story and even like new characters and new character redesigns is like it is basically just the same as it's Hades 1 but more again, so it's not like as fresh and new the second time.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know like how many people will clinch in Hades 2 as like their number one pick. It's very interesting because it's a very cool game, and it's a good ass roguelike because you have permanent progression.
I'm trying to think of like any other like games that are particular of note to me. Metal Gear Solid Delta may get a couple nominations in there as well, but I do not necessarily seeing it take any wins home. Like I said, from what I understand, it is a very good and faithful recreation and remake of 3, but it was also in the same way very safe. They did not necessarily go crazy with it, unlike the remakes of, say, Dead Space and Resident Evil 4.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if we'll get, like, Best Remaster Remake category at TGAs. I know a lot of people have been asking for that to kind of, like, shunt some stuff there. If we did, I would probably say this year that it's probably a shoe-in, because they didn't remake RE5. That didn't happen.
No. Excuse me.
If it does happen, hey, well, we'll be there, I guess.
I'll be there, definitely.
But, you know, it's something that's not necessary. And they haven't done it yet, so, like, there's no big RE remake. There wasn't a Dead Space 2 remake, even though oh my god, guys, so... Well, EA's getting fucking acquired by Saudi Arabian princes, so who the fuck knows. But, you know, Dead Space 4, Dead Space 2 remake. It's possible. You can do it. You can do better than the Callisto Protocol, which seems to have had a few problems. Possibly caused by the fact that they started as a PUBG super sequel.
It's so weird. Okay. But, like I said, nominations should be coming out here in the next couple... Probably next 2 weeks, maximum 3 weeks, somewhere in that time. And we will see. We will probably talk shit about the nominations, as we always do.
Until Jeff Keighley personally invites us to be a panelist at the Game Awards. Honestly, no, that's also a lie. I know outlets who are on the panel for the Game Awards. They also talk shit about the nominees sometimes, because it's a whole bunch of outlets from all over the world who get like mass voted together to pick the nominations. So like, yeah, no, even if we were panelists, we would still talk shit. We would be like, I can't believe everybody else.
But
no, you don't. No, they submit you a questionnaire. They probably send it over like Google Docs. I have a business email.
But No, I think that's enough on that. In the coming weeks, we will have more on that. Like I said, it's a very exciting time for video games. Things are coming out all the time, and we get to play some of them. But let's finally move on to the second question out of 7. I think we spent like 40 minutes on that.
More like 30, but yeah.
It was a time. So this next one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, Dear Lucky Omega, no question this week, just sending good vibes. Wah, 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 wah. And wishing you well. Keep up the great work. P.S. Don't forget your PvP point ladder. I'm seeing estimates that 7.4 will come out mid-December. This does seem about right. I think, like I said, we have the Final Fantasy FanFest dates coming out, and those usually coincide with a patch or something else pretty big in-game. So
now that I've completed Ghost of Yotei, I have time to dedicate. I will be doing some more 14.
I should probably be getting in there more as well, like I said.
We did do some Arkveld farming on stream, but we ended that a little early because the internet started fighting us after about 2 hours.
Lucky keeps up his subscription, but I've just not been feeling the vibe. I keep, I'll play if people ask me to. The problem is no one asks me to. So I'm just like, nah.
Yeah, like I said, I had plans and projects this week that we're catching up on. I probably will have some more free time to be like, fuck yeah, let's do some deep dungeons.
So, moving swiftly on. Well, not moving swiftly on. I am excited for 7.4 just because I am always excited to see what they add next. We've gotten through all the society quests, and that means I think what is next is probably the last 4 of the Arcadion, so we can complete the wrestling story.
I was thinking we're gonna get the final heavyweight,
and like I said, that story has been pretty good. So that's exciting. We might finally get some news about Beastmaster. I think Yoshi P said that it's going to be late in the patch cycle, so maybe not 7.4, but maybe 7.5 or 6. I do think we have that many left. And of course, now that we have officially completed the Dawn Trail storyline, we can start setting up for what happens next, which will be part of the MSQ in 7.4. He said, again, I've talked about this, I think, at length. I was, disappointed in how the 7.0 storyline ended, not necessarily for the same reasons that everyone else did, but the team at Creative Studio 3 have turned it around, and I think ended on a pretty good note that I am satisfied with, so I'm excited to see where we're going next.
I think I agree with you on that point, in that, yes, I was not as hype about the end of 7.0 as like completing Endwalker was, but thematically I think they did a good job with the patches kind of ratcheting it around, and I am also curious to see where we're gonna go, because like I feel like the way they were talking about some of the characters we saw in the trailers and stuff, and like some of the symbolism, and they were like, oh, remember all your Ascian thrones, like that hasn't really come to fruition, and I kind of feel like a little bit that's because they had to do a little catch-up work, basically. Yeah. They had to pick up some of the loose ends from the core, but I kind of still see the roadmap, so I'm like, I'm very curious.
No. So I will try to get in there, get my gathering on, get my relics on, get my deep dungeon on, and I still actually have not finished the Hildebrand quest, and I am deeply ashamed because of it. So I will try to probably get in there sometime during the week. Not right now, though. I need to convince people to play fucking Vintage Story with me so we can move time. I have so many projects to do.
I bet my dragon still isn't finished hatching.
I upgraded my windmill, and now I have made a hot... I mentioned this earlier, Mega, but no, just imagine my quern, but with a pulverizer. Just that speed. It's nuts. It's fucking stupid.
No, our pulverizer gets pretty fast when the wind hits, but it's still connected to the quern, so I can imagine yours just ting 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 ting.
Actually, hang on. I'm looking at it right now. Let me just share my screen real quick.
All right.
So you can partake of this, because I'm slightly proud of this.
All right, Chad, I'm going to pause the audio so you don't hear any Vintage Story sounds for a second.
Because I need to finish it. See, the thing is, because I put a fucking order and put the sails on it, that's only 3 sails, and I'm just all like, Jesus. It reminds me of the foxes going fucking apeshit in
Yotei, yeah. All right. I double-checked the audio, so the people at home did get to hear a little bit of that.
Just a...
Oh, yeah, no, that came through very clear. Yes, you can... So just that sound, that's the pulverizer. That's 2 hammers going up and down, chat. Yeah, no, I've been thinking about juicing up a little, because we still don't have a hell hammer on our setup.
Nah, that's what I'm...
Which helped me, because I want to make more boilers, but... I built the fucking elbow joint to, get our auto-pulverizing going.
Oh no, I stuck a stack of quartz in there. It was done in like less than 30 seconds. I was just like, Jesus. But yes, no, I'm very much into vintage story move. I like playing with mechanical power. It's great. They've talked about in their one of the recent dev posts that they are considering adding rivers to base game, vanilla, and adding, water wheels for hydropower, which, excites me on a level people do not understand.
That would be pretty. I'm just imagining like our current, V3, as we've said. I'm just imagining it with water driven power.
So good. I love it. I love it so much. I'm super excited for it. There are mods for like flowing rivers and windmills, but like I said, as we've talked about, mods are up to the whims and values of their creators. So
yeah, and I would like to see, because hopefully we can get some. If we do vanilla rivers, we can get some vanilla work to make currents make more sense.
Yeah.
Because when you're relocating water in the game, it's weird.
It is very weird. But that is enough on that. Let us move on. This next one comes from the 100-Hour Man, who says, Dear Lucky and Omega, no question for you this week. Just hope you two are having a fantastic week. Well, it's not fantastic, but, I'm alive.
Pretty alright. Not my bad. Nah, actually, no. I'm less crotchety about it now, because my elbow, wrist, shoulder have been finally stopped, bothering me as much today. So I think the resting period is working. But the front half of the week was pretty annoying when I'm just like, I want to work. Type on machine. Type hand hurt.
For me, my dominant wrist has been hurting, so I have to be careful with it. I've been actually thinking about getting a wrist brace. And also, my sleep schedule, completely fucked. Don't know why. I think it's probably because of, temperature changing in the weather, but have not been sleeping goo. I think I had to actually medicate with fucking melatonin and alcohol a couple nights to actually go to bed before like 7 a.m.
Yeah,
if you're wondering why we didn't stream that stream Monday, it's because that I had to medicate myself super hard to actually fall asleep, and melatonin does not let me wake up as a pretty princess. I become a fucking I don't even know how to describe it. It's just I'm like laying on the floor, just like
it's the melatonin is a grogifier. I've actually I still have some, but I've phased off it. I was able to correct my sleep schedule through just the power of hard work. Yeah, by which I mean I had to wake up earlier to do some work a couple months ago now, but that helped me unfuck my sleep schedule. So hopefully you get yours wrapped around.
Any night I have to use melatonin to sleep, I do not wake up with like any energy. It's like the melatonin does not want to let me. It's like, no, stay asleep. And I'm like, no, I gotta get up. And then I'm laying on the floor, and Amanda's like, hey man, do you feel like streaming? I'm all like, fam, I'm gonna be real. This is not gonna work.
And then I'm like, okay. That time at least I had a backup.
Funnily enough, tonight is one of the few nights I'm not trying to get to sleep, because I think I mentioned this earlier, but Goddess of Victory, Nikkei, they're doing their 3rd anniversary stream tonight. It'll be 2:30 in the morning for me, which means that the stream probably will not actually start until 3 a.m. and will probably not be over until 4 a.m. So, and as Nikkei is one of the few games that I have actually decided to dedicate my time to, I'm going to fucking be there.
Seems solid.
Yes.
I mean, that's me with fucking big FGO panels that are at like 4 a.m. my time.
Oh, it's true.
Like, so I get it. It's okay. That probably means, depending on how tomorrow goes, I can finish my recording projects earlier in the day. I'll miss out on the spooky mood, but I can record earlier and then be free for Vintage Story, because we're talking about trying to get a little bit of a larger group than normal together.
Yes, but... yeah. So, we move on. Next one is Agent 418, who says, Hello, Lucky and Omega. P.S. Have a good weekend, y'all. It should be a pretty good weekend, honestly. Like I said, we're going to try and gather up folks for a Vintage Story tomorrow. Actually, maybe tackle some story content. Get to the archive. Like, 2 people have found it. Actually, Omega, did you find the archive as well? Or was that just
no, I have not actually. No, I did some Forlorn Hope stuff, but no, I have not actually.
Hope stuff, that's right. Yes, Ark and Aaron are very big explorers. Like, they just go.
Yeah, I've done some big explorations, but it's usually limited by certain geography. Like, either just heading due west is how I found some neat stuff, or the Great Riverning.
I do love traveling by canoe. It's very fun. But yes,
the rivers are very cool, but they're, like, very, very long.
But, yes, trying to get some story content, fight a big mecha dude, probably get our ass kicked. Hopefully getting some time going tonight so I can maybe start forging some better iron. better armor, or Axe makes some better armor, and I can pay him for it. Whatever happens. Because I still got plenty of Iron Bloom, but I do know Axe is very good at making the armor. And also, getting other such mechanical things going. But Sunday, we're going to have our Rogue Trader game. We'll probably talk a little bit about our first session of that, how that went, and probably some aspirations for the future in it. There's a lot of books for a Rogue Trader, and as we're learning, there's just some things you can apply into the to the tabletop from just all things. So there's a lot of content to come through.
First episode posted.
So, we're gonna have a pretty fun weekend, I think. So I am excited for it. The first Rogue Trader is posted, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you can see our first event, and you can hear Lucky's horrible orc voice. I still can't do deep orc cockney. It's hard. And we have not been recording Vintage Story because frankly, I am leery of doing anything else while Vintage Story is playing because it requires a lot of RAM, it requires a lot of internet, and it still doesn't want to play right.
Yeah, we did a couple of streams that I think were better, but then when we tried to stream the new V3, I believe you said that your computer did not like it.
It did not.
So yeah, we have not been
like
broadcasting that one.
Like honestly, I probably should start considering getting some upgrades. Like my computer is pretty mid. I'm not gonna say it's potato. It's not a potato yet, but every day it exists, it slides closer to potato scale. So I definitely need to be considering upgrading getting my processor, getting my GPU up. I would like to actually have a computer where I can attach the fucking the Elgato to the PCI Express slot, so it is more of an internal component than something that has to transfer data via HDMI.
HDMIs, yeah, and USBs, yeah.
Because while data transfer is very fast and very nice, it is still not as fast as just having an internal component. But also, I wish we could. Honestly, if I had the money, I'd also consider getting a better ISP. But that's expensive. Yeah, no, honestly, it's one of those things. I think I gotta find one of those services that let me pick the parts and then assemble it for it and ship it to me. While Lucky is perfectly capable of building his own computer, I have had horrible luck with just getting components that were just shorted out on a delivery, were not compatible for some odd reason. I'm just all like, bruh.
Luckily, I think that's pretty. Once you get past the consumer facing zone of just hey kids, you remember the old days? You would go down to the Gateway store and buy the PC in the big box and take it out in the box. Most places these days will give you some flex options, and definitely there are some who will just pick out the parts for you and slap that shit all together.
Personally, while this computer is okay and it does what I need to, like I said, if I want to do better stuff, I need more juice. I recently slapped in an additional SSD so I can put Final Fantasy on it, so people would stop beating me to the company chest when we're racing for items because Ark put 5 things in there and then made it a fucking competition. Ugh! But it's that. So, but again, like I said, me being out of work and living off of charity and goodwill does not necessarily is not very conducive to getting a new PC. So we'll make do for now. Yeah, no, I know, but I really do not want to buy a fucking GPU that has been fucking half burned out by fucking crypto farming. I really don't. Sorry, someone in chat's talking about how because I live in Washington State, we have a very big market for used GPUs due to to crypto farm, and I'm just yeah, no, I do not want to use GPU from a crypto farm. That's like buying a fucking used car. That's like buying a car from a fucking rental car service.
Honest Abe's used cars, perfect for you.
Do not want. Like I said, I'm not gonna try and get something. I'm not looking at getting something super
the
high
GPU
spec.
market's super fucked because guess what? You need those for AI.
Guys, do you remember when the PS3 had a fucking service where you could basically leave your PS3 on and it would dedicate its computation power to code? Was it code breaking? What was it?
Maybe it was folding at home, folding proteins, like genetics research and stuff.
Yeah, no, but you basically could say, hey, PS3, dedicate your computation power to solving these problems in a community effort to help an organization. We don't do that anymore. I kind of miss it. That's what I would do. It was anytime I was to play my PS3, I would just fire that up. It would show a nice screen of Planet Earth and all the PlayStations that were doing at the same time. Just leave it alone. Like there is power and that like I think if I remember correctly, there was like some Department of Defense things that just used racks of PS3s as supercomputers for their
Yeah, the cell
ability
processor
to-
architecture was very unique and cranked up very good, but it was like you could build a supercomputer with very little modification. You just needed a couple of the processors working together, basically.
Yeah. The PS3 was a fucking beast of a machine, and
I think what Sony learned from that was that they don't need to. They came a little too hard at the hardware first approach. They realized they didn't need to go that ham. They're just like, we can just buy Intel chips and put them in this thing. We'll just make sure it's got an SSD and, a decent GPU in it, and it's working. It's working better than what Xbox did because they accidentally made 2 versions of the hardware. That's right, they're all AMD GPUs.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, they're all AMD GPUs.
Anyway, enough on that. I'm gonna have to double check what that service was on the PS3 because it vanished at one point. But we still got more mailbag to do. So this next one comes from I activate Halloween Fusion, which allows me to send monsters from my hand deck and extra deck to the graveyard to fusion summon an Eliza monster. I send 3 Elizas from my deck, 1 Halloween Elizabeth, and 2 Mecha Elizabeths from my field, and 1 Saber Elizabeth from my extra deck to the graveyard to fusion summon Dervant, Universe Dawn, Space Elizabeth. No questions, only 5 Elizabeth edition. Yes, apparently. I do know that Plushie Mistress did post a freaking image of just the Elizabeth Pokemon evolution chain, which is slightly hilarious.
Yeah, there's enough Liz's we can... I'm pretty sure that joke already existed, but we can get it there. I know for a fact there's a similar chart for Artorias.
Yes.
The joke, by the way, also that I heard, I saw several people in the replies being like, so Babanshi is the Mimikyu?
So, moving on, this next one comes from Killjoy, the Assassin of Fun. It says, Dear Crawler Lucker and Dungeon AI Omega, I just wanted to give Lucky a very belated thank you for the recommendation of the Dungeon Crawler Carl series. Also, good vibes to all. Wah, 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 wah. Thanks. I am glad you're enjoying it. I have not read it, I can't remember the title of it, but the Bedlam Bride one. Again, I got turned off by it slightly because the author, who is very well, was talking about how he was letting Patreon and stuff pick the story, and people wanted Pokemon style content in the story, and I'm just all like, guys, really? Can we not? So it kind of turned me off, but it is probably still very well written. It is, and an entertaining read. Dungeon Crawler Crawl is a very good lit RPG series with with very serious tones, but also very comedic. Very comedic. I do heartily recommend it. Vein of Dungeon Crawler Crawl that I would also recommend? There probably is, but I cannot think of it off the top of my head. Well, actually, I have one, but I cannot remember the name of the first book off the top of my head, so I will leave it for now. If people want more lit RPG recommendations for Lucky, let me know, and I will give them to you. So, this next one comes from... Is it really Friday? It feels like Monday. No, it is Friday. Lucky knows this because I have been staring at the clock waiting for the Nikkei 3rd anniversary livestream for like a week now. And just screaming at, time, like, why are you taking so long? Ah! So yes, it is Friday. Do people still reference the Rebecca Black Friday song?
No, not really. I think we let that one die.
It's old. Hang on, I must post gifs about it though. But they say, howdy, Lucky and Omega. Hope y'all are having a good week other than Lucky's lack of pumpkin spice eating this season. Anyway, it's true. Like I said, I have not been doing super great on my diet, especially since now there is a bowl of Halloween candy just sitting unguarded on the kitchen island. Who does that to a person? That's illegal. But because I have not been necessarily eating out as much, no, Lucky has not actually got any pumpkin spice anything. I think I'll go grocery shopping tomorrow and pick up some sort of pumpkin spice thing from yonder local Starbucks. It'll be completely overpriced and not as flavorful as it could be, but it's the thought that matters, especially if it's a nice day. Pumpkin spice lattes on a beautiful Sunday, peak vibes, peak of all vibes. Just gotta hope it's not fucking raining. I was gonna go shopping today earlier, but guess what? It started pouring rain. I'm all like, I'm okay with the rain. I don't want to carry, 40 pounds of groceries in the rain. Ain't about it. So, question. New Liz dropped, and I like the first Ascension quite a lot despite being the most conservative design. So I wanted to ask what Ascension styles are your favorite? By style, I mean fan service style, more conservative like Summer, Nobu, Final Ascension, and 5-star Liz first. P.S. I have Monday blues because work has been going horrible ever since I got in, despite it being Friday, hence the alias this week. Well, I am sorry to hear that, but congratulations, you made it to Friday.
Your week is almost over, we hope. TGIF. Sorry, I'm yawning a little bit. I'm just reclining in my chair. I mean, obviously, I think, we know what's up here about this channel. The fan service designs can be pretty good, but I think a lot of them is just the ascensions that are cool is just where the artist gets to flex a little bit. Sorry, Lucky just posted something to the patron chat.
Listen, I am subscribed to Gators Daily. This is important. Lucky does like Gators.
It's another very specific Friday-related meme.
When it comes to ascensions, Lucky actually does not actually prefer like one style over the other. Lucky, like as long as it fits. It's like I'm looking at like Elizabeth Bathory's like first ascension. I'm like, it's really cool. But then we start moving up. I'm like, this is also cool. I look at the third one, also cool. They're just cool.
Yeah, Wadarko obviously does do very good character designs, and I think all of them have some very strong elements to them with like different fashion styles. The first one obviously has a lot of simplified charm because she's just got a fucking bat.
No, she's in her punk rock stage, and I'm like, hell yeah.
No, it's super cute, and also cool. Psycho no cool. But I think a lot of them have like different vibes. Like honestly, like thinking about like Summer Nobu. Like, yeah, she has a bikini on under there, but like it's Nobu, you know? Like it's just as funny that her final ascension is her in her big fucking buster jumper, you know? Because it fits the character, especially the Summer character, because Summer servants are usually slightly more kooky than normal. And then obviously, like, to talk about another Nobu, Avenger Nobu has 3 wildly different ascensions that are all, like, very different for a reason, because one is just the artist redrew normal Archer Nobu. We all know this. The second, then, is, Kiposhi. And then the last one is Nobu said that she's, like, a big, scary lady. What if she was? Like... But yeah, no, I think Lucky's got it with just like, we just like ascensions that fit. And I think FG obviously these days is a lot better. I don't know if that's just because they got better at like directing the artists or narrowing it down or what, because I think a lot of the same artists who were at the start of the game are also still making characters. But like, there were some ascensions in the early days that are kind of like normal or kind of like, well, yeah, that's just kind of expected, Obviously, they were probably limited by the tech of, like, matching sprites to Ascensions. There are definitely some Ascensions, I think, that have been weird. Would you want me to call them up right now? I don't know. You won't, you scaredy cats, but you could leave a comment on what Ascensions you think you remember as being particularly odd or out of place. And I would even say there are probably... now, there's over 300 servants. There might be over 400 servants now at this point. I don't know. There have been some final ascensions, or not even final ascensions. There have been some ascension sprites that are boring. Some stuff where we didn't change much, and, usually these days we're pretty good about variety.
We're pretty good. So like I said, I think some people do get, like... I would rather look up for things that I like in ascensions rather than things I dislike about ascensions. So I never really think about, if an ascension is, good or not. I'm always just like, hey, check out this detail. Look at this. So, unfortunately, I'm not necessarily a good fit for this. But with that, I think we're going to... call it there for the mailbag. That was the last one. I don't think we have anything else to talk about. So thank you all very much for all your lovely, lovely submissions. And I look forward to reading the next ones next week.
Yeah. All right. Let's run another little intermission because my eyeballs are itchy. So I want to be right back. But then we'll proceed with the free talk of the show. Yeah. Bjorb. All right. That was mailbag. Took a little break ski. Let's do some free talk. And let's... give Lucky an opportunity to rest a little. Let's talk about servants. Let's do this let's do it in like reverse order from how I've got this written down. Give you guys a little treat. New servant deets. The 5-star Liz. I mentioned this earlier, but I believe she is just Elizabeth Bathory, Lancer, 5-star. So just, more of what we had already. For a Lancer, she is on the higher attack, lower HP side, but I believe, again, not to any extremes. I'm glad FGO does avoid this, but we do not usually these days have a, like, yes, this is the new highest attack Lancer. They're also, like, the 10th highest servant attack ever. We've kind of gotten away of that for a while. Now, technically, I should also say her deck is QQA. I'm pretty sure that's the original Liz's one as well. High hits, average NP gain. She's got, like, 4 hit arts, 5 hits on her quicks, I think 4 on the buster as well, and she's 0.55, so, we're spreading it out a little. So, she does have 2 different NPs, which do have 2 different animations, but the mechanics are mostly the same. There's just a slight difference in them. The core things that are true all the time: single target buster, bonus damage to dragon, the dragon trait. 2k curse for 5 turns, and charge down. So you're automatically doing a charge down, you're doing quite a lot of curse, and you are doing bonus damage to Dragon. Now in Ascension 1 to 2, she gives 10% NP to all Elizabeth allies, and of course, Elizabeth is Elizabeth, so, should give herself a little bit of refund, and also generates 30 stars. Ascension 3 is 20% NP to Elizabeth allies, no stars generated. Overcharges NP damage up first, pretty normal stuff. But still, so you've got a pseudo-refunding ability, and you do have some interesting effects here. First skill is you got a Charisma type, 10 to 20% attack up for the whole party for 3, and then gives herself 20-30% buster and crit up for 3. Also, very similar to something we've already heard about tonight. 3 turns of 500 burn damage on attack. That's both the buff is 3 turns of attacks, and also the burn lasts 3 turns. So you're mixing and matching your dots. You got a curse, you got a burn. Both are pretty common for Liz. Second skill is a 2-hit, 3 turns invul. Also, a 3 times 3 turns buff when attacking, where if you hit an enemy with a buster card, that triggers a party-wide 1-time 3 turns overcharge up. So, I'm pretty sure it's normal card only, so I don't think you can do, all in one turn. You can do, 3 hits, because she's only got 2. But you could do in, 2 turns, and I'm pretty sure it stacks, so you could give everybody, +3 overcharge. The buff lasts 3 turns. Also, it gives herself 5 to 10% NP, based on skill level, which is based on how many Elizabeth traits are on the field. This is the usual for I don't remember exactly when they started doing this, but there's quite a few servants who have this trick. This includes both allies and enemies, and also works not just for those who are natively Elizabeth, but also those who have it applied via a trait. We could possibly apply it as a trait. Anyway, final skill, watch out, it's Eliza Particles.
Gasp.
So, this is already a 20 to 30% battery for self, and also a 10 to 20% charge for the whole party, and it doesn't say except self, so I think this is just a 50% battery for Liz specifically. But also it makes all allies Elizabeth for 3 turns. But also gives them minus 50% mental debuff resist for those 3 turns.
It's a little dumb.
It also generates 5 to 15 stars. But yeah, so you can already see it here. She's already got a pretty good battery, and then also, if you need to proc it again, you can proc her other skill and get more Liz battery. You can generate another probably 30%, on top of the fact that you generate 20% off her NP at 3rd Ascension. Also, all your allies generate 20% NP as well, because they're all Liz. It's very strong, very strong. Passives are just Magic Resistance A for good debuff resist, and Independent Action EX for extra crit. Also, I'm a little sad that this Elizabeth doesn't have a Guts, because that is one of Liz's other things, but she does have an invul. The Independent Action is very Elizabeth. She's just out here chilling entirely on her own. So, it's a little weird as a single target to talk about the 5-star Liz as, in a looper context, but she has a lot of NP charge. She has, 20% on firing her NP at 3rd Ascension, or 10%, and you can crit later. She's got like I said, a static 50% battery, and then you're going to refund, at least 30%, and God help you if you have Liz enemies on the board as well. And all Elizabeth batteries are dragon trait, so, trust no one, not even yourself. She isn't perfectly on schedule to reload with Koyan of Dark, because she's got, cooldowns of 7 and 6, but it helps. You can definitely get some strategies going. And then, obviously, she has strong defense and has plenty of crit follow-through. All in all, a very excellent unit. Lots of survivability here. You've got, your 2 hits, 3 turns invul. You can set up her overcharge thing by using buster attacks, and if you're using normal buster cards with, Koyan of Dark, you can get NP off that. So, I think there's quite a lot here that you should be able to run through, and you should actually be able to, bomb enemies out pretty good. Blow up a break bar, and then be all right, I'm ready to go. Blow up another break bar. Even in farming, sometimes they do weird shit 1-3-1 or something. You should still be able to be farming some NP for that. So all in all, very strong unit. And of course, it's a big old Liz celebrate. So we're all glad to see it. So that leads us to our other, so you didn't get that 5-star section, which I am calling I'm Lost Edition. Because let's hit up Theseus real quick. He is going to be pretty quick. He's fairly straightforward, but it's been a long time since we had a 3-star Saber. And we do got a budget guy, and let's see. Caesar is quick, Bedivere's Buster, so Theseus is Art. I think that's all 3 card colors covered at 3-star range.
Woo.
So, better late than never. He is quick, Arts, Buster. Pretty normal. A little stronger in HP than attack, but again, not extremes, and you're dealing with 3-star numbers anyway, so you're not going to get real cranked unless you start feeding Grails. Does have average hits and NP gain. I think it's 3s and 4s all around. That is also 0.55. His NP is single target Arts. It gives you 50% damage up versus Demonic Beast trait for 1 turn first, so this lasts the whole turn. And the NP itself does bonus damage to giant trait enemies. It also gains you 20 crit stars every time. And the overcharge is actually, funnily enough, 3 turns of critical damage up. So, Theseus is built to be kind of an Arts critter looper. So, you can do some very interesting strats there. And he does have a double trait damage. I'm fairly certain there are several boss mobs and servant bosses who are both Demonic Beast trait and also giant. His first skill is pretty straightforward. It's 3 turns of 20-30% Arts up, 10 to 20% in P battery, and 5 to 10 stars per turn. Normal steroid stuff. Second skill really hampers home that Arts crit build. It gives him 3 turns of Star Absorb specifically on his Arts card. Huge Star Absorption buffs. 30 to 50% crit up on Arts for 3 turns as well. And also generates 5 to 15 stars instantly. This guy generates a lot of stars. Final skill is 20 to 30% attack up on self for 3 turns, 10 to 20% attack down on a single enemy for 3 turns, and another 5 to 15 stars.
Damn.
So depending on where you need to space these out, this guy generates a lot of stars, which as a Saber he is very likely to suck up, and with his second skill, extremely likely to suck up on his Arts card specifically. And as for his passives, he has Magic Resistance A and Writing B, so his 1 quick card hits a little better, which is good, because he wants to generate NP and stars. And, free quits. Free crits for quick. Very straightforward. He has multiple damage enhancements for bosses, he generates stars, and you Arts crit on following turns to loop NP. Or Arts crit on the same turn that you Arts NP to overgauge and NP again anyway. Goes great, I want to say, with both, obviously, the Castoria type meta, but also, because he specifically Arts crit, goes great with Lady Avalon, who is a pretender, and so will be good against Lancer bosses that you're probably trying to fucking kill with Theseus. Less so if you're, using general coverage for Berserkers, but a lot of damage potential here for a 3-star, and just, like I said, the boy generates so many crit stars. Like, between his 2 skills, he's generating 30, he generates 20 every time you fire his NP, he generates, 10 per turn for 3 turns. Yes, Caskill is also, for Arts support, a great supporter, because Caskill is the guy that, turns all of your Arts servants into star generators. So just, go nuts, team.
Go nuts.
Honestly, pretty good fit for him. We'll be talking about it very soon, because we're about to talk into our second thoughts on Castle of Day and Night, second impressions.
Yeah.
Written basically entirely by Lucky. But Theseus seems neat as a servant. I feel like he's a little underutilized in the story.
Definitely. Yeah.
So I'm glad he's got a cool kit, but he's definitely only around for a very small amount of time, and that's a little he's good, but definitely what I saw was interesting, so I'm like, oh man, we could use a little more.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so with that, I think we want to get into our second impressions.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're going to be doing our second impressions. Neither of the Castle of Day and Night. I'm not saying the full name. You can't make me.
That just made me think of that one Tumblr post about the fungus I love so much. Tell me the name of God, you fungal piece of shit.
And you cannot kill me in a way that matters.
So good.
I should find that. It is so good.
Internet Hall of Fame.
I'm not going to say Story of Twilight because that's not actually in the damn title. I can't remember what exactly section I'm on, but I'm on the section where you unlock the 3rd map, and I kind of stopped there for reasons. Now let me properly pull up my notes here. So following up where we came up for last time, honestly, I don't have much to say about the fight with Team Tygon and Team Theseus. They seemed there for the sake of having someone to fight. Hell, I'll even say both were utterly utilized. Both teams seem to have a connection with their teammates, but we really don't get into that, and I kind of wish we did. Huang Hefei seemed to know, the Chancellor. Neza seemed to, have some things to say. We all know why Coin of Dark was there. It's like that. That was the easy one.
Honestly, I feel like, I don't know if it was just because they wanted to build a broader bonus list, so they, told the author, hey, maybe use these servants in there. Or maybe the author just thought it'll be funny, include a Coin of Dark cameo. But, Coin of Dark, I feel criminally underutilized for, she literally, I think, says when she gets introduced, not even Chaldea has a record of me, mwahaha. And it's just okay, cool. Are you going to do anything? No. Smoke bomb. T-poses, flies away.
Yeah. And, like, apparently, like, Wan Heifu might know Tongan Wong, and same with Neja and stuff, but didn't really go anywhere. Taigon was there just to be a little bit of a shit. And he was. Had a very interesting thing. Then, Team, Theseus comes along, and they seem like they're going to be doing something, but their fight was only literally just one. It was just one fight.
Yeah, they're around even less than Taigong's team. Like, obviously, Theseus introduces himself to us very strongly.
Yeah.
In the follow-up.
But it doesn't go anywhere.
But, yeah, I'd have to double-check. Maybe that was something related to Theseus' legends. I don't remember if he had something with some Amazon somewhere. He might have, but, like, he clearly has something going on with Penth.
Yeah. Like, I'm not entirely sure what would happen there. I didn't actually dig into that. I do know that Theseus was apparently, like, one of the Argonauts, like, as they say, and,
Theseus is a pretty big one. The Minotaur thing is the most famous, but...
Like, don't know exactly what's going on there. And it's like, they put in Uriale in there, too, but it's like, she's also, like, such a nothing burger in the event. She's all like, don't you bully my Asterios, and that's it. That's fucking it.
I do at least like that they acknowledge that, like even Theseus is like, Uriale, why the fuck are you here? And she's just like, don't ask me questions.
God is bomb.
It just, like, acknowledging that, servants are different. I mean, I think it would make more sense if there was a reason for her to be here for something else that gets revealed later, but she is canonically defeated and unsummoned in the map, so...
Yeah, but, that being said, I do appreciate they put on the, Theseus-Asterios relationship. I was about to be all mad at the guy for hurting my sweet boy, but it turns out that Theseus has been beating himself so much over it that it was imprinted on his Saint Graft. I was like, damn, he really did not like this.
No, that's the thing. I mean, it fits thematically. Also, it involves a little Grecian urn-style insert shot that's really cool. There's a couple of those in this event. But no, like, I really like that they do this moment of, like, Theseus is a guy who's involved with some dumb shit, including, the point where Theseus did some dumb shit. In addition to many other things, Theseus feels like he's a kind of guy who gets involved in stupid plans because people tell him. He and his quote unquote bosom companion Pirithous. I love the way I'm double checking. I was double checking this on Wikipedia. They really do him in, unless this is an exact quote from Pindar. It might be a quote, but it's Theseus, a great abductor of women, and his bosom companion Pirithous, since they were sons of Zeus and Poseidon, pledged themselves to marry daughters of Zeus. So Theseus chooses Helen. This is when Helen is still a kid, and he, kidnaps her to plan. He does at least plan to marry her once she's old enough, but still does it. Pirithous is a dumbass. He says he's gonna pick Persephone, even though she's already married to Hades. Stupid as hell. They leave Helen with Theseus' mother, Aethra, and she's rescued by the Dioscuri, who were Helen's. Was it like, are they full siblings? Yeah, I think they're full siblings, and it's just like they were like double twins, half siblings for Zeus, double twins.
What?
There's a lot of there's like eggs involved and stuff hatching. Twins on twins on twins. I don't remember. It's very confusing. But yeah, the Dioscuri show up and take Helen back, and Theseus should count himself lucky because we all know that Pollux would have absolutely beat his ass. But yeah, no, they go to Tartarus to kidnap Persephone, and they just get fused to a chair. Theseus gets let out by Herc later.
No, it wasn't Orpheus. No, I remember that. And I remember Herc gets him out because he just rips him out of the chair.
Yeah, Herc, as one of his labors, has to go get Theseus back and just yoinks him out of the chair. And when Herc goes to get Pirithous, a mysterious voice, which is definitely Hades, says, "Leave him." And Herc goes, "Sorry, bud, you're not on the family plan. Bye." But yeah, no. So, like, Theseus has a lot of, like, dumb shit associated with him, but I do at least like that, like, they do a very modern acknowledgement, but it is a very human thing for Theseus to think, oh yeah, I'm just going out doing what a hero would do. Oh yeah, there's a Minotaur, it's horrible. And then he meets the Minotaur and he's just like, nah, dude, that was real fucked up, man. That was just a man.
He was just trapped. None of it was his fault. No, so I like that acknowledgement, and like I said, like, I hope to, like considering he'll be a 3-star permanent, I do hope to get him to maybe I get a little bit more of what's going on with him, and, Ascension lines, dialogue, and stuff.
Yeah. No, it'll be good to examine
again,
his character.
Criminally underutilized. One battle, maybe a little bit of dialogue gone. I'm all like, bro, we could have explained so much more shit about this relationship. I was there for it.
No, it would have been pretty cool to, like, not have him... I mean, he probably wouldn't have lasted very long because we do some very cool stuff in that fight.
Oh, yeah.
Ptolemy busts out, yes, I have made something I'm calling the Black Bullet. Down to we even use, some of the animations we used when firing the Black Barrel. Very cool.
It is true, yes.
So, like, he was probably pretty doomed, but, like, I feel like he could have stuck around for a little bit.
Yeah. Because this brings me on to our next point. We get to that battle and fucking gasp. There was another antagonist all along in my Grail War? Yes.
We really should. This is for a section that Lucky hasn't gotten to yet, but I think it's the very next section you do. You do a little consult with El Meloy. And he talks about he is an expert in Grail Wars. They do explicitly acknowledge that there was only one Fuyuki Grail War in our timeline, but Waver phrases it, there were 5, maybe 6. So he has a lot of experience. We should have called him right away because I bet he would have been like, no, you fool, there's always a double secret person. Always. You never have a normal Grail War.
But, yes, we get the Dark Girl. And, like I said, she's very sad and very upset. And she wants to kind of, kill us. Ptolemy here, we pull out some bullshit. It's actual bullshit to, make our escape, but, she fucking Zaworlds us, mid fucking, transmission. I do actually like this effect. Fucking, they actually played, the red, ray shift thing. And then she puts fucking dimensional locks on it, and you're not going anywhere, and you're just like, oh! She's like, oh no! Because basically, we're trying to trick the, system by, summoning, the other, Ptolemy.
Basically, at the last minute, as we're about to get gooped out, the Ptolemy we brought with us is like, wait a minute, there's literally 2 of me. Master, use the command spell to summon me. And it's like, can we really do that? And he's like, if you do it this one time, it will work. Kind of.
Always exceptions to the rule. But yes, something I guess I really didn't mention, they actually do put a little bit of effort into explaining, like, other systems, like, command spells. Like, I don't know if it's actually been, like, so directly brought up that our command spells are different than, a normal, command spells. Ours are weaker. They do not have as much juice in them as normal command spells, but because of that, they are able to actually be recharged using the magical reactors at Chaldea. So we have, multiple uses of them. Like, I know that has been mentioned at some point before, but I don't know if it has been, like, explained so clearly, I want to say.
Yeah, it's funny that, we're in year 8 of FGO. They finally bring up the fact that it's canonical. Shiro, I think, is forced in most routes to spend one of his spells this way, but you can use a command seal normally to summon a servant to you anywhere. Yes. Which is, in this story, mentioned that borders on true magic. Like, that's how powerful it is. Conversely, our Chaldean command seals, our spells cannot do that, but the magical reactors Chaldea has access to, like you said, can recharge them much faster. So, they are still kind of our mark of masterhood, and they do let us do stuff, the 2 most commonly used orders are basically, I assume, don't die and use your noble phantasm.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we spend the spell and give them the magical energy they need. But you can actually canonically normally do much weirder stuff. So that was fun that somebody remembered and actually, like, brought it up.
Yeah. Like, again, just talking about it, like, there's just so many little things here. I can't list them all, but just all the little animations and details for better storytelling. It's just good. It's just good.
There's so much, like, extra animation and inserts, little short things here. Yeah, it's real good.
But, guess what? It's Taigon Wong from the House Court here to bail us out. And, the Twilight Zone. The 3rd map. Between day and night, twilight. And it turns out that this is actually the real singularity, and we have just been layering textures of day and night on top of this. Turns out, Ptolemy wasn't, 2 servants in one, but was actually just 2 servants, and they were just kind of being overwritten with the textures. It's kind of crazy. We are multi-texture drifting into singularity. Why do things always have to get more complex? I demand a bachelor's degree in metaphysical sciences, as well as my fat shaped paycheck after we get out of this. This is bullshit.
Yeah, no, we do a really, really fun thing where they just... And I mean, it makes sense because we do bring it up when we get there, but this was the version of the world we saw when we race shifted originally.
Yes, it was the original. So we're back there. Also, I want to say this: the more time I spent with Sibu Zhang, I do not exactly know how to spell that, but the dragon horse turned to Pier. The more I love him. Him just being Mo, looking proud. I'm like, yes, this is good.
He's a pretty good guy.
Yep. But in this map of Twilight, we have both Ptolemies here, and somewhere Emiya sneezes because guess what? They do not get along with each other.
Yeah, I feel like the author took the joke that like everybody joked already that Ptolemy was Emiya, like because counter guardian shit. And was just like, hold on, wait a minute, I can do something funny with this.
But due to Taigon 1 basically waiting for 6 months because there is a time difference between these things, he's all out of juice and has to be benched due to, extended playtime. Apparently maintained a spell for 6 months just waiting for us to show up.
Yeah, he basically
dedicated.
Cast the net to catch us basically on the rebound after he, helped send us away and was just waiting, chilling. It is funny that, as usual, he continues to be not, like, a huge impactor on the story, but still, this time he made it
something
count.
Important. Yeah. So, now that we're in the Castle of Twilight, we start figuring some stuff out, and listening to Ptolemy talk about how kind of crazy his library, this actually started maybe wondering if this event was written with the adventures of El Meloe in mind, because like you did mention, old Ptolemy was a character in it, so I did a bit of research, and I did actually find out it's because this event was written by Makoto Sanda, who writes Case Files and Adventures of El Meloe, as well as writing the Rhaenys Case Files event we had, and the Wings of Lacrimation, the Typhon follow-up event that we're going to have. So no, if you actually want to think about it, this is kind of a Adventures of El Meloe collab in the loosest sense, as we actually use a lot of characters from it. Actually, Typhon Ephemeros is also a character in Adventures of El Meloe the Second. Just, it's not this one. There is something very specific happening with that one with other characters. It's a little wild.
No, from what I've heard, Adventure sounds very cool. Honestly, I think there's some cool follow-up in Case Files that we never got, but I don't know, man. Anime is apparently hard because it's been like fucking 5 years of them trying to get Strange Fake out, I think.
So,
I mean, this is basically the end of your notes, because I assume this was where the wiki walk started.
Yeah. Because, like I said, I went on a wiki walk. It did not necessarily get much farther than that. I'm trying to think if I have any other particular...
No, it's pretty good. We'll have a lot more to talk about next week. Like I said, I think it's one more Grail Front, like the actual next bit. It might be 2, actually. Is it 2? No, I think because there's not a map after that. It's kind of break it up a little. Sorry, I had to remember. But yeah, no. It's there's still even more further beyond, which I'll be very interested to see what you've got to say about it, and I need to myself wrap it up, finish it out, because I think we get some pretty good use out of everybody. Sorry, we can have this discussion.
We're having a conversation. I don't want to bring it up in
You don't want to bring it up? That's fine.
Yeah,
it's slow rolling us. It's fine. The science will be edited out. Support us on Patreon. I think that. What is that actually called? It's just shrug.
What?
The emote.
Yeah.
I'm just like that.
Yeah.
Somebody posted the old man shrugging meme emote. And I'm just kind of like, yeah, that's just kind of how it is. Not about the event in general, but the side conversation we're having.
The conversation.
No, the event is good.
Yes.
And I think all the characters in there are really strong. There's like even more to be had with Ptolemios. Sugitani still is still with us despite getting like their killing bullet bounced back.
Oh yeah, I guess we didn't really mention that, but apparently Theseus has 2 noble phantasm. One is, Ardana's thread, lets him escape the labyrinth, but also he can just, fucking cast reflect.
Yeah, I think even the noble phantasm says Hades in it, so I assume they also like put his return from the underworld in there. It's basically, as far as I can tell, the noble phantasm allows him to escape circumstances which are normally inescapable.
Yeah, people aren't really supposed to escape the underworld. That's not supposed to happen, despite it happening fairly often.
And the labyrinth was also designed by Daedalus to be unescapable. Like, the king was like, Daedalus, the Minotaur must never get out. And Daedalus was like, I got you, fam. But yeah, no, and again, that's something I don't know very much about. It's, again, like I said, so I suspect Theseus is in so many myths because he is supposed to be the guy who, like, unified Athens, So Athenian democracy and all that, and, like, Athenian history, it gets very big cultural impact. So I assume that means he gets attributed to a lot of stuff. But he's also kind of a dingus in a lot of myths, ditching Ariadne and stuff like that. admittedly, in this case, an emotional context of, like, I can understand this Theseus not being, like, emotionally ready to hang with Ariadne. He's just like, man, I saw some shit, man. It's real fucked up down there. But yeah, basically, it seems like one of Theseus's things was just kind of like the way Theseus did have his own, like, you know, so many labors to go through the situation. I think it was only 6, but was kind of like a giving people just desserts kind of a thing. So that's one of his noble phantasms, is basically like, you know, harm at him is reflected back at the users, but that only works in certain circumstances. The black bullet we mentioned punches clean through. But yeah, no. I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of sad that she exits the story because I think she'd be a good addition to talk about it. But Ptolemaeus does bring this up when discussing Typhon as a progenitor of not only dragons but monsters. Is that, you know, obviously that's why they can summon Hydras and Cerberuses. Those are all supposed to be part of that wombo combo. But also, Ptolemaeus mentions this, that even the Gorgons are sometimes descended from Typhon and Echidna.
I definitely remember from Echidna. I guess that's...
I mean, occasionally we say that Echidna is like independently capable of that sort of family tree stuff, but usually Typhon is her male correspondent. So let me actually, that's art. Where's the...
Actually, this is one of those things that I was actually a little curious about, was that sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. That, like, in the story we talk about how, you know, the gods fleeing Egypt. I thought that was actually going to be more of a reference to the White Titan than Typhon.
No, that is actually I assume it's because the White Titan stuff is supposed to be, like, prehistoric. The thing with Typhon is actually like a classically observed myth, and that is them fleeing to Egypt is an interpretation for the syncretism that goes on, and also is responsible for a couple of other myths. Usually, for instance, the sign Pisces is supposed to be Aphrodite and Eros turned into fishes to escape.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yes.
So they will talk about it again. So yeah, they got out there. I'm trying to.
It's
I swear to God, there was
I don't know if I want to, like, because I guess this is a little bit of a spoiler, but I did, like, learn this because guess what? Apparently, Typhon also supposed to be a giant intergalactic spaceship, because we're still on that.
After you beat the map, you will see. Yeah, it's a Typhon's true body is a dragon that's also a rocket ship.
Yeah. So also, I think that's like also like one of their also has a thing about chaos. Like, that's why well, this Typhon, I said, doesn't, like, you know, being compared to Chaos, because she got some baggage with that.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot going on here. Again, this is why I'm very flabbergasted. Like, there's a lot of detail that was put in here from Adventures of Elmoy that we're not getting the full context of, and I'm just like,
yeah. So actually, depending on the version, I don't think this is how fate works, because the Gorgon sisters are kind of supposed to have manifested independently. But in classical mythology, Phorcys plus Keto produces the 3 Gorgons we know, the 3 named Gorgons, the 3 named Graii, the 3 fates, the gray women, and also Echidna. So Echidna should be, depending on the context, a sister unit to our 3 Gorgon sisters. And then with Typhon produces Orthus, Cerberus, Hydra, Chimera, the Comenian sow, the Caucasan eagle, the Sphinx, the Nemean lion, etc., etc. Basically, all the famous monsters are either a Typhon plus Echidna, or, as is brought up with Saber Medusa, is related to the Cryosaur business. Mm-hmm. So, like, lots of big, you know, monster family energy in there. But yeah, no, they do some stuff. There's another great scene of a scene transition where currently Typhon, as seen in the story, the Dark Girl, is all she's basically just clothed in goop.
Basically a primordial soup, much like the Chaos Time, but don't call it the Chaos Time. She doesn't like that.
Even though we're like, that's a fucking... Listen, man, I've seen the one that's older than you. I know how this works. The thing about mystery, which they also talk about in this event. Sugitani literally is talking about how, like, yeah, I'm pretty good with my backschlock, but, like, the way servants work is that, you know, bullets and guns and stuff should not be as good against, you know, Bronze Age heroes. And Ptolemaeus is like, don't worry about it, we'll make it work.
Super Bullet.
But yes, it's we've already seen the Chaos Tide, the Sea of Life, so it's like that. But she literally does like a costume transition, and that was the moment when that played to me. I was like, yes, now I understand why everybody was ready to be waiting for this for 2 years. But there is, like I said, a lot more character and story stuff to be upcoming that'll be very interesting. And there's a Lucky's not there yet, so I don't want to talk about it in detail. But there's a hard hitter.
Oh no.
Well, basically the short version is, and you'll see the moment. But Typhon asks us, have we ever won a fight we wish we didn't? And yeah, think about that. And the story does not put on the kid gloves for it. So I believe this required some number of LB clears. Does it require you to do 7 to do this? Yeah, I don't remember what the requirements to actually start the event are. But anyway, we'll be talking about that, I think, in full next week. And like I said, there'll probably be some conclusion stuff. But there's a lot of really good character moments. One thing I wanted to bring up that if I was writing notes, I would have written down. But obviously, the new animation detail is really good. One thing I do really like, though, is we're doing that thing again some events do where we're blending both old and new music.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes they will play very old Part 1 themes of just, us talking, expositing. Obviously, they get so much mileage out of the Salem, the Witch Trials theme, which is also Abigail's
I remember
MP theme.
we heard True Human from fucking LB3 in there as well.
Yes, yeah, they used True Human.
I remember that.
They used the end of Atlantis, the Poseidon underwater theme once for an appropriate moment, and a few other stuff like that. And then they also weave in, like I said, very old Part 1 music, and also lots of new music. There's for starters, I'm pretty sure there's a slight different variation for every different map. I think Night, Day, and Twilight all have slightly different musical arrangements. And then, the actual Grail Front maps have, a different music track as well. So, the production value of this is very high, and I like it a lot.
Like I said, this is I remember people talking about Typhon and be like, I want this girl, but I don't actually remember a lot of people talking about the event in general. So this has come as a very pleasant surprise to me, and I will be getting back in there. It's just probably, at 2 a.m. when I'm no one else is playing games with me.
Yeah. No, it's pretty solid. Honestly, if I'm thinking about it now, I would guess that probably why they didn't talk about it was, some of that might just be, we talked about this way earlier with a mailbag question, but natural filtering of spoilers out.
It's true.
But I would assume it probably wasn't as talked about as much because people would probably have been like, oh yeah, this is tying into the Adventures of El Meloy thing. Kind of letting them sit back and relax a little.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it's pretty good. And obviously, I would assume it was some of it was popularity that they decided to do a sequel event. Though I kind of feel like with the extra designs and stuff and some other production value things you're going to see that I feel like they clearly intended Titan Ephemeros to be summonable when this event came out. It just took them a while to open up a hole in the schedule.
No, actually, I double-checked this. Typhon, the character that Typhon has been in there from the start of it, which was always the intent, but they did not actually reveal themselves as Typhon until after this event. Makoto Sanda has gone on to say that writing this event helped them define what more of the character they wanted Typhon to be. But no, the character that is quote-unquote Typhon and Adventures has always been there. Well, was there first, excuse me.
It makes sense with the writing perspective. That's all super cool. I just kind of wish that, I could fucking read these light novels.
And the author, Makoto Sanda, has gone on to say that both Typhons are equally important, and it doesn't actually matter which one came first. So stop fighting about it.
That sounds like a typical Team Fate discussion about different versions. Which one is better? And then the author's like, you fool. I liked both of them. Also, people don't like Ephemeros? She was fucking a super highly anticipated servant. I remember people were waiting for her to come out literally for 2 years.
It's okay. I'll like Ephemeros.
I'm sure there are story bits, but that's something that's going to be harder for us to unpack. Anyway, we'll finish the story and we'll tell you our thoughts in the end there. But that does kind of bring us to the end of the free talk, which is good, because I do think we both want to talk a decent amount about Ghost of Yotei, but it is already almost 20 midnight. You guys did at least have time going on Vintage Story, so that's good. You don't need me to wait up for that, but
nope.
If I want to clock a little time in before tomorrow, we got to get the show moving on.
Mm-hmm.
First, I think I do want to just mention a whole shotgun of video game things.
Go for it.
Because there's been a lot of stuff going on. obviously one of the big ones, which is kind of like culturally impactful right now, even though, I'm going to say it straight up, we don't even know if it'll be good, but there was a like Halo celebration today, as of recording. Streams, announcements, everything, and it's finally happening. They are re-releasing Halo 1 campaign only as Halo Campaign Evolved. I'm pretty sure this is the predicted / leaked Unreal 5 remake. But in addition to that coming, it is also being released not just on Xbox, not just on Steam, but also PS5.
It's happening.
And while obviously people have mixed feelings on the concept of the remake in general, there are some people who are a little critical of anniversary editions like art style stuff. I'm literally can find these tweets right now, which are just like, man, it's not weathered enough. They made it shiny, and it's saying, who cares if they made it shiny? People get very feisty about Halo's art style, even though I will say it to you, I love Halo. The original Halo Combat Evolved, played it a shitload. The game is kind of a chunky brick of a graphical style. It was made for a console back in the day, in the early 2000s. Like, it uses big, blocky, easy to define shapes, very simplified faces, and people's talking is just kind of like, simplified lip flaps. The guns are all like giga huge and blocky, and they have I think people have literally brought this up, that like the items have like weird scaling. Like when you drop them on the ground, the weapons are like scaled up to Chief's size, and they're magically scaled different for Marines, and shit like that. Like even for for Covenant enemies. Like they did a lot of like shortcuts and weird stuff. Like it still has a very distinctive look to it, but
very surprised, but
being
okay
critical of whatchamacallit, like the remake is higher def and shiny, it is what it is. But lots of people, regardless of their sentiments on there being another Halo remake, which I will admit, I do not fully know if I trust the current Halo studios to handle these kinds of things. They seem kind of to waffle back and forth on like what they want to do with the story, and have done for years, back when they were 343, not even Halo Studios yet. And they said there's no multiplayer. There will be up to 4-man co-op, including couch co-op, they're calling it, so split screen and stuff, which is good. I'm glad to see some of that stuff kind of held over. They are allegedly adding 3 prequel missions to show what Chief and Sergeant Johnson were up to before they got on the Pillar of Autumn. Which is, I'm kind of like, on the one hand, Fall of Reach type stuff, very popular. Like, that's a pretty, sacrosanct pillar of the Halo community. People are very fond of that. But also, I kind of feel like Halo Studios, has already touched on that well a couple of times, and not always taken the lightest touch with it. And I don't know if people really needed that sort of thing. But generally, the statement that it's gonna be on PS5 has most people I've seen basically go, okay, boys, pack it up. The console war's over. Master Chief, to them is synonymous with the Xbox brand, which, it is, other games like some of the Bethesda stuff and some of the other things that have been ported over have certainly been, like, part of Microsoft's wave of acquisitions, not the OGs. But they're just like, if you're releasing a Halo game on Xbox, it's over.
PlayStation.
Sorry, yes, I misspoke. Yeah, if you're releasing a Halo game on PlayStation, on PS5, that's it. We're done. So it's very interesting to see. Like I said, I will see what happens with this remake re-release. Like I said, I like Halo Combat Evolved, but it's probably not my favorite Halo. So like, I'm not going to bat for it. I joked before, if they re-release Master Chief Collection on PS5, like with trophies, I'll play Reach again to Platinum. But other than that, we're just kind of like vibing. But there have been, in general, a shitload of video game announcements, releases, etc. Most of which were positive. I did mention earlier, my comments about kind of the interesting state of opinions people have on Bloodlines 2.
Yeah.
But other video game releases are generally trending positive. Once Upon a Katamari, very well reviewed, and that's super cool. Outer Worlds 2 is like getting some praise. Like people are kind of pleasantly surprised, and I'm like, that's good.
Yeah.
Kind of wanted that one to be good, so that's neato. Power Wash Simulator 2 came out. I completely forgot that was in the time frame.
Yeah. That'd be a good relaxing time.
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes peeled for that one about when to pull that in, because like I said, holy shit, there's so many fucking games. I got to play the first one, but Warhammer 40k Boltgun 2 announced they're adding a second playable character, which is going to be a Sister of Battle. And I don't know, is there, like I said, there's a shitload of like trailers and announcements going around. Is there like an event going on, or is it just like it's that week, you know? That block.
I don't know. I think it's because we're in the wind up to our big holiday season.
I guess if you schedule one set of releases, you know, you're in there. There's Power Wash 2 launch trailer. Bounty Star it came out finally. That was the bounty hunting mech cockpit game that I've been tracking, but it's coming out at a really bad time because holy shit, there's so many fucking games. Dispatch came out. I think that's or the first couple episodes of Dispatch, I should say, came out. It is episodic. So like, yeah, lots of good games coming out, and we're racking up new announcements for new games, which is neat, but also it's definitely that kind of like time crunch of just like, man, do not have enough fucking time.
No.
So we'll be catching up. But yeah, the Halo one is definitely a big weird one to just be like, wow, that's just really weird to see. Like, obviously, people felt like saying it's over, you know, PlayStation's winning when Helldivers 2 got released on Xbox, and is like, people are fighting about whether or not it's selling well. You know, is it a hit? Is it a flop? Etc. I do think that the release of the ODST Warbond brought a lot of people back. Unfortunately, Helldivers 2 is kind of under-optimized and is buggy as hell, and had another big new content patch, which is admittedly free, but that pushed people back away. They are working on that, though. They are doing that thing
like
where they,
the other two times this fucking happened?
Yeah, I mean, I truly think that Arrowhead suffers from their own success. Like, they are not a big enough studio to handle the amount of fucking players they've got, and all the different, like, release, you know, because they're on Steam, obviously, they're on PlayStation, now they're on Xbox, and, like, tracking all of that. The game runs super well on PlayStation mostly. Like, the file size is smaller and the optimization is better because they've got the SSD, right?
Right.
And they're working on optimizing stuff, and they said that they're basically, they are planning on, like, slowing down their Warbond releases and other content updates and taking several big, you know, patches for the health of the game, similar to what they did last year with the big update, but that one I feel like was a lot more balance focused. This one they're saying is they've said that, like, hey, bug fixes and, like, optimization is something that, you know, isn't going to come, like, instantly. We're going to have to roll it out over several patches, but they are working on it. They did do a big, you know, balance-related patch later, it kind of adjusting a lot of systems and stuff, doing some interesting things, you know, trying to, like, I feel like it's taking them a long time to come to, like, how they want to tackle some of these problems, but they are actually, like, working on some interesting balance stuff. Like, one of the big comprehensive updates was everything that's basically pistol caliber, right? So SMGs and pistols, that was already light pen. They significantly increased your damage, but they also increased bullet drag, which actually makes sense in real life. So your damage drop-off is a lot greater with pistol caliber ammo, so, like, up close, in a close combat scenario, big damage, some of which is even enough to, like, do chip damage even through armor. Long range, much less damage. You should get a long-range gun for that. So, like, they're still doing new, neat, and interesting things. It's just, I don't know, man, the game is still, like, super scrungled. I feel like they're committed to it. They were fucking doing Helldivers 1 for, like, 9 or 10 years, and still that game is, like, I think the servers are still on.
They are, yeah.
So, like, they are a long-haul studio, but it's definitely tough to be like, yeah, man, let's get back to Helldivers. Like, I heard everybody complaining about how bullshit all the new enemies are, and I was just like, I'll wait until the inevitable balance patches.
Lo and behold.
And here it is. Hey, did you know flesh mobs didn't have any weak points?
Actually, I do think I remember hearing about this, yes.
Yeah, they fixed that. The faces are weak points now. They also modified how explosion damage hit them to make them a little more balanced out, and reduce their HP a little. They also modified some of the flying enemies they added in the new expansion, the new update, which were annoying. Including the burrowing instant kill guy that was bugged, and then they debugged him, and he killed everybody, and the devs were like, no, that was the intended behavior, and everybody was like, this sucks. We've talked about this before with Helldivers, but not to, like, retread our entire conversation over it, but Arrowhead really could not decide if Helldivers is a funny haha game where you get killed in super funny ways, or is it a game where you and 4 guys are actually trying to accomplish the fucking objectives?
Again, I kind of lost all faith in Arrowheads when I see their fucking title, a game for everyone is a game for no one. And it's like, well, you guys can't decide what your fucking game, who your game is for, so fuck off!
Yeah, I don't even know if they're sticking to their... They've like switched up some stuff internally, so I don't even know what their like stated goals are these days. At the very least, they do seem to generally these days be cutting down on effects and mechanics that are unfun. There is a lot of cases where they are de-ragdolling or reducing ragdoll effects, because guess what? As it's funny for YouTube clips, but actually playing the game, it really sucks to get ragdolled constantly. I think they also finally made it so you can't climb on top of the fucking supply container.
Just cannot.
You just accidentally can't do that. And change like aggro and stuff. It's a curious case, but even with the big new patch, I have not felt a huge demand to jump back in. I busted my balls to buy all the new ODST stuff, and I got it. I'm like, I'm good. I guess we'll see if they do something big to suck me in on the backlog or not. But the other kind of disappointing news is there was a Fallout anniversary date and a live stream that came out. Guess what, Lucky? It's been 10 years since Fallout 4. We're releasing Fallout 4 again. Anniversary edition with all the DLC and shit bundled. Don't you want to buy Fallout 4 again?
Did they actually fix anything in it?
It is technically a new edition, so probably they're like bundling all the DLC. I don't know. So settlements are probably still fucked.
Like if they just put it all together in one thing, no, don't care.
I think that's what they did.
Yeah, no, don't care.
Is there some other Fallout game that maybe would be more pressing for some sort of re-release that's been a certain number of years for? What's that? What's that, Billy? Fallout New Vegas is trapped in a well. Yeah, so if you saw me retweet VTuber Zentrea, who typed in all caps Todd Howard, it's because Bethesda's Fallout fucking sucks and I hate them. No, I don't hate them, but they're super annoying. They're re-releasing Fallout 4 again because Starfield kind of flopped, did not have the cachet. They did announce a quote-unquote anniversary edition of Fallout New Vegas. Guess what? They're just re-releasing Fallout New Vegas again, exactly as it was. They just put it in a PC physical box, and they want you to buy a statue of Victor, and they bundle the DLC. It's just literally the Ultimate Edition again. No changes, no bug fixes, no updates, no new systems. It sucks. It sucks here. I hate it. I literally earlier this week quote tweeted because Obsidian announced, "Hey, we're gonna have some Fallout New Vegas. We're doing an anniversary stream," and I'm like, the anniversary's in November, and I was like, if they announce a Fallout New Vegas remaster, cancel all my appointments. And then they did a stream, ahead of time where they announced they're just doing they're releasing Fallout 4 again, and they're doing a non-updated version of Fallout New Vegas. I was like, remake all my appointments. Now, they still could do a New Vegas remaster shadow drop, just like they did with Oblivion, but I am very unhopeful. We'll see the 15th of November, I guess, but yeah, no, I hated it.
I feel like some people at Bethesda really resent New Vegas and are determined to keep it from seeing the light of day as much as possible.
I mean, I understand that. Okay, game developers are human. We should treat them as humans, and this means that they are allowed to feel, conflicted feelings about stuff. Video game developers, you gotta stop feeling petty shit about other video games and, have that influence your decisions. Don't tweet about that shit online. Don't have it affect your other shit. Just fucking, I don't know, man. And even chat's talking about this, or just, remake 3. And it's like, no, that would be the Obsidian era. You could do that. I think there would be a market for that too. That one's been even longer. You could re-release that, bundle all the DLC. You could introduce a whole new bunch of people to Fallout 3 with Broken Steel already in, so you don't even have that weird moment that a shitload of people had playing vanilla Fallout 3 where they're just like, yeah, go in the chamber and die. You're Jesus. You have to die for our sins now. And I'm like, what if I don't want to die for your sins?
Well, then you're evil. Great. What about
you're
the super
coward.
mutant?
Die.
Nope.
Can't do it. What about my ghoul who heals from radiation? Who also technically is either a slave or you freed him from slavery. Nope, can't do it. So that'd be cool. That'd be cool to run that back. But no, I think you're right that I think some people are a little. There are some segments of the New Vegas fandom who are a little too much. Oh, woe is us. We are put upon. They're fucking up our lore in the TV show. And I do think they are fucking up some lore in the TV show, but that, if they're doing a TV show, of course they're gonna goof it up. Fallout has always been kind of, on continuity anyway. I bet if I go to the Fallout Wiki, I can find an article titled Continuity Errors, and it probably goes back to, like, Fallout 2, maybe Fallout Tactics, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Pretty sure there were some errors in the back of the day.
Honestly,
yeah.
for a TV show, I'm not gonna really be fucking faffed about fucking continuity errors. It's an adaptation. Adaptations have to adapt.
Yeah, no. And they're, like, trying to win the audience back by being like, oh, you know, keep your eyes peeled for Season 2. We'll have more for New Vegas fans. And I'm like, will you? Will you have more? I mean, Mr. House is allegedly in the TV show a lot, but that might just be because Mr. House is, like, a good character. And it says a lot about the Bethesda Fallouts that no Fallout 3 and 4 characters are in the TV show because they're just not as fucking interesting, chat. I'll say it. Okay, I'm sorry. I've tried to give Fallout 4 a fair shake several times. I have started Fallout 4 like 3 times. I have never finished Fallout 4. It's just Fallout 3 with HD. You gotta look for your baby instead of your dad. And I'm just like, man, I don't know. It's just not as gripping. I've played New Vegas a shitload, and that one has a really good hook. Shot in the head, left for dead. Game was rigged from the start, baby. Come on. Like, I don't know. It's just... And now we're at Fallout 76, which is, like, actually has, like, story beats and shit, but nobody cares because it's a multiplayer title that was, like, I think Bethesda made to try and scoop the Fallout MMO that was in, like, rights hell for, like, 10 years. And probably they wanted it to be, like... At some point, actually, they did launch a Battle Royale version. Fallout 76 is not inherently a Battle Royale. I think they were going much more for, like, 7 Days to Die or, like, Rust's vibe.
I don't know, man.
But it's even if there's lore in it, people aren't going to bite because inherently it's a weird multiplayer title that also had a very bad launch process. So yeah, I don't know. But it's like I said, if you're a fan of Fallout games, I feel like it sucks and I hate it here sometimes. I guess I should try the TV show. I should reactivate my TV show watching ways. I'm out here paying for Hulu. I just finished Ghost of Yotei. I should watch fucking Shogun, Emmy award-winning Shogun. Which, speaking of changed by the adaptation, I read the book Shogun. It's a pretty good book. It's a big fucking book. Okay, like it's long as hell. I bet a TV show can give that some teeth in there, make that roll a little smoother.
Yeah, I don't have any particular things to say about Fallout. I am interested in maybe trying Fallout 76 one day, but that day is not today, and it is probably not tomorrow.
No, I'm pretty sure it's free on PS Plus, so, like, we could get a small team together. Hell, you and I could do, like, a fuck-around stream if we're just gonna be like, chat, we're gonna try Fallout 76 for, like, 3 hours tops, and if we don't like it, we're going home. You know. Sorry, I was fueling a Vintage Story question. Yeah, Aaron's even saying it in chat. Had fun with 76 with friends, not so much solo. Sounds about right. Say what you will, they designed it to be multiplayer. This is why I keep saying that, like, I need to grab... I need, infinite time and money so I can just grab Elden Ring Night Reign sometime, because, like, it seems really neat to have that game designed from the ground up for multiplayer. Well, maybe not from the ground up, because I don't know... I think the last time FromSoft did something from the ground up was, like, several decades ago. But that's just because they don't throw anything away, They use every part of the buffalo. Mm-hmm. But, like, there's something to be had for multiplayer experiences, but it's also, like, I would not want to solo. But yeah, I mentioned it just then talking about Shogun, so let's talk about Ghost of Yotei. Whoop. Both of us rolled credits. You got the platinum.
Yeah, I did.
I can probably swing the platinum in the upcoming days.
It's not hard.
No, it's pretty straightforward when I understand. So yeah, this is probably your full-blown spoiler warning, because we rolled credits, and as far as I know, there's not like a double secret ending. I think they literally said when I got back into the main game, they were like, all content is available by exploring Ezo. I'm like, cool, thanks. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
But yeah, we'll probably be talking about all the twists and turns and stuff that we were holding back from.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Ghost of Yotei, good game. Good video game.
Very, very good game.
Narrative stuff, character writing, and general plot writing, very good. I mean, I do want to say, I think, the way it ends is, like, that's not probably, like, a big shocker, the ultimate ending.
Yeah.
We're doing a samurai western, a story of revenge.
Revenge.
So it's, like, that one can really only end a couple of ways, and, I mean, I guess they could have done kind of like what the first game did and, like, actually give you a choice.
No,
I think the story's stronger for it. They're telling you all through, like, Chapter 2, and there is actually a Chapter 3, chat. It's not very long, but you can do a lot of open world stuff in it, I guess, so it makes sense. But the whole point of, like, Chapter 2 and into Chapter 3 is, like, every single person in Atsu's life is saying, hey, you gotta be able to let go of revenge. The Yotei 6 suck ass, and they probably gotta die, but, like, you gotta let go. And, like, the whole story is leading up to the culminating moment, I think, which is, like, I love the imagery of, which is just Atsu takes off the sash, which has one name left on it, and throws it in a fire.
In front of the person, in front of the last name on the list.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
After Saito has the "we're not so different, you and I" speech, and Atsu just says, "No, actually, we are different. Go fuck yourself." And you can tell that Saito's not happy about it.
No.
Great facial.
Well, I think what I liked about that particular story is Atsu had to have a real come to Jesus moment to get that to actually fucking get through to her, like, at the end. Because all throughout the game, like, Atsu is challenged on her revenge at several points, but never so directly. Like, again, spoilers, for the game, but this is very early. The first two areas you do is you have to clear the Kitsune's area and the Oni's area. Both of them have characters you do not expect to find in them. And, like, this is a complaint I have about the game in general. You know, like, for the quote-unquote wolf pack, there's only, like, really, like, 2 or 3 characters that are there, like, constantly. In the Kitsune areas, you have Oyuki, who is a older woman, works as, as an entertainer, good with the shamisen. And in the Oni area, you have Lord Kitamori, a samurai in the service of the Matsume clan. So, again, spoiler warning, turns out Lord Kitamori is Jubei, Atsu's brother that she thought long dead, and Oyuki was the actual Kitsune, the original one from the Night of the Burning Tree.
And they do a pretty good job of, I know there was some confusion about this a couple weeks ago when we were talking around it, but they do a pretty good job through the flashbacks of showing how that's possible, right?
Yes. Like, so, and while the Jubei reveal was pretty quick and pretty important, the Kitsune reveal that Yuki was a Kitsune doesn't come until after, Atsu has built a friendship with her, like a genuine friendship. Hell, if Oyuki wasn't like 16 years, Atsu was like 9 when it was attacked. It's been like, 16 years? So Oyuki has to be late 30s, early 40s. If she was a bit younger, I probably said that'd probably been a potential romance target there.
I kind of feel, and maybe that's why they decided not to do the age, because they're one of their relationships that feels the strongest. Not to say that they couldn't have done other stuff, but like that has a little bit of a weird age gap.
Yeah.
But that said, my joke is like, that's very Japanese storytelling. Toxicuri, everybody.
It is a little bit of toxic. It is a little bit of Toxicuri, but no, like there is like a little bit of flirting and stuff between them. But then, Atsu learns that she's a Kitsune and she kind of flies off the handle, but Oyuki's able to, get through to her, and Atsu's just like, ugh.
And then so we'll do it kind of in like beat by beat. But yeah, like you said, we do the reveal that Lord Kitamori is Jubei pretty fast. It's literally right after you do the little intro going to Ishikari Plains sequence. Every new zone has that little sequence where you ride there. It's so funny to me because literally before Atsu like pops the question, it's like, holy shit, is that you, Jubei? Or no, I think Jubei says Atsu first because he recognizes the sword. But I was literally thinking to myself as they're having that conversation, I'm just stroking my chin going, we don't ever actually see Jubei's body, right? We don't ever actually, confirm he's been killed in the flashbacks, and then there he is, he's alive. And I'm like, ooh, good storytelling.
Good storytelling. And so you, learn that Jubei's, survived the night and got picked up by the Matsume clan and, has come back to try and, do it, and kind of buried the night behind them. You don't find out, how he was completely able to do that until later.
It takes a while to talk about, which I do like. That feels very organic of, literally there's a moment later where, you go back to the house and Jubei is there and, it's he's his first time back and it's just he has not confronted that one at all.
No.
And that's fine. It makes perfect sense because, both of the twins, they are explicitly twins. They're twin wolves. And that took me a while to figure out for them to say it outright, but they say it enough later that you're like, okay, no, they're twins. They're exactly the same age. But both of the twins kind of represent different ways of coping with trauma, both of which are arguably unhealthy. Jubei is just basically completely reinvents himself. He is a different guy. He I mean, he admittedly gets to do something he always dreamed of. He gets to be a samurai, but he is a samurai. Double secret spoilers. We find out later he's got to go through a whole character arc because he has a daughter, who seems like she's maybe a little older than they were at the Night of the Burning Tree, right? Like probably
I'm not
around,
entirely sure Kiku's age, but
yeah,
she's a little spitfire.
I mean, she's related to Atsu and Jubei, so it perfectly tracks. And we also learned that, like I said, he's gone through this whole grief thing doublefold because he explains later, Atsu finally asks about, hey, where's Kiku's, what happened to Kiku's mother? And she's like, she got sick and died not long after Kiku was born. And it's just like, that's incredibly realistic for this time period.
Yep.
Infant and mother mortality, very bad. So, like, he's gone through a whole, like I said, like a whole second grief arc, basically. And, he's done this by just burying the past behind him. Atsu's way of handling the past is, even I think when she was struggling to survive in the South, I'm pretty sure she was just thinking to herself, I can't die yet. One day I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna get those motherfuckers.
It's true.
Like, it is a borderline supernatural power inside her that keeps her going, this need for revenge. But I also do like that they don't...
It's literally stated in game. It's the own Rose Bill. She just keeps getting back up.
Yeah. And, like, I do at least like that the game does still make it kind of like a human choice in the end. Like, it does not... I mean, I don't think it would be, but there's no, like, supernatural power actually compelling her. It's just, years of compounded trauma, so she can kind of let go. But, yeah, the two of them deal with it in a very different way. So, their time at Ishikari Plains is kind of all about the two of them rediscovering their twin wolf thing, because the two of them do have very different approaches to this revenge, in that, like, Jubei actually is kind of, like, not really that into revenge, at least not about the Night of the Burning Tree. Like, he's mad at the Oni because the Oni keeps killing the shit of Matsumai men.
Well, the way that Jubei puts it, kind of, is that he spent all these years thinking that night happened to someone else. He, tried to put it as far away from him as possible.
Yeah. And then Atsu coming back into his life kind of makes him have to go, no, that shit did happen to me. I have to, like, process that.
Yeah, but also, Jubei's all like, Atsu, you're a little scary.
Which I would respond with, a little?
No, the way that Atsu and Jubei go about things, very differently. I do want to shout out one of my favorite tertiary characters, though, Mad Goro. Love him.
So great. Yeah, I'm so glad he came back for, like, a third time or a fourth time. as Toothbreaker, whatever.
Yeah, no, it's fourth time, because there's the first time where you actually chase him, the second time when he's at the Matsume camp, the third time where he's a prince, and the fourth time where he's a dentist.
So great. Great supporting character, yeah.
No, I love to see it.
The two of them need to, like, work together to beat the Oni, and you kind of see the start of, like we said, we mentioned before, the whole story is, like, characters are constantly telling Atsu, like, hey, revenge is cool, and, like, we're not saying these are good guys, but you can't just be about revenge, because then that means that you're gonna be dead, and some of us would prefer if you weren't dead.
I think that's, like, the thing. I don't think anyone never tells Atsu to not take revenge, but to consider what happens after that revenge.
Yeah.
Like, what is that going to do to you as a person? Like, I can't remember the exact line, but the Odachi Master, like, the final lesson is, meditation, meditation, to basically, can you, strike your foes without judgment? And one of the options you can say is, like, but they took so much from, like, Atsu's like, but they took so much from me. And the master's like, and every minute you obsess over them, they take that much more. And it's like, and I was just like, oh!
Yeah, the Odachi Master's moment is, like, really cool, because that is very classical, like, actual Zen shit of, like, the strike with no thought type of thing of just like, no. Let go of all that shit. There's no emotion in the sword strike. You're just like, I'm gonna hit him with my sword.
Mm-hmm.
All the different, the sensei have really good plot lines. I kind of feel like, because I don't actually know how mandatory they are to beat the story other than Hanbei. Like
I said, I think they have pretty good stories, but also I feel like they could have been utilized a bit more. They're tied to, like, their land, and you have, like, maybe 3 missions with them, but then they just kind of fuck off.
Yeah, I kind of wish there was, like, I get why there isn't, because they're doing a thematic story thing, but I do kind of wish that, like, when you do that final thing that's supposed to be impossible, right? Like, maybe we could have done a moment where all your senseis gang up and we're like, hey, Atsu, don't worry. We're going to distract Saito's super double final fortress because,
like, it's the thing. You assaulted, like, by yourself. I'm all like, no, I think this would have been the moment where, where I actually call fucking everybody.
Yeah, and it would have been nice because, like, you have the like you said, the Wolfpack is cool in concept, and you do, like, them, popping up in your camp and stuff is, like, you learn a lot about them. I think every single one of them has at least one side quest tied to them.
Yeah.
Or at least environmental stuff, that gives you extra shit. And so you do, like, learn to bond with most of them. But like you said, we're missing that moment where, like, part of the whole, I don't know, we're talking about, like, tropes and cliches and stuff. Part of the whole appeal of, like, building the squad is you need the squad shot, right? You need the big sweeping camera angle where everybody on the team is in the picture. And instead, we thematically, again, makes sense, but we kind of go for the, like, refinding your family thing where the Wolfpack really it's in Act 2, but, like, in Chapter 2, but towards the tail end of the story, really compacts down to just Atsu, Oyuki, Jubei, Kiku. And, like, that's cool. That's very good writing for what they do, especially. But, like, I mean, there's a really cool moment where if actually, no, there's two of them. They're just in different ways. One, if you completely liberate the ridge, you have a moment where your master and Oyuki, like, invite you back to the inn, and you get to, like, hang out and talk out with everybody, right?
Yeah.
Which is really cool. It's really neat. You get to meet all the NPCs you've met along the way, and you can go back through. The version of that in Ishikari Plains is your firework master, basically your firework seller, and your spear master team up, and they're like, "Hey, you've completely fucked over the Oni raiders. We're gonna take back and burn that castle." And you do the whole siege in the castle sequence. It's pretty cool. First of all, feels like a slightly missed opportunity, but again, it kind of makes thematic sense. But as far as I know, there's no, like, version of that for Oshima Coast.
Well, Oshima Coast kinda got it did, but it was the other guys who did it. Honestly.
Yeah, I guess. Like, there's a big thematic moment, but you don't have, like, a big callback for that. And as much as I like the moment, like, it's very thematically important to have that with the Yodachi Master, it is just kind of a quiet moment of, like, inner reflection of, like, Atsu's character development. He doesn't really come back and support you materially. Hanbei does a couple of times. Again, I think it's because he's the only master that you have to take. But, I don't know, man. You could have, after Atsu crawls her way in her darkest hour up the top of the mountain again, and he, like, looks up at her on the verge of tears, and he's like, "Oh, you look like death." And she just tells him everything. I don't know, man. You could have come back down the mountain with me.
Yeah, no, he just gives you, go here, go to that place. The information that someone else gave you. I'm just reminding you of something you already know. I'm just all like, really? That's it?
Like, I don't think this story needs a DLC, but if we do get, like, a DLC little expansion or something, that's what I'd like to see, is I'd like some kind of wombo combo. I don't know if you have to do the, like, actually, on that part of the island we haven't colored in, there's some guy who's even shittier than Saito. You need to team up with all of your friends to take him down. But, like, I don't know, man. I want the squad shot. I want the team up. But yes,
I do too.
The themes in Ishikari Plain are really good, and, like, Jubei and Atsu reconnect. They have kind of, like, they do this speed run of the character arc of, like, the misunderstanding each other and then reconnecting, which I like, so that they're not quite constantly doing that. Like, there are still moments later, especially once Kiku gets involved, where Jubei is kind of like, "Atsu, game face, you're gonna freak me out. You're gonna freak out my kid. I need you to, like, bring your A game," and Atsu's just, like, literal Kill Bill sirens playing in her head. But yeah, like you said, back on the ridge with Oyuki, it is not until you get to your fake fight with the Kitsune, because every single guy even the dragon, every single guy has a fake fight except the snake.
Nope, the spider does not have a fake fight.
No, you kind of, it's not fake because you do beat and capture him, but you do have to fight him twice. I think thematically it works, though.
Like I said, because that's the fight where you get the fucking Onryo stance and you just slay dudes.
You are correct. That's not a fake fight, but it is still they do make you fight him twice for like thematic reasons.
Also, I do want to say, like, I personally thought the spider was going to be the shittiest. No, I actually liked his arc the best because it is actually the best developed, I think.
Yeah, I think he is the one with the best. I mean, technically, Oyuki as the Kitsune has the most character arc, but also she's, like, literally out of the job,
Yeah, like she's not in the job. Like as an actual antagonist,
Yeah.
the Spider is good because we actually get to understand his motivations a little bit more. Like the Kitsune, like the Nanase, he's just a fucking Lord Saito stan. That's it. That's all there is to his character.
Stupidest motherfucker in the universe, by the way. Simping for Lord Saito rather than, getting picked up as a kid by, a cool older ninja woman. What a fucking putz.
The Oni was pretty interesting in his own right, but like I said, he was just he was born to be on the battlefield. That's it.
I like what he has to say, but also like he is literally the big grumbly Gus in his castle, right? Like he's fulfilling a very very cliched trope. It's a good one though. He plays it very well. Like I love that moment he has where I think that's the fight you have with him in the tower. The first fight is where he's like, but it might be later. At one point, he's like, back on the mainland, they would have called me a hero. I won battle after battle. But out here, people hate my guts kind of a thing. And Atsu's just like, people hate your guts because you work for Saito. And he's just like, how dare you question my loyalty to Saito? Flaming Odachi. But he has a beat, but yeah, no. I agree also. The Spider kind of surprised me because I thought the Spider would just be, he's the shitty younger brother. He's like scheming and conniving. And he is actually the guy who technically, quote unquote, betrays Saito in the end, but for very different reasons.
Yeah.
The dragon could have been a lot more.
Again, like I think they did so little with the dragon. Like I don't even think he does not have a character. He does not have a character.
I do think that's some of that is the point, is that like he is so in his father's shadow that he's like not an actualized person.
Yeah.
But like we should have had like an actual moment to like have that conversation with him. But no, he fucking jabates us in a lighthouse and then we kill him on the beach. Admittedly, doing something that we should not have been doing. That is, the prelude to Atsu's darkest hour is she gets into and wins a fight that she shouldn't have been in. That was not the real fight.
No. Like I said, that was like after that was, the come to Jesus moment for her.
I feel like the anti-bullet armor is fucking mandatory for that fight.
I didn't use it. I used the Onryo armor.
That's interesting.
Well, the dragon always signals to the Spider when he's about to shoot. He always throws his arm out. So if you just hit circle in that time, you dodge. And also when the Spider's about to attack, there's like a little white indicator on the side.
That is also useful because sometimes the Spider takes a second shot.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious about the Onryo armor because I feel like that one didn't have a lot going for it in boss fights.
It really doesn't, but I did it for the roleplay.
You did it for the glam. That's okay. That's valid. No, I bullet tanked a lot of that, and I probably took a few less tries than I would have needed to for that fight. There's still some stuff about that's a little annoying. That's, I think, the first time a guy with a pistol is in a fight. Those guys can quick draw those pretty fast into succession.
Well, to be fair, so can you.
Yeah, you at least do have like an ammo cap, even if it's slightly unrealistic. They're just like I was occasionally double tapped by the dragon. Like he would just do it and then would just decide to do it again. And I'm just like, okay, buddy, that's probably just just AI being funny. But yeah, no. Like you said, we go through this whole moment. Atsu gets poisoned again. And like goes on another ghost journey. And like I do like this that like the new Kitsune. What was his fucking name? You said it earlier. Nanse? I don't remember his name.
I don't remember.
Kitsune.
Voiced by Jun Fukuyama, by the way.
Nice. I thought he sounded familiar.
Yeah.
He like alludes to what's going on, but he's way too much of a like, figure it out for yourself. So in her poison vision, Atsu is like, wait a fucking minute, you're the Kitsune from that night. Literally, as she's like recovering on the ground, she's like, how could I forget your voice? So no, they have this whole moment where like, this is the first time that Atsu has to like let go of revenge, kind of. Because like,
well, she does try to kill. Well, this is because when she gets poisoned, fucking Oyuki busts out her own like Kusarigama and bullshit, and like Atsu's like, "How can you fight so well?" And she's like, "Wait a minute," and like she's fading in and out, seeing Oyuki as the Kitsune. It was a very good scene.
No, a lot of the like hallucinations / haunting moments are really good. We talked later about like how Atsu has her like literal come to Jesus moment later, but like when you're chasing down the spider in that arc of like just like fucking seeing Kiku pop up for a little bit and be like, kill him, get his ass, and then she vanishes in a lightning bolt, and you're just like, huh?
or where like Jubei's over cliffs, it's like I'll pull you up, but there's no Jubei there after all, and you're just like, ugh.
Yeah, no, it's real good. Oh yeah, I forgot to because we didn't talk about it as much last week, but you've done it now. What did you think of the Spider Lily Manor?
Oh, I thought that was so good.
Yeah,
honestly,
it was good stuff.
That was good, especially
I
like
wish
at
we
the
had a
fight
few
at the
more
end wasn't
hauntings
actually
like
like I love that at the end Atsu starts speaking like as if she was the daughter.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, it's like, oh man, is she actually like thinking about her father? That
probably
yeah,
you know, like it's very
like,
very thematically appropriate. Yeah, no, that was I feel like 3 out of 4 of the legends were pretty cool. The Undying Samurai one is like the story's told very well, but like you told me about it. You just ring 4 bells and fight a guy on the beach.
Yeah, it's like it's a good armor. Like I said, like it's one like if I'm talking about my favorite
that was
lands,
one of my strong ones.
Like I put on the green tent, put on the green kitsune mask. It looks dope.
No, the color combos are really good.
But no, the Crimson Komodo really good. The Spider Lily also really good. The Stormblade, I appreciate this one on a meta level. I want to say, because like I said, basically, like it's coming once you get in there and you see everything, you're like, oh, but just hearing like the kind of like the confirmations from it, like home of the first shinobi and stuff, you're just like, oh damn.
Yeah, it's really cool because like when they called it the Stormblade, I was kind of like, this is kind of like that one story from Ghost of Tsushima, which was, if I remember correctly, a really bitchin' quest with the lightning blade guy and like the lightning wolves. And then he starts telling the story, and he's just like, in his Ugatsu voice, he's, once upon a time, the Mongols fucking invaded. I'm just like, oh my god, DiCaprio point. And it's like, it's pretty cool.
Oh,
but yeah, no,
cool.
you do the whole blade thing, and it's just like, yeah, no, there's a fox. You see the symbols. I think they show it to you in like the title screen, and you're just like, oh. But yeah,
you find like his own clan helmet. You find his own grappling hook. It does confirm that he did fight in both invasions of Tsushima. So, there is that. And actually, I was actually thinking about that, and it's all like, why couldn't we have done the second invasion? And I'm just like, but then, because that means we just do Ghost of Tsushima, but again, it'd be the same island.
It would literally be the same thing, yeah. Like,
Yeah, so it's just like...
I assume some of that was talking about him being exiled, was bundled into the stuff in Director's Cut, where you get, like, a second area to visit.
Yeah, but
second island.
I don't know if that's just Iki Island, which is just, a smaller island off of it.
Yeah.
Which does not, I don't think necessarily fully ties into, but
they do the moment that like he had to flee and runs off, and they did allude to it earlier in the Kitsune story where like they Oyuki is talking about the poison, and when you get the truth out of her, she's just like, yeah, she comes from a long line of shinobi from the mainland. And honestly, that's another one that's very thematic to like the period we're in, right? Like entering the shogunate area, the end of this Sengoku Jidai. Like ninja, the clans of like the Koga and the Iga were like super important. And then once the Tokugawa shogunate settles in, you stop hearing about those guys. Like they kind of like become more mythological almost, which is where a lot of our shinobi legends and stuff go in. But she mentions, when we're talking about the Kitsune's poison, she's like, oh yeah, we have a legend of the first guy, the first shinobi to use wolfsbane poison.
Yeah, no, when I did at the DiCaprio point there, when I saw, the fields of blue flowers, I was like, oh.
Yeah, same. You're like, oh, this is a tie back to the first one. Oyuki says, by the way, that's an old family secret. So I don't know if that means that she is technically descended from Jin or not.
I don't know.
You do find your kind of not girlfriend's old dagger she gave you in the house in the Legend of the Stormblade, and somebody built that grave.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like they planted the seeds, but then you do that whole legend, and it's like, yeah, no, there's a bunch of weird platforming stuff. They call back to the haiku with some of the just like yeah. No, it's very good, and then you finish it with a duel with a guy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, we were talking about kind of like the counterplay. Yeah, so the Kitsune chapter, you meet up with Oyuki, you do fight her, but eventually, like, Atsu is able to, I guess the best way to say it is in her mind, she puts her revenge on pause. Mm-hmm. She goes, okay, you'll tell me what I need to know, you'll teach me what you need to teach me, and then maybe I'll kill you later. It's only through the actual, like, team up and stuff that, she kind of gets over it, and Atsu comes to realize that, maybe the people she's fighting, Saito's underlings who do his biddings, are also his victims. It's like there's a giant cycle of revenge. Anyway, that definitely won't come back to bite us in the ass later. The cycle of revenge thing. But yeah, so you do team up with the two.
No. Also, like I said, the final fight in Noyuki's, but I do want to say the fucking prison break you do with fucking Jubei at the fucking Ishikari Castle, really good. You just opening gates and just sending dudes.
Yeah, it starts small of you like sneaking in through the mines, and then you free the first couple of workers, and they start going with you, and like it gets big. It's cool.
It gets big, and it's also a good contrast to earlier where Jubei wants to save like some of the earlier Matsumai, but you're like, no, revenge now, saving later. And because of the action, you're not able to save them. And Jubei is very upset about this. Jubei is very much for his clan. And he, like, a lot of his character arc is kind of trying to understand where Atsu is coming from. Because while Jubei did get shot, he got shot and fell into a river. He did not have to see, his mother get hanged or get stabbed into a tree or set on fire stuff. And did not have to bury his pants.
Obviously, he's not, like I said, he went through a whole character arc where he clearly got married and she died, but he has been presumably living a relatively cushy life as a samurai. He has quite a nice house when we finally get to see where he lives, right? Like, he lives in the estates right next to Matsumai Castle, whereas, like, Atsu, fled south to the streets of, like, Osaka and stuff and was, killing dudes and fleecing them at Zeni Hajiki to live. So, like, they both kind of have to suffer, or not suffer, to understand each other's suffering a little and kind of get there. And I think also the thing with the prisoners starts to kind of solidify what is, like, Jubei's lasting character impact. Like, the words they say that resonate with Atsu. What Oyuki says during her story arc is, rage may win the battle but loses the war kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Like, you can be angry and that will let you win fights. Boy, let's Atsu win some fights. But ultimately, strategic level thinking with rage is not good for you. You need to take a step back, be willing to let go kind of a thing. What Jubei ultimately says that sticks with Atsu is, you got to fight for the living.
Yeah.
Like, Atsu is fighting, when we start, for dead people. It's very important to her. I mean, and obviously you can say a little bit that she's fighting for herself, but also she literally says, I will avenge you, my family, and then I will join you in death. So she's basically treating herself as a dead person.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also, again, not quite at this time yet, but is very, like, classical samurai Bushido thinking, like, all those manuals are like, the samurai is never afraid of death. You are never more than 3 feet from death at any time. Conduct yourself as if you are already dead kind of a thing, right?
Right.
Like, so, she already is a pretty strong warrior philosophically, but part of her character arc is ultimately learning to fight for people who are living.
Mm-hmm.
And the Matsume rescuing is helpful to that. And it's very funny that this is kind of ends up being where Atsu's character arc is, because to start Oshima Coast, after you have your little dust up with Saito.
Yep.
Which is like the first time Hanbei comes back for a little,
watch it.
Which is a good moment, because like Atsu gets fucking blown up and knocked out, and then Hanbei rescues her, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Atsu. I called the Matsumai in because we knew he was down from his main castle at the training fortress. I thought I was going to help you out." And honestly, he probably did. I saw what that guy could do if he took off his weighted training clothes. Saito had hands.
Wasn't even using his sword.
Yeah, that's a whole like moment in the final boss fight. But then you go to Oshima Coast, so then you get this moment where both Jubei and Oyuki return to your house, which I did notice. I don't know if this is what you were talking about a couple weeks ago, but I did notice going back to your house off and on that mystically, even though there's no cutscenes about it, the house does get slightly more lived in as the story goes on.
No, there's actual repairs going on. People are bringing in extra limber and thatching and stuff, and it's never explained who. Yeah,
I don't know. The radish field gets replanted at some point.
Well, the radish field wasn't even there originally. That's something new, because you can switch between back and forth.
Oh, yeah, you're right. No, it isn't in the past. Yeah, they didn't. That's not what they did there. But yeah, eventually you do get crops planted and like big jugs, which I presume are of sake or something aging. Is there. So like there's a little bit of progression.
Probably. Yeah, no, but like and I don't think it's Atsu, because Atsu isn't planning on living. So she's just all like, yeah. My thought was probably Oyuki, or maybe people you helped along the way. I don't know, but
there is a whole thing of like one of the quote unquote mechanics. It's not a big deal, but it's fun. Is the Onryo altars where as your legend grows, people start leaving offerings to the angry ghost.
To be real though, half of them was Taro going, "Hey, come buy shit from me." So I'm all like, "Okay, cool, thanks, Taro."
Yeah, Taro tucks an ad in. I mean, it's a cute moment when you get the last one where it's your bounty hunter buddy and Taro are together and are just like, "Hey, we know you're the fucking Onryo." I mean, and I'm like, Atsu always tries to play it cool, but I was like, yeah, duh. First of all, this chucklefuck over here, the bounty guy, has been posting posters of me growing increasingly scarier for like months. So I think he's figured it out. He just doesn't do it because I think he knows that if he tried to collect the bounty, he would fucking die.
Well, you do have the quest line where he judges your trustworthiness.
Yeah, he puts a bounty
on himself. Which is an interesting quest.
No, that's fun, yeah. But yeah, so the two of them come back to the house, and Jubei has his own little microcosm of the stuff that Atsu went through.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's all like, Jubei, Atsu, Paragon of Revenge, and fucking someone who has been dealing with this shit for 16 years unceasingly, forgave her. You, who has been trying to forget this, do not get to be mad at her.
Yeah. I think it's a good story beat to kind of show them on the opposite side, but it is kind of funny, and I'm glad that when you get to actual like story missions in Oshima Coast, he gets over it pretty fast. But like, definitely it is funny to see that contrast, because he's very upset you're working with the Kitsune. He's like, I think the story does a decent job of kind of prefacing it by reminding, later it's one of the things I think it's either a dialogue choice or straight up, you just say it, where like Atsu says, "Hey, I'm sorry he's being like this. This is literally the first time he's been back to the house."
Yeah.
So like it's basically like a perfect storm of he's like in a bad way. But like I said, I think he ultimately, he processes it a lot faster. And while he jokes about, fighting her, again, I think that is I love the dialogue choices. They're really cool. I think that was actually a conversation where, like, when you're talking about it, you can pick an option to tell him, like, well, when I first figured out she was the Kitsune, I tried to kill her, and got over it, and Jubei's like, maybe I need to fight her too, and we're just like, we don't got time for that.
Yeah. I do think, though, like, he keeps his doubts until, like, the final thing, where Oyuki is literally like, no, fuck you, Saito. And Jubei is just like, she was like literally loyal to you, like to the end, and I think that like really stuck with him.
Yeah,
because the Kitsune feels real bad about that night, to the point that it kind of changed her whole mindset about Saito. This is one of those things about talking about Atsu being an unreliable narrator kind of a thing, and that like once you actually start processing the Kitsune, you realize that the Kitsune was the one who tried to get her to escape on that night, and paid for that bullshit.
Yeah. No, it's that, and that's part of the character arc, is realizing that like, held her back when she would have run in and gotten killed for like the third or fourth time that night. Atsu and Jubei do a lot of attacking people they should not be attacking, and mostly it doesn't go well.
It does not. Got a good one on the Oni though.
Yeah, got him good, but they forgot to confirm the kill, so that's how their dad got shanked. And then they run off and hide, and they get caught by the brothers. And I'm pretty sure Jubei goes for the quick draw and just gets plugged, falls over the river, But yeah, the Kitsune like holds her back and then lets her go and stuff. Actually, that's when she might meet up with Jubei. They do show it non-linearly, which is a very classic. But yeah, it flows together pretty well once you're actually watching it. But yes, and that moment kind of like whatchamacallit, puts in her mind the doubt and makes her realize, hey, this Saito guy might not be all he's cracked up to be.
Yeah.
And then, he basically exiles her, and she starts working against him secretly, but her number one apprentice, like I said, is a fucking putz and betrays her.
Putz?
Well, yeah, the branding is part of it, but the whole night is that moment of her just going like, oh, Saito sucks, actually. Why did my family serve this guy?
Well, because at one point he was in power, and probably did things a bit more properly than he used to do.
Yeah. I will say the, we're not so different, you and I thing is like a super cliche and can be very trite. They do actually a pretty good job, though, of interweaving it. That is, I said it before, with the final battle and stuff, but that is ultimately where the story ends up, is that, like, the story goes out of its way to be, like, Saito is also a creature of revenge. Like, yes. He also can't let go of the past and the past wrongs, and it drives him to do shit that is arguably very stupid and also fucked up.
Yes.
You know, he finds Atsu's father and decides to have him killed because he wants to set an example because Atsu's father deserted them. I still feel like I read all the Saito missives, but they're all from his perspective, so it's hard to take them, 100% truly. The spider even says that, Atsu's father betrayed them. I still feel like he just, went off on his own when they were out of food.
From what I understand, I believe Master Kengo convinced a lot of Saito's supporters to leave him, so he did not have the manpower to conduct raids that they were using to steal food from people. Therefore, his
they did
tiny
starve.
daughter and wife died for it. So I like Saito as a villain because, frankly, I can understand where he's coming from. This is part of the whole cycle of revenge thing, No,
there's a great moment later with the spider too, where you're literally at the Saito clan graves because spoilers, you killed the dragon first.
Yep.
You didn't think that's how that was going to work out, but it did. And Atsu expresses genuine emotion about the grave for their younger sister, and she's just and then she has that moment of just is that why you guys decided to roll my family, for quote unquote justice? And the spider's just no, we did it because that's what our dad wanted, because he sucks.
Yeah, no. I honestly think, after coming along, he's still kind of a shit, but I think just the spider is just the most sad and genuinely just, hates himself.
No, of course, yeah, he hates it. So the dynamic of the Saito family is elder brother, the dragon, is the heir apparent. He has all of father's expectations heaped on him. He's the golden boy. He can do no wrong. And from what little characterization we do see out of him, the dragon cannot go against Saito. That is not in his worldview, right?
Right.
Literally, when you get the dragon's sword kit, it says, legend says that Saito gave this to the dragon when he was young and said that if he ever failed him, he would cut his throat with it. I'm just damn, that could be made up, but also, shit, dude. The one, I guess, fatal flaw of the dragon is that he really does love his brother and cares about him a lot.
Yeah.
And the spider loves his brother back, that's fair. But the spider's character dynamic is he's the second son who was always, apparently, the family fuck-up. He's never reached Saito's lofty expectations, whether it comes at, fighting or whatever. And to suppress this suffering, he, drinks and whores and probably hits the opium a lot. And, that makes his father more disappointed in him, etc.
Etc.
So, yes, like you said, he's the most human. Saito thinks the spider is dead too, that, he does kind of care about them both in his way, but very much I feel like in the way that Saito cared about them because they were Saito's sons. They were the sons of Saito.
Yeah.
They're extensions of me, therefore they're important. At this point in the story anyway, he clearly did not give a shit about them as people.
No. Like I said, Saito at one point probably might have been a pretty decent lord, but the Battle of Nagashino and getting exiled to Ezo, and, then, the losing of his, his, wife and daughter to famine because some guy decided we're not gonna fucking, take from other people to survive ourselves.
Yeah.
Probably did a number on him. I'm gonna be real, guys, if I, I don't know, could I, let people close to me fucking starve so that others may live? I genuinely don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. What would I do?
It's a rough one. And obviously some of it I think has to do with, Saito's, mindset, right? Saito didn't have the power of humility. He could not have done what Kengo and Atsu's mother did, which was, they, on a personal level, begged, borrowed, and steal. They, asked for help. They, Atsu's mother absolutely sharked some fuckers at Zeni Hajiki, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
But, cheated them out of their money, but, never caused violence to other people. I don't know if at that point in his life Saito had that capacity, but as a human it was possible, right? But Saito would take
also,
that
I'm
option.
gonna be real. I don't know how much of the common folk would have given a former samurai their fucking food.
I mean, it's true, but also that is kind of the thing of, right, of, because he's so fixed on being a lord, right? That is, I think, the ultimate moral of the story is Saito's unwilling to let go of the past no matter what, including both the positive things. If he just decided to be, Joe Blow innkeeper, and I'm not saying it's very, very likely, right? But he could have turned over a completely new leaf, started a new life, just been I've just come from the south kind of a thing. And he could have done what Kengo did and rebuilt his life, and his family probably could have survived and been happy, but he would have had to leave the part of himself that was that ambition, that leadership behind, and he does not have the capacity to do that. And that is kind of the whole point of his character, is that, like, he cannot let go of the past for better or worse. And, like, I don't think it's unreasonable to, you know, have him go through those steps of grief, right? Like, was it realistic to think it would have mattered? Probably not. We do see a lot of realistic outcomes in this story, both in people dying and living.
I think you are correct that, you know, Saito could have been someone different, but then he wouldn't be Lord Saito. Like,
yes, no, that's the point, is that, yes, he would literally be a different guy. And
no,
as much as we want to say that Lord Saito, he had his positives, but he had some big flaws. He was a guy, and I think Saito liked being Lord Saito. This is why it's easy for hey, spoilers. We talk, you know, we're in the full spoiler zone, but the spider lives. He gets away. The reason why he gets away is because the thing we've been talking about. The spider doesn't like being the spider.
No,
he hates being that guy. Once his brother is dead, and, like, he has this moment of, like, this realization that, like, oh, I'm really alone, and it's like, nah, it's not worth it, man. You know.
Hell, at one point, fucking, like, you do get to the fight, and the spider's like, just fucking kill me, I'm done.
Yeah.
Like, he's completely done with everything, and then Atsu's just like, go be someone different.
Yeah. I mean, and we should say that she does a really cool symbolic thing where she cuts him a little bit, gets his blood on her sword, wipes the name off, and then she says, be someone different, with kind of the undertone of being like, I have killed the spider. Now you have to be a different guy. And he's just like, fuck it, I guess I'll be a different guy, man. Being the spider sucked.
Actually, I have two ideas to that, because that is something I was thinking about. I have three ideas. Because Axe is in the chat asking what the next Ghost game gonna be. So, I do think there could be a Ghost of Yotei 2. It wouldn't be named Ghost of Yotei 2, but there is a 16-year gap in Atsu's life that we know nothing about. Now, I'm not saying we have to do a prequel where she does this thing, but I think it'd be interesting if Atsu, for whatever reason, had to go back to the streets of Osaka to deal with some bullshit there. And maybe deal with some of the ghosts of Sekigahara and the Sengoku era that maybe she thought she left behind, she didn't. Maybe someone's trying to get revenge on her.
Yeah,
and she has to deal with it. So I think a follow-up game where we basically go back to the mainland, go to the Osaka region, and do that could be interesting.
An early Shogunate game could be pretty interesting.
Yeah. We can also tie this into something interesting, the Shimabara Rebellion, because that hasn't happened yet, and which there is a tyrannical lord trying to throttle some fucking peasants, and there's a rebellion there. The consequences of this rebellion is that the shogunate says, alright, no more swords and guns for people. Give them all up.
Yeah, the people rebel with weapons, and they're just like, okay, only the samurai class can carry swords. Guns? Ah, that's some Nobunaga shit. Get that shit out of here.
So, that could be good. Like I said, that's where we can run into our fucking into your boy, Shiro Amakusa, apocryphal saint. Like I said, the interesting thing about the Ghost series right here is they don't use direct references to people. Like, Lord Saito, like quote unquote, doesn't exist. Like, there was not a Lord Saito at the Battle of Nagashino. There was
Saito
a Lord
was a
Saito
clan that Nobunaga was fighting against, but it was a different set of
there was a Lord Saito clan, and they did enter exile, but they were still exiled in mainland Japan. They didn't get sent to Ezo. So
similarly, I think history would recall if, you know, an army of the Shogun of the North sacked Matsumai Castle. Didn't happen.
No, so
obviously
I don't know if we directly start pulling out.
You can pretend that the Matsumai just didn't write that shit down, but
yeah. But also,
I'm pretty sure someone would have noticed.
Even if we did do something like in the Shimabara Rebellion age, like maybe like in the streets of Osaka with some stuff, like I need to actually check like how far that is if they can like combine those things. Could be interesting, but again, the Ghost series so far has avoided using like actual historical figures.
They're not like a dragon Ishin, you know?
Yeah. But speaking of Ishin, Axe did bring this up. I also do think that the Meiji era would also probably be a pretty good time. But I think the conflict with the Meiji era one, and this also might be with the Osaka Street one, is that both the Ghost games we have right now are very nature focused. We have a lot of sweeping landscapes. We have a lot of beautiful mountains, forests, all that stuff. If they were to do like the Osaka Shimabara one or the Meiji era, those would be a lot more urban focused, I feel, which personally I would be for. I would like to see Sucker Punch actually crank it back to their more urban, because like I said, the former games were, Sly Cooper and Infamous. Both were, very urban-focused games. Infamous and Infamous 2, famously so.
Yeah.
Hallmarks of the open-world sandbox in the PS3 era.
Sly, they get to do some fun stuff. God, sorry, I'm just imagining if they could do the era for it. We haven't done Sly 3 yet on stream, but there's a whole fucking pirate level in Sly 3, including the boat minigame before Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And I'm just thinking, like, God, I'm just imagining Sucker Punch doing that again, though. Like, could they bring out, they already kind of took Assassin's Creed Shadows lunch just a little bit, but they kind of took their lunch money. Could they do a game with the boating? I don't know. Ooh,
I think they could, because that is actually one of the things during I can't remember names at all, but Sakura did get boats, did start the Japanese Imperial Navy, and there was a couple confrontations on boats, so it could be a thing. Maybe you're some sort of like Choshu pirate.
Yeah,
Ghost of Yotei.
Another thing could be it'd be a little different, but Okinawa and the Ryukyu.
Yeah.
That would be a little more of like I feel like the kind of like Southern Island vibes. The Meiji period, there's a lot they could do with that. That would allow them to. I think I agree that like an urban switch would be really interesting, because you could still get some of that stuff out of it, because there would still be like gardens and parks and trees and stuff, stuff like that. But it would also allow them to evolve the gameplay. Instead of pistol, you now have, you've got 6 shots because you've got a revolver, baby. Become Revolver Samurai.
The thing that I think, I do think it is a good setting and there's a good story. I think, again, the thing is you would need the characters, because, again, they don't directly use names. So it'd be kind of hard to break out, the Shinsengumi, bringing out, fucking Kondo Asami, Hijikata, fucking...
They could do it. It would probably, kind of stretch their historical fiction chops a little.
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
Because they would need, they would basically need one of the knockoff Gumis, of which there were several in real life. But you could, come up with a team who represents the Shinsengumi without being them. Maybe you pick a different city that's less popularized, or you work on some of the different time periods and stuff. It would be doable, but it would also be interesting.
Yeah. So no, I do definitely think there are still stories that you can be telling with the Ghost, because I definitely think the Meiji era was kind of bloody, guys. It was kind of bloody. There were several battles. A lot of people died.
Yeah. Honestly, I would also be kind of interesting if, that might be a little more on the stealth-focused side. Maybe that would also be going back to their Sly roots in a way, but the Shogunate era is not, completely conflict-free. You did not have big wars, but you did still have lots of samurai and guys, bustling around, There would be schlubs for you to kill in some kind of, weird interpersonal revenge story, right? Say, some guy who's favored by the shogun, betrays your family and kills them, and you're the shogun won't let me take authority, so I must take revenge into my own hands,
Well, then this is one of those questions of, why are you being allowed to carry around 800 weapons and no one is, fucking arresting you on sight, kind of thing.
And maybe they could be. Maybe that could be the more stealth-focused, right? It could be a thing where you have to, be careful about drawing your weapons and shit. There's room for them to expand a little, and I don't think even Sucker Punch knows what they're working on next exactly. I'm pretty sure when they finished Ghosts of Tsushima, they said, we got ideas for another Ghost game. This one they've kind of said, yeah, we're not exactly sure what our next project is.
I emailed them with this idea, and here, you can have it, fuck it.
But yeah, so, we got a little out there with the story, but ultimately it wraps up. You go to Oshima Coast, you meet Kiku, Jubei's daughter, who is a big fan of her Nei-sama, her auntie. Mm-hmm. But that comes into question a little bit when you capture the spider, because we talked about it, because the spider is doing a very bad, no good thing. He is creating a play to recreate the Night of the Burning Tree, and Atsu is, understandably, nettled.
200% mad.
Yeah, no, it's this is the thing I thought about the Kill Bill sirens. This is how you get Ghost Stance, and you just go absolutely apeshit and kill all his guys. The game keeps spawning extra guys, so you can do it over and over again. He does eventually run out of mooks, which I appreciate, but yeah. Then you capture him, but, they do a pretty good job. They're the dragon will do anything to rescue his brother. So, you'll stage his public execution, but then Saito pulls the Uno reverse card and
attacks the castle.
Yeah, sieges the castle from the land side while all the men are, like, planning the ambush on the beach side. That, I think, is a little bit of the Matsumai's fault. It's like, I understand why they wanted to go with, like, putting him on the beach, I guess, but, like, what if they attacked by land and sea? What if they, the checkpoint is toast? But it makes for a good dramatic because, like, Jubei has that moment where he's like, we gotta get back to the castle. And Atsu's like, but the spider and the dragon is right there. And then Saito himself shows up and he's just like, haha, you won't run. Anyway, bye. Bye, loser, fight my sons.
Very much bye, loser, fight my sons.
And they have a little team-up fight, which is pretty interesting because, like, again, talking about how the spider gets more characterization, like, he's perfectly cool sitting back and just occasionally, hucking rifle shots or firing, bohiyas at you. Which, if you're not careful and the dragon has his fucking naginata out, he will fucking flip at you like he's playing the cross.
It's very cool. I wish I could flip him back.
It glowed yellow, so I was like, shit, can I counter this? I did not find a way. That'd be really cool. But honestly, like, the dragon goes down kind of unceremoniously, right? Like, you just finish his life points and he's dead. His health bar goes down, and the spider just looks and he flees, and then the guys flee. And then Atsu realizes, oh shit, I fucked up. I killed that guy real good, but there's about 9 billion more Saito men to kill. So yeah, you fight the way up, and this, like we said, this is the darkest hour. Oyuki and Jubei get captured. Kiku is alive, and kind of enters Atsu's custody, but also is understandably a little fucked up about this. Because she thinks, her dad's dead. And Atsu's like, nope, your dad has to be alive. I make the rules. It's my story. I say he has to be alive. You gotta hold on to hope. Because, like, there is I think this is part of what, like, it's not just one thing, right? But there's a whole series of dominoes that make Atsu kind of realize that, like, yes, you can't. Actually, no, it's the old proverb is, when one seeks revenge, you must dig 2 graves, kind of shit. Like, she realizes that, I talked about this earlier, right? There's only 2 ways this story can end if we're following the tropes, and it's like, either Atsu goes all the way to the finish line and ends up, her accounts are settled, but she's dead, or you learn to let go of revenge in the end and have to, like, move on. But, like, there's several of these moments in this story arc in Oshima Coast with Kiku where, like you said earlier, Kiku's a little spitfire. She's very much like Atsu and Jubei's relative.
Yeah, she is very idealistic and doesn't, like, understand, the world as is, because, Jubei's trying to keep her from that because, fucked up shit happens out there, but it makes her a little
she's got a very
reckless.
Black and white morality, right? And she's just kind of like, oh, nothing will happen to me. And she's like, oh, those guys were bad. Auntie Atsu, you're the Onryo, right? You're the fucking ghost. You're gonna kill those guys, right? And Atsu's like, maybe? I don't know. And then she sees you go full murder mode, and even Kiku is just like, holy shit. Because, like you said, she's sheltered. She's not ready for what the actual implication of Atsu going beast mode on some guys is like. Because, like, it's very cathartic, but the whole time you're hitting the ghost stance and killing those guys, you just know in the back of your head, you're like, this was not the plan. This was not what we were planning on doing. It feels real good to kill all these guys, but not how we were planning on doing this. This was supposed to be quiet, Sneak up behind the spider, thump him on the head, run off. Honestly, if Atsu could have kept it in her pants for the whole night and not pulled out her murder boater, that guy probably would have gotten trashed and, like, passed out somewhere,
Yeah, but they had to do the play of the Night of the Burning Tree.
That's such a good moment, though, right? Where, like, you find that you finally enter the performers, and she's just like, oh yeah, they're doing the Night of the Burning Tree, and Asu's just like, what? And they've got the masks laid out, and she picks up, what becomes the Onryo mask, the ghost mask, and puts it on, and she's just like, perfect. And Oki's like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh no, wait, Atsu, don't. And Atsu's like, don't worry about it. Lock the door behind me. And just fucking, damn. No, it's good. They do a real good moment of it, but yeah, very scary. But yeah, no, this whole lead up with Kiku is kind of like Atsu realizes basically that, like, one of the things she realizes that, like, this is like Kiku is basically in the route where she could become another her, and Atsu is like, oh, that's real fucked up. We don't want that to happen. I don't need 2 me's. I don't even want there to be 1 me. I'm realizing in this conversation I'm having that, talking about how the spider is the one who hates himself the most, right? And, like, Saito doesn't hate himself, and that's, I think, part of his problem is he doesn't have a lot of self-reflection. there is a lot in this about kind of like self-actualization and learning to like live with yourself, basically.
Yeah.
It's good. It's multi-layered. But we talked about already, you recatch the spider at his family's gravesite and, you know, go through this whole thing and, you know, ultimately Atsu finally lets go and the spider realizes that he can let go too. And then he's like, okay, I'll take you to my dad's double secret castle. It's in the one part of the map you couldn't get to yet.
Yeah, you can't swim that far.
Nope.
Trust me, I tried.
Yeah. Well, because you can see the little squiggle on the river.
Yeah.
And then he's like, and then, you know, you go there and it's like, this is your last chance. And it's still good, but it's definitely kind of like, I don't know. I kind of feel like the fortress section does lack a little bit of like teeth in the like cool department. Because there's like kind of a stealth segment, but also it's the finale of the game.
Really
so
actually
stealthing it is really hard. But
yeah,
also if you get caught,
I just started killing dudes.
But also, fun fact, if you kill the dudes at the right time, the dudes in the other half of the map don't know shit. They don't actually sound the alarm until they're story related to, so, like, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
But you bust in. The second sequence where, like, you literally see them lining up, you know, Matsumai prisoners to be shot, and you see Jubei being led in, and you rush to save him. That's better.
Yeah. After that point, I think it picks up, but, like, that initial point, like, no, this should have been, like, again, we should have had, like, you know, several of our wolf pack, quote unquote, like, joining us to, you know, assault the gate and doing something.
I feel like, well, Oyuki's captured. So.
Yuki was captured?
Yeah. She's the second one.
Yeah.
But no, the rest of the wolf pack should be held. There's a whole bunch of them, you know. Oyuki, I think, has pretty decent character development. Yeah. Like, Ran the Boyer could help out.
Ina definitely could have helped out. Jesus, I could have used some explosive on my side for this time. Fuck.
Yeah, they
throw
out all the stops.
Ron Genji and Ian, like Ron Genji, they're fucking like merchants and like tradesmen. So yeah, I can understand them not going into fucking battle. But you meet Ina when she's literally hucking bombs at fucking Oni raiders who are trying to get into her fucking valley. I could use some of that fire support.
Ron doesn't like fight anybody, but Ron is wearing the outfit of an archer, right? Like, I assume she knows how to shoot bows. Probably could have, like, for the final battle, she could have busted out a shot or two. You know, there's still something. Maybe he doesn't contribute to the fight, but, like, you know, Ginbei could have, like, given you some help by constructing something or breaking something with his hammer. I don't know.
Well, there's things, but it's, like I said, it was... Also, I do want to, like, probably on the side of Atsu, like, by the time I got to the final thing, I had done everything else, so I didn't necessarily have to go run around and do things. But Atsu was very in a, oh my god, I gotta fucking save them kind of mood. I don't know if she necessarily could have, like, you know, rallied her allies or something.
I mean, maybe not in the way they pace it in the story, but the post-credits is you... Basically, they frames the whole event as Atsu is telling Kiku the entire story up to, like, now, after a little bit of a time skip after credits. And then Kiku's like, is that the whole story? And Atsu is like, well, maybe before I did that, I had to fuck around a little bit.
Yeah, Lucky did not have to fuck around. I did everything before I actually even got to that point. So, I don't know. It's a little weird. But I think I feel like they mostly did that just so they have an excuse so you can go run around it, you know, and still have dudes to kill.
Yeah, no. I think it works as like because the story gets resolved, but they open themselves up to the possibility that Atsu did not literally sprint first to Saito's fortress, you know, like there is room that it phrased it as, you know, I needed to weaken Saito's grip kind of a thing. Like there could have been time to gather some allies and stuff. Or they could, like said in chat, could have showed up anyway. Genuinely, I think the first half of the fortress thing is just they realized that, like, you're not going to be able to stealth ever again in this game, so they needed one more quote-unquote stealth segment. And it's like, I guess I could have, like, completely snuck by some of those guys, maybe, but it's hard. And it's not really, it's much easier just to kill them.
Listen, nice Crimson Kimono, Kusarame fucking kills, it's great.
Yeah. Chain Kunai assassinations. You get a lot of assassinations that way.
Kill up to 5 dudes at once? Amazing.
Also, could have been nice if the prisoners there helped us out, but yeah, you rescued Jubei. That's pretty cool because you get to do, for the first time, double Jubei standoff. Actually, no, it's the second time. Actually, wait, no, does he help you in the Oni Raiders Fortress? In a standoff? Or does he
I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I think he does. I think he does a standoff with you once you free him.
Yeah, but in the final fortress, because you're
doing, you know, you're on your twin wolf shtick at that point.
Yes, yeah, that one you get an actual one out there, but yeah, you do the double standoff. He fills in for Mikage, who also is sadly missing from the final conflict.
Also, I'm glad to know that you also named your wolf Mikage.
It's a good one.
It is a Honorable Shadow? Hell yeah.
I don't know. It's just obviously you have options, but it's just like calling your horse. I mean, admittedly, I picked the black one, so we picked Flame. But it's like I don't know. I feel like some of the names are pretty obvious. Like maybe if I picked the white horse, we could have done the moon one. But it just some names just seem to fit. But it is sad that the wolf is kind of missing from the final confrontation too. Like I feel like that could have been.
That wolf shows up fucking anywhere he wants to, and he couldn't show up here at this moment. God damn it.
I know that like the spider says you got to climb, but still. But yeah, you rescue Jubei.
I've seen that wolf teleport up cliffs. Don't you lie to me.
That wolf also is not afraid of thunderbolts and lightning or gunfire. So, but yeah, you team with Jubei, which is pretty cool.
Where you're running and the storm is running and just fucking lightning is going. I was just like, what is happening?
It's just cool, man. Don't ask questions. The wolf is out here smoking a Kiseo, just like, don't ask questions, bro. I'm like, okay. But you do, you have a little cutaway where like, the two of them are being beat up by Saito, and like he says, I've got something special planned for you, Oyuki, and sends her away. So you got to rescue her out. I think that does mean she's separated from her Kusarigama, which is why like she doesn't do a lot of fighting.
She does pick up a sword in that initial escape.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
I'm pretty sure I saw her fight people with it. I don't think she's super good at it, but that does make sense,
Mm-hmm.
It's not her primary weapon. But the two of them help you out. You finish him off. I do like the scene when you first go to rescue Oyuki because she's basically heckling the torturers, and then, you drop down from the ceiling and kill all of them.
Yeah, it's great.
But, it culminates in you have a little bit of a big team up. There's a lot of alarms. You do one last big horse charge through 9 bajillion rifle guys, even though we waited way too long for those rifle guys to set up. It's fine. We escape. It's super dramatic. You go back home because, like, Saito's not there, of course, and it's like he's gone back to where it all began to finish it.
Playing Zeni Hakuji with a very scared fucking Kiku.
Yeah. I understand now why the story we did not thematically give Kiku a knife, because I'm pretty sure she would have tried to stab that guy. I don't know if it would have got him.
I had a knee-jerk reaction when I saw that. It was all like, is Saito gonna make us play fucking Zeni Hakuji with us?
I also had that fear. I was like, is he gonna have like one final villain speech over Zeni Hakuji? That would have been pretty cool. No, instead we get like a 3-phase boss fight.
Also, game, I really hate moves I can't dodge. Because they did it again. They did it with the snake, they did it now. And because of that, Jubei gets stabbed.
Jubei dies. Game. He gets stabbed. It's, there's some scripted stages to the final boss fight. It's, I said this earlier, I think. I don't remember if this is on mic or not because we were recording a lot. But this game is probably, I want to say, like a 9 out of 10 for me overall. Story writing and like presentation and stuff is like 10 out of 10. Mm-hmm. Some of the gameplay stuff like twerks me a little. There's something about some of these fights, especially the multi-phase fights, where like, they feel a little sloggy, like, because you don't get your stuff back in between phases.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like, and I mean, it's not like I can like just hold everything in reserve and if there'll be a second phase or not, because you don't know. Sometimes there's not 2 phases to every boss fight. Sometimes, you have the fake fight then the real fight. And like, both times you fight the spider, there's not really like, I mean, I guess technically you fight him twice, so I guess there's 2 phases, but you know what I mean, right? There's not like multiple phases inside the battle. There's not multiple phases inside the battle with the dragon, so like knowing when you'd have to hold something for the second fight is tough. And is hardened spirit only recovered out of battle?
Yeah, it's only out of battle.
Yeah.
Regaining spirit in battle is like if you do like perfect parries and like clashes and stuff, and you can get things that lets you get it when you like get hit or stuff. It's a very precious resource mid battle. Like I have all these special moves that I can do. I never fucking use them. I'm like,
I think the only one I ever used was the, other than accidentally by fat fingering the buttons, was I used the Kusarigama one the most, just because it's a good way to grab a guy at range with a shield and just break his shield. Because you can do that with heavy attacks anyway, but it's a guaranteed if you spend the 1 spirit. That's one thing I would also say is like very minor, is like I feel like enemies are like really fast at backing up out of your range, like way faster than you can back up from them, and it's like,
yes, like if they do not want to be in melee with you, they will not be in melee with you.
Yeah,
they will just
you can like do some sprinting stuff and like shoulder check or jump kick, but it's not ideal. And like you can close the distance, but those are the moves that you need to spend spirit on or like hold down to charge up. And I swear those guys are waiting. Like The amount of times when like Saito had his Naginata out and I would start to charge the like dual blade charged attack and he would just draw his pistol and fucking plug me is like, ow.
Oh god, like I remember I kept trying to drink sake within the Takozo fight, and every time he'd just be like, nope, I teleport to you now. It's like, son of a bitch!
Yeah, no, the you can recover spirit with sake, but first of all, it does debuff you. It makes the screen a little blurry, which is not like a lot, but it is another thing you have to like deal with on top of like some of these guys have very tight timing windows with attacks.
Very tight. Sometimes they'll switch it up to get fucking unblockable, disarming attack, unblockable again. And I'm just like, son of a bitch.
Sometimes they'll do like 3 unblockables in a row. That's when you're just like, I'm dodge rolling. I'm getting out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Or if I have bullets left, I plug them with my pistol. But you also don't recuperate quick fires in between fights, which was like, for that final sequence with Saito was very annoying because I knew it was going to happen the moment we were like relieving, but I'm like, nah, shit, I'm not getting any of that ammo back I used at the fortress, am I? No.
Yeah.
That was the thing I was talking about earlier of like, so there's a really well-written single-player, story-driven content in this game. There's also really good open-world gameplay in this game, and the stuff they did with, like, the camp and, like, calling the Wolfpack to the camp so you don't have to go anywhere specific to get the merchants is, like, that's really cool. You can refresh all your consumables at camp. You know, you can recover spirit and all that stuff. You recover spirit automatically when you camp. But there are some story sequences where we chain stuff together where you can't camp. And, like, if you can't camp, the game just doesn't have a good way for you to get your shit back. You have to pray that enemies RNG drop the stuff you want, which is like, you can adjust with charms, obviously.
I have something to talk about charms when you're done with this, by the way, so...
Yeah, no, I remember that from earlier, too. I'm ready for you to go in. And, like, there are certain tricks you can do to get spirit back, but, like, you drink all your fucking sake earlier, assuming that you can even get away with it, because it is an animation that enemies can interrupt. And it's like...
carry 2 of them, by the way.
Yeah, 3 with a charm, which uses one of your 6 charm slots, again. It's just... I don't know, and sometimes enemies still do the fucking homing attacks. Saito fucking spinning back kicked me a couple of times, magically. Like, his spinning back kick, like, fucking tracked to my face, even though I backstepped, and I'm just like, okay, bud. I think that one's unblockable, too. I don't remember.
One of them is.
One of them is. And I still, there were a couple of times where, like, I don't know what it was, but sometimes I did not have that parry timing properly. Not even for perfect parries, but just, like, I would see the glint, and I would hit the button when I thought they were about to hit me, and just, I got hit in the face.
No,
I'm still not sure what that
was.
There's
definitely something, because I, like, sometimes would, like, on tough fights, I always use the Bounty Hunter, because even though it disables an regular parry, it makes your perfect parry windowing better. And then you get, like, 3 extra attacks on your, counterattack from that, which lets you do more damage, which is very, very important. But even with that, and the charm... Still, there's a lot of times where that window did not close properly. So no, the fight. I definitely think they wanted the fights to be hard and not something you can just button mash your way through. Like you're supposed to like actually wait for the blow to land before you like hit the parry. Because if you just hold it, you just block. But blue glints you can't block. You have to parry them. Yellows you have to either counter or dodge them. Reds you have to dodge.
Yeah.
So. They wanted you to make sure that you're actually engaging with the mechanics. But sometimes when you got guys like Takuzo and Saito... Like, I think, like, Takuzo and Saito were definitely the hardest fights. I think Takuzo was probably harder than Saito because that man was bullshit. And especially when the blizzard kicks in the second...
He's like the... Yeah, that sucked.
Well, the thing about the blizzard is it brings your health down so fucking low that any hit from you just kills and you're like, game.
No, yeah, with Takuzo, I just brute force because one of my most equipped charms was the Masakado to just get it there. I probably should have thrown some firebombs on the ground to get some heat, but just like, no, I just brute forced it. I just did it a lot of times. I did it multiple times over the course of the game because you could unlock the fight super early, right?
Yeah.
So I just brute forced it. I probably should. So I started with the Bounty Hunter armor, and then I was kind of like, let me switch off this and go back to normal parries. I probably should have stuck with it a little more. The armors are cool. Well, one, I kind of wish we didn't have to worry about the perks and also the look, the drip. But definitely, like, you only get 5 gear slots or gear loadouts.
Yeah.
And you get a lot more armors, and you get a lot more charms. So I'm kind of curious what you got to say about the charms.
So my problem is it's twofold. 1, we have too many weapons, and 2, we have too many charms, and we do not have any way to properly balance them. Because in Ghost of Yotei, we basically operate on a. My first thought was to say weapon triangle. It's not an actual triangle. There's actually a lot more weapons involved in this. But
yeah, my first thought would be to be rock, paper, scissors, but you have to say rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, because there are 5.
Yeah. And the problem is that while there are charms that lets you do things, usually those charms you deal with just one weapon. So if you're not using that weapon, that charm you have equipped does nothing.
Yeah, there are a handful which are like flat, straight up like melee attacks, or like I think there's one for just all throwables do extra damage. But generally those are usually like slight damage increase and not upgradable.
Yes. So you get like 6 slots, you get like 3 perks on your armor, and that's it. You have to build whatever your playstyle is off of that. And I have found that generally, like a lot of the weapon ones just aren't worth it. Like a lot of them are tied to doing a specific action. Like there's like a very nice one for you regain health if you throw down a smoke bomb. That's cool, but I only get to carry 4 fucking smoke bombs. And if I'm in the middle of something or have not had a chance to reclaim it, guess what? That's doing nothing. There's a Kasaragama one that says if you break a shield with a Kasaragama, everyone gets stagger damage. That means I need to be wielding the Kusogama and there needs to be a shield guy. What happens if there's no shield guy? This charm does nothing. Like, there's too many times where charms are very much way too specific for them to be actually useful, that I found myself just using general charms most of the time. Like increasing my parry and dodge windows, maximum increase my health, getting health back on a perfect parry, things that I can do on, with any weapon and would be good for basically any armor. The second complaint I have about the charm system is I have no idea if charms stack. I don't.
Yeah, I would assume that they do, but there is no way to know because we do avoid that meme of the shit everybody talked about God of War and God of War Ragnarok, right? There's no numbers on anything.
No.
It's always moderate amount, slight amount. And most of these are visible. Like you can, if you get, minor versus moderate increase to health, you can tell a little bit, but it is very open-ended, yeah.
So, because here's the thing, because that also would have determined, does my massive decrease from the Crimson Komodo stack with my major decrease from the charm? I don't know. Have I just been wasting that charm slot the entire time? Don't know. With the shit, what was it? Oh yeah, with the Father's Charm and the other charm, do I get more health back from perfect parrying? I hate to say it, but I have never been paying attention enough in battle to check how much health
if you're landing perfect parries in the fight, you are not looking at your health bar.
Yeah.
You are waiting for the screen to tell you, by the way, dumbass, you're almost dead. Press button to heal.
Yeah.
I need to look at the fucking guy.
So, I don't know if, these things are And
there are, little bars in your gear loadout, which, show you where you're weighted more towards the different areas. But, yeah, it's all very, very vibes-based, very touchy-feely.
No. And, again, this is the thing I'm talking about. You have a lot of ticks and tricks that you can switch into on the fly and charge to deal with them. You can have, charm to throw extra kunai. You can have charms to do extra kunai damage. You can have charms to make your kunai on fire. There are charms there are charms to make your Metsubushi do poison damage. There's
charms to increase dots and negative status effects in general, that's another one that's kind of
And I'm just I don't
have time to apply dots and debuffs.
I mean, you can. The Oni Fire is actually very good, but it's very short-lived. So if you want to use it, you want to get the, the charm that says make Oni Fire last longer. Make yourself do more fire damage, stuff like that. But again, that's if I want to be really good at using Oni Fire, a limited resource that, I will not be able to profession, I have to use two of my slots. I'm just all
Also, by the way, I'm pretty sure Oni Fire is one of the 2 items you make in the game that you can make more, but I think you have to spend sake to do that, which again, you can only carry 2 in your pocket.
Yeah. So I'm just
it's a vital consumable.
So it's just one of those things of no, they do not give me enough charm slots to actually build a proper build, focus around doing things. I have a combat build, a defense build, and a stealth build. Those are my builds. I do not have, a katana build, a dual katana build, a Kasaragama.
I wonder if maybe there was a thing in development, because I feel like maybe there could have been there, but unfortunately, we talked about this when we first talked about the game. I was a little disappointed by this, but the game does this thing where every master tells you, show me which weapon you switch to versus this. Now show me what you do when you meet a guy with a katana. Like, they wanted it to be katana-focused gameplay, but also wanted to explore more weapons and stuff and kind of, like, different stances. And, like, that's cool. I kind of wish I could just use weapons if I felt like it.
Like, honestly, what I think they should have happened, I think that every, like, weapon or throwable stuff should have had its, like, one or two of its own charm slots. Just so if
that would
you
be
just
great.
use them for whatever
use
them for whatever reason, you would have the thing. And then they could have probably gone a little bit crazier on what they wanted to do.
And, like, yeah, you can switch gear slots on the fly most of the time. There are a couple of times when you're locked into whatever you had on. Usually if you have to put on, like, a different mask or something, or be in disguise or other stuff, and then your cover gets blown. But, like, you still have to pause the menu, and one thing I was wondering if you might say about it is, the UI with charms isn't, like, bad, but you do get a fuck ton of charms, and, like, even if you filter them, well, if you filter it some-wise, if you go to, like, Unreal mode charms, there's not that many of those.
No, there's not.
There's a few. There's not that many. You go to melee charms, there are a fuck ton of those. And you have to scroll through them all. And it's like, I get what they were going for, and yes, they did want to give you more options, but it does feel a lot like chaff. Like, there was just shit that I was just like, I'm never gonna do this. Like, Mitsubishi Poison, right? That's pretty cool. You get a lot of Mitsubishis, but also, like, that's a whole ass slot, man. Those are all major slots, too, if you finish all the the quests.
It's just like one of those things of, like, yeah, am I gonna use Mitsubishi over a fucking smoke bomb and just, make everyone have a bad fucking day? And then, I can immediately go into the goddamn, chain assassination because they're all fucking blind?
Well, I guess the question would be, does the poison Mitsubishi do damage to bosses? And my thought would probably be no.
Oh, I mean, you can say, I set Takuzo on fire a couple times, so...
It's true.
With the Onifon,
The stagger damage. Okay, well, I mean, that could work for, like, a brew, but I would probably still want... take less damage, have bigger health, recover health on perfect there's, like, I tried to have, like, my dueling bosses versus fighting guys build, and, like, I tried to do one with the gun armor to, like, be, like, get the gun-focused charms, but, like, ultimately, like, again, versus, I didn't have to do this, I guess, because you didn't, but I felt like they were shooting at me a lot, that I was, like, I wanted the ability to just guard, so I ended up just making a tanking guarding build on the gun armor and then use the fact that I could also guard bullets to soak some shots versus the guys, because I did get shot a couple of times and I was annoyed. And like it is good that you can like take a moment, breathe, and like switch all these around, but it's still a lot of futzing with menus. It's a lot of big lists of charms, and some of them do feel too situational. And there are going to be some cases where people are going to be like, oh, I just, I took the debuff, and I fought every enemy with Kusarigama, and I'm like, well, I appreciate you committed to the bit, but I felt like the game didn't want me to do that. The game kept yelling at me not to do that, so, like, I tried to play the stance game. The weapon, the match weapons.
So I feel like Ghost of Tsushima should have probably had fewer weapons. I don't know which ones to give up. I mean, they're all interesting, but also I feel like they're all shallow as well.
Yeah. Like, I was really intrigued by the Odachi, but, like, I found myself using it less and less because, like, it was too, big and heavy and slow. Also, by the way,
it's supposed to be great against brutes, but you know what? Guess what? Like, these are guys who will just, back... Everyone can fucking backdash. Like,
and also, I appreciate that the Odachi has, like, the mountain stance to counter unblockable attacks. Really cool. You have to do that with specific timing, which is just, like... So you want me to perfectly time my attack animations when I don't know when this guy is going to do an unblockable attack, because sometimes those unblockable attacks are fast.
Yes, they are.
Sometimes they just, like, backhand or command grab you, and other times they're just like, oh, I'm going to come at you, I'm going to run up, and it's just like... what I also wanted to say is, also, by the way, an Odachi is not that heavy. There's not that much... If Atsu has the strength to wield two katanas, one in each hand, she can wield a two-handed katana in both hands at the same speed.
It's not that it's heavy, it's just that swinging it will tire you out quicker.
Yeah, it's true. It's a little bit more. And I don't begrudge them too much, but there were definitely, when doing the Saito fight where he's doing the... I do think it's cool that he's kind of the final exam type boss. Like, he pulls out all the weapons until Atsu eventually gets fucking fed up and it's just like, pull out your fucking katana already, bud.
And then he's... the thing that killed me is that fucking Saito was like, you are ready now. And I'm like, bro?
Well, and then he fucking drops you to 1 HP, so I guess we weren't ready.
No. Again,
got her
I
ass again.
really did not like that.
No, that's an annoying sequence. It feels like they just need an excuse for Jubei to come back and job.
Yeah,
because
I know. They literally...
the fight before he stabs Jubei in that is also like really annoying because like you're on 1 health and like I didn't have any spirit left over from the rest of the fight, man. I was fighting for my life. And like you can you only have 1 HP, so you can absolutely get killed. You have to like kind of like kite him back and forth with Jubei.
Yeah,
and it's just like
to get some health back, and you're just like, whoa, why?
I don't know. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I still playing on medium would have gotten my ass kicked several times if like all my spirit came back when we reset the checkpoint, or like between phases or something. And like they try to give you the little clashes and stuff. There were definitely some fights where I was like living clash to clash, and I was just like, oh my god, do the clash already. I know you've got one in here. You've got some dumb shit to say. Please give me that spirit back. I already drank both my sakes. I drank my sakes in the first Oni fight, Oni. Because you beating my ass. Like I don't think that would have been unbalancing, but we weren't working on this game for so many years, so I don't know what they tested. The weapons do kind of feel like they're a little too much. It's the same with ranged weapons. Like other than that's how the first game was. I don't know why you have both the Hankyu and the Yumi, and then also you have
the Hankyu. I never used the Hankyu. If I was taking a moment to line up a shot, I was shooting someone in the head with the fucking Yumi.
Yeah, because it'll go through helmets. Yeah, no. I think I felt the same way about Ghost of Tsushima, and they tried with all the weird little charm stuff. There was like the rapid fire charm,
Yeah, but then the Yumi gets the one that gives you the fucking lock on, and that's really good.
Yes, the lock on one's so good. That was so much in there. Also, it's very funny you say you use the Hankyu for horseback shots. That's not what you're supposed to do. The Yumi is a horseback bow, or started as one. You're obviously you can fire it from a resting position, but there's a reason why when you fire a Yumi from a standing position, you're supposed to draw and fire it in a really slow period. And I guess, like I said, you could go the debuff route and you could do the rapid fire, but yeah. And then you also have the bombs, which the bombs are cool, but why do I also have blind bombs? Why am I going to blind these guys? Why wouldn't I just smoke bomb them and assassinate them all,
No.
And the Scorch Bomb is really powerful, and I liked getting it, and I liked Ina as a character. There were very few moments where I was minding my own business, and I would see enough guys clustered together that I was like, oh, I can throw a Scorch Bomb here.
I usually use the Scorch Bomb on the shielded riflemen when they were line up.
Yeah, that's one of the few cases when you're like, that's like they're clustered up. There's another time where I guess actually, yeah, I remembered something that was another thing that kind of bothered me a little bit throughout the game, just as a minor thing, but those guys who are hunting you on the open world, their radius is way too fucking big. You will hear them yelling about fighting you hours before you'll see them, but if they're yelling, they're in an area, and if you find a chest or something, you want to do stuff, they're enemies nearby, and I'm like, they're not nearby. That guy's down the street, 100 feet.
The Shadow Guard.
And sometimes I would be on a rock trying to pick up a fucking sword kit, and there would be guys riding around. I was just like, fuck you, I'm throwing bombs at you from the top of this rock, die.
I think I did the exact same thing, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm trying to pick up a sword kit, and there's just dudes at the bottom of the hill. I was like, fuck you, die.
And I know I do a little animation when I pick it up, but trust me, they're not gonna see me. The rifle was fun.
I do like the rifle.
I did like the Tanegashima. The pistol, also super fun. Love that goes at the end of a standoff.
No, I love that. And the fact that you can just use it to interrupt attacks. The Tanetsu charm, I actually did use a few times. Just, interrupt attack, don't use a bullet. I'm like, no, good. Again, I would have loved that for the Tanetsu. I would love for the Tanetsu just to have its own fucking charm, so I can just slot that in so it can proc at any time.
And I would love if that was tied to the weapon upgrades, because I know they improve the damage, but I do kind of feel like I was just spending money and resources for nothing sometimes. No. I don't know if I really noticed a big increase in weapon damage doing those upgrades,
Not really, no.
Because
it's a thing of progression. The guys slowly do get stronger and stuff. You start fighting more fucking better guys, and they take more hits and more damage, and it takes more to stagger them. So you're just maintaining the playing field.
There were a couple of times when they brought back the first area Saito clan scrubs, but they were usually when they were trying to make you feel more powerful anyway. And one of those times was when you unlocked Ghost Stance, and the other one of those times that I remember was you running up Matsumai Castle after killing the dragon, where you also have Ghost Stance unlocked. So, I was auto-killing a lot of guys anyway, game.
No, like this progression system, I don't necessarily mind the combat because I don't mind the weapon triangle too much. Like it's okay. It's not really that much more different than the high medium low stance from Tsushima. And it's a little bit easier to understand, thankfully too.
Yeah.
But because we had so many weapons, I never felt like we were able to get deep on any of them. Like we should have had the katana. We should have had double katanas because I think that was like interesting. But like the spear, the yari, the kusarigama, the odachi, and stuff like those were like very superfluous and like didn't actually add much to the story. Like we could like it did like I like the kusarigama. If I had to pick between them, I would pick the kusarigama because range assassinations was really fucking dope, and I like
the kusarigama really did add some unique mechanics, and I wonder if that's because they that's Oyuki's weapon, so like that's her moveset. The Yari was pretty fun. Like I said, I mainlined for the Odachi, and I had a lot of fun trying to use it earlier, but like I kind of fell out of favor of using it because like it does let you play the game in a unique way, but it not necessarily a better way. Like you get Bloodborne regenerating health, but guess what? You're using the slowest weapon in the game, I think, so it's not easy to get. Like the reason why Bloodborne health works is because it rewards you for playing lightning fast to get that revenge back. Like honestly, I would say as much as I was gunning for the Odachi playing this game, you could have just turned all those Odachi effects into charms of like, equip a charm to make it so you're unstaggerable mid-attack, shit like that. It didn't have to be permanent upgrades.
Yeah, no, now that I think about it, I think we probably could have like completely skipped the Odachi. It was cool, but we could have completely skipped it. The spear was interesting, but no, if I had to pick, no, I think we could have probably just stuck with the katana, double katanas, and fucking the kusarigama.
I like, because I think those four do have a good rotation, because it's katana versus katana, like neutral, and then if they have a spear, double katana, which an offhand weapon does help. If they have a shield, kusarigama, go around it. If they have kusarigama or double kamas, spear. And like that creates a triangle and a neutral stance. And the Odachi was weird because it was like the preferred weapon for brutes, but also I think the game wanted you to use Odachi versus Odachi.
I did use Odachi versus Odachi. In the Saito fight, when he pulled out the Odachi, I pulled out the Odachi. It was actually kind of cool.
No, it was cool, but it was definitely like, I mean, first of all, Saito can use that thing way faster than you can.
It's true.
Like, he has some advanced moves, and there were a couple of like semi-elite guys in his fortress who did the same thing. They used Odachi, but were not brutes.
Yeah.
But like, I think we could have done something different in that space if we needed to. And like, and kind of the same with like the ranged. It's like I get why you wanted to keep the Hankyu because it was in the first game, and like technically it does have a role early, especially as like short, quick fire. But it's like I don't know. You could play the game entirely ranged, but again, I kind of feel like the game doesn't want you to do that. Like,
no, Axe was talking about doing like horseback shooting. I was all like, I almost never fought on horseback because I never had anyone chase me on horseback. The fucking Shadow Guard, they never chased me on horseback. They fucking shot me off my horse every time.
Yeah, they just dehorse you and dismount. Like, yeah, I saw that as a possibility. I think I was a little deep in there. I would probably just...
I call bullshit on you because guys start wearing fucking helmets and the Hankyu doesn't penetrate helmets.
Well, I actually did do Ishikari first. I'm trying to remember where some of the... I think that's where some of the Hankyu charms are.
Also, Axe, I'm still trying to figure out where you were able to get fucking 18k money before beating the game. I beat the game. I beat the game broke.
Yeah, I was a broke ass and didn't buy the last time easy thing. I don't know. Maybe he just got good on RNG drops. I don't know. I started fleecing guys for Zeni Hajiki, and even then I was just like, I could do this forever, but I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't understand. I ran around. I'm the kind of person who I ran around the map filling in the white spots because the white spots made me angry. So I ran into a lot of fights. I still do not have that much money. And like, I can pull up my map. Every single spot that can be possibly filled is filled.
A decent number of things, I made a decent number of my money from just going, I have 900 young bamboo. Here, take 200 of this shit.
Yeah, I did that too.
I mean, and if that is the case, that's just, I feel like the drops probably could have been balanced better. They're randomized, and I don't know why they're randomized. Just, it's one of those things where like I said, the game has a strong single-player story action focus, and also has really good open world, do what you want gameplay. But trying to bring those two together is weird, because like like we said, you probably could build. You can, in fact, you not even could. You can build sets of charms, pick an armor, etc. for any old playstyle you want, and you'll probably be fine. But there are definitely times where like the game throws so much shit at you, and it's just like, I don't know if there was stuff I was going to use. I'll bet, Axe, talking about, doing some stuff with the Hankyu and doing some ranged and stuff earlier. It's like, he probably, didn't fuck at all with some of the charms that you and I did fuck with. I really liked like I said, the throw extra kunai, fire kunai on the Crimson Kimono. Just be like,
oh, sorry, I
shit
did
like
realize
people.
this in game. You can just switch mid games, mid combat, no fucking flack.
Yeah,
that was like one of the things I
like
realized is like
I mentioned that earlier. They don't ever teach you that.
No,
I mean, I really like.
I never really committed to I never committed to a build because it's one of those things that like stealth only works until you get caught. Then you're in combat mode, and then there's gonna be a move, and you might need to be defensive. So I'm just like.
Yeah, like the way I would do it was because I didn't know this decently early on. I think probably after like the second area, I had my stealth armor set for okay, I'm sneaking, and then when that inevitably turns into a boss fight or I get caught or whatever, I would switch to okay, here's my armor for fighting guys. At first that was the spider lily armor, but then that became kind of the armor of the immortal, the undying. I originally wanted, I'll wear the Dragonfly armor. I'll have a ranged set. I just snuck close to guys instead of being at range. I probably could have been at range, but to me, I felt like being stealthy was more multi-purpose than being ranged.
No, I use the Yumi in my stealth set to pick off guys in towers and lone guys because, like I said, it pierces through helmets.
I did have the lock-on charm in my stealth set as well.
But, I never needed the need for a ranged set because the Yumi by itself will usually, if you hit them in the head, one-shot a dude. Most dudes do not survive a Yumi to the head. I think only, God, I don't even think brutes survive it. I think only elites in the Shadow Guard survive it.
If you get the full drawback, yeah, and you have all the upgrades, no, it's only the guys you can't one shot anyway, and even then you secretly can one shot.
But so it's but yeah, no, I was guessing, I was thinking about Axe, maybe Axe, would see a guy see a group of Ronin just wandering the fucking fields, being like, we're gonna get that Onro, and just decide to fucking headshot them from afar, but. Usually I found that I could just quite as easily just run in, jump off my horse, kill a guy, throw a smoke bomb, chain assassinate the rest of them, loot them all while assassinating, and just keep on going.
Yeah, no, and it's I think both of those are perfectly valid, right? The game doesn't necessarily punish you for going either route, but you're gonna find it more efficient to do things, and it is one of those things of the game design where you're like, oh, well, we've got all these options so people can find their favorite. Well, that means that when I find my favorite, then I have a lot of shit to wade through. And like you said earlier, I don't know if everything you've given me is applying, right? I don't know if every step improves this. So, and like I said, I tried to futz around a little with the Hankyu, but then they gave me the Yumi, and I'm like, nah, I know it's slow, but this is what I did in Ghost of Tsushima. I used the Yumi anyway, because it's cooler. They should give me a fucking Daikyu. Give me bigger bow.
No, but, so, like I said, I feel like we could have tightened up the weapons again and probably given a little bit more depth to the weapons we have.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, actually, no, I'll say it. I don't fucking care if there would have been more skill points. I think the skill trees were a little short.
They were.
You generally get, do more stagger damage, do more damage. Again, it doesn't feel like much when you're doing that and stuff. You have your obligatory, upgrades to your spending spirit attack, but usually you get those for free. And then you have, some cool tricks, which are nice, but some of them were more build around than others. Like I said, you probably could, if you were more patient than me and more into it, you could build an Odachi build where you just face tank everybody and, counter their unblockable attacks and shit. I don't think that exists for the Yari, and I liked the Yari, but, your upgrades are you can charge Hurricane Kick faster, and it kicks enemies farther. Okay, cool. Not all my enemies are going to be on ledges, game.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I Hurricane one person once.
Oh, I mean, I did it, I did it a few times just to get, the build-up for the extra stagger, but yeah, the actual, kicking people back over something is, that shit never happens. The spirit attack is I feel misleading for Yari, because it's spin to throw enemies back, then charge forward. You don't actually throw enemies back when you do that. You just do the charging attack part. I really wanted a very big crowd control attack, and the Kusarigama like combo can do that. The hold and charge.
No,
but,
like the whole triangle Kusarigama, I used that a lot actually.
Yeah.
When I needed some guys to back the fuck up because it charges up really quick, and there you can add some extra spins to it too.
But then I feel like the Kusarigama suffers from. I mean, it's true to the weapon, but it suffers from like then your non-triangle attacks are just kind of like whatever. Like, are you gonna hit square to break shields?
Nope.
No, you're gonna do triangle heavy attacks until the shield breaks, and you're gonna use it for crowd control. You're gonna use the weight, so it's like I guess you use the bladed end when you Kusarigama assassinate. That's pretty important.
I mean, I used it like after I break a shield and they're staggering. I usually go in with the sickle.
It's true. Yeah, I mean,
That's
like you do that when you stagger anyway. You go in with light attacks because they're faster.
Yeah.
So like it worked out some, but it was definitely an area that could have, like you said, been a little more in depth. Same with like the Yari, and like I said, I like the concept of the Odachi, but its role in the game was like big man kill.
I will appreciate that the Kusarigami assassinate, you don't actually have to have the Kusarigami equipped. It's just when you're in range, you just can do it.
You just pull it.
If I had to
keep
equip it every single
after,
fucking time, I would have lost my goddamn mind.
Honestly, I kind of wish it didn't auto-equip after. I kind of feel the same way about Ghost Stance, because you take out both katanas, and then you're in that stance after, and I'm just like, okay, that's cute, but also, like, we could have just put me back to one sword, because, like, none of these guys who are left alive have spears.
I will say, there's been several times that I've tried to switch weapon. This is the other problem about the about the weapon triangle. You're fighting multiple dudes, and sometimes locking on to the dude you want to fight is hard, and you will get attacked by multiple dudes with multiple weapons, and since there's no, one weapon fits all, you just kind of have to wing it sometimes, which seems antithetical to what the game wanted me to do.
Yeah, enemies usually do the kind of like, not quite fully taking their turn, but also, like, thankfully, literally not all of them usually attack you all at once. Like, sometimes their attacks will line up that way, but there were times when, like, there were 6 guys. If all 6 of them tried to stab me, I'd probably die, so they didn't. Thanks, game designers. But definitely you can get a couple of guys will try and string attacks together, and, like, I do not know what the game wants you to do if those 2 guys are, like, one guy is double comma, one guy is spear, right? One guy is Yari.
Right.
Like, I don't know, man, back up, I guess. Or do what I would usually do when I was surrounded by shitloads of dudes. Smoke bomb. You're all dead.
I do love
That's way easier than fucking with the weapon triangle.
I love chain assassination.
Or, if I was out of smoke bombs, it would be like, throw 3 flaming kunai. Meh.
I have solved so many problems by just having the kunai throw extra kunai. Especially when they get upgraded and you can just kill mooks. That's just like, oh, well, there goes 3 riflemen, and those other 2 guys are having a bad day.
Yeah.
I threw so much kunai.
Yeah, and like I said, that's the thing where, like, the weapon depth could have gotten better. Like, I feel like I wanted more crowd control options, like, in general. Like, yeah, the Kusarigama charge attack works good, but the game doesn't want you to do that when just surrounded by enemies. The game is like, well, if those 4 enemies have katanas out, you should have your katana out, dumbass. And I'm just like, but there's 4 guys, game. Whatever, smoke bomb, chain assassinate.
Can't stop the chain assassination.
And, like, I don't know, the charms have a lot of cool stuff in them. I never got to use it because I never had room in the build, but, like, there's one charm that's, like, infinite concentration when jumping or falling with rifle or bow, and I'm like, well, that's cool. When the fuck am I gonna find time to do that? That's for, like, hitting a sick clip once and then, like, stop. Because am I, like, gonna ruin a perfect stealth run to, like, jump off a ledge and, like, shoot 4 guys? Assuming I can even reload that fast midair? I don't know. Like, it's cool. But yeah, I just kind of wish that, like, I understand what they were going for. They were kind of to, like, replace the stance system. But I do kind of just wish it was a little, like, maybe they should have leaned a little more into the RPG light elements and, like, just, give me some numbers. Because that, like, I understand the argument that, like, not everything should be numbers-based, right? We should not necessarily assign numbers to everything because that can just be information bloat. But at least when I was doing, armor perks that were build making in God of War Ragnarok, I could see Numby and I could understand what it was doing, right?
I was about to say, like, people getting pissed off at numbers in the RPG do not understand video games. Everything is made of numbers. Whether the numbers, you see the numbers or you don't see the numbers, those numbers are still fucking there.
And I do agree that sometimes the numbers are just, like, yes, everything is numbers, like you said. I'm not denying that point. Sometimes those numbers don't matter because, like, there is no difference on the game's end of, like, well, if you have 15% stagger damage and 16% stagger damage, your stagger damage numbers are, like,
Well, it's true. Like, infinitesimal upgrades. Is not like I don't need like the plus 1% crit chance kind of numbers, but
but there was, I think, a pushback that came back when God of War Ragnarok came out that was like, man, I don't know why game designers are putting numbers on everything, and I don't think Ghost of Tsushima was that way anyway, so I don't think Sucker Punch was gonna do it, but like we said, I think we could have leaned a little harder on the RPG-like elements, and this game would have been fine, and would make me feel a little more concrete, because, like, at the very least, like, I can't say that, like, Axe has been in chat, and he's been talking about it. He's platinumed as well. I can't say he was, like, doing it wrong, right? He seemed to have perfectly fun and complete it, but I didn't feel like I had the space to do some of those options, right?
Right.
And it's just like, well, if we'd codified this a little better. But I admit some of that is also just, I am an RPG guy. I am going to be playing, the Final Fantasy Tactics remake probably sometime this year, I hope, knock on wood. So, like, that'd be like, nice to get in there. And I'll be crunching those numbers. They'll show me numbers, I'll look at them, I'll see damage numbers. But, like...
Damage number go up?
I get what they were going for and appreciate they were going for a HUD stripped experience, minimum amount of stuff on the HUD, not a lot of stuff jumping at you. I think that is a valid critique of some of the ways that, like, Ubisoft and other open world game designers have done, where you get, like, a shitload of stuff on your HUD all the time. Like, but I'm not averse to having a little bit of information. Like, enemies would have, like, stagger bars. Did mooks actually have health bars?
Sometimes they did, yes.
Sometimes they showed health bars, but not all the time. Like, I don't know. I'm used to I've been playing video games for years. They could have had tiny health bars over their head all the time, and maybe that's a setting I could have turned on. I did turn on the one where, like, you hit a button to lock on and it shows the lock on indicator that's off by default, so I could see which guy I was locked on. Like, you can usually tell who you're locked on, but I was just like, no, I'd like to know for sure, just so that, like, my brain can wrap around this information better. Information is good. And again, so I don't know that, like, this would be a different game if it was, like, showing me damage numbers every time I hit a guy, but I don't know, get a little more feedback.
I don't think I needed damage numbers when hitting a guy. Like, I just, like, if I was hitting a guy, I was doing generally pretty good. And like I said, in the boss battles, we always had the health bar over the head too, so that was generally good.
Bosses were different. That my complaints about boss fights are, like we said, it's like sometimes they would have, magical homing attacks, and they would dodge back from you. And by the way, that dodging back from you, even if they're backed into a corner, they can still get away from you. There were some times I was pretty close hitting the attack button, and I was not dealing damage to guys, but I was also not, at least I don't think I was being guarded. Like, they weren't shooting sparks like they were guarding. They were just like, no, I'm not hit. I'm backing up. Can't get me. Base.
No, but I needed numbers in my charms and stuff. When they say, like, a moderate chance of crit, I'm all like, how much is that? Does it stack with this other thing I have? I have a lack of information here, and it bugs me, because I do not know if I'm actually, having a build, or I just have wasted fucking space here. I could be doing other things here.
Yeah, and like we said, there were times where you would be doing progression stuff, and I really didn't know if I was getting better. Like I said, I did not notice, just because the way timing worked out. Like, I maxed out all my weapons basically as soon as I could, and it was like, yeah, I don't actually know if that mattered that much. I mean, it probably did, because those guys in the final area were tough, and I can't imagine, doing a, like, no upgrades challenge run or something. But in the moment, you don't feel it, and it didn't do the thing that I like out of progression where, like, well, not all the time anyway. There were, like I said, there were a couple fights with Ghost Stance where you just get to Shrek dudes, but I think that's an auto kill anyway.
It is, yes.
They keep them weak so you can keep the kill streak going, but I did not necessarily have those moments where, like, there were guys who were, like, tougher than normal earlier for, like, taking hits anyway. Then I fought that same kind of guy later with my upgraded weapons, and I was like, I really did improve my sword. Like, the guys who were tough to kill in the early game were bosses or mini-bosses, so the bosses at the end of the game were still tough to kill. I guess I did visibly improve on brutes, but I can't tell if that's just because I unlocked the Odachi and put all my skill points in that versus upgrading the Odachi. You hit a brute a few times with a heavy attack, they die. Cool. Also, yes, it is 2 a.m. I am not getting Invent Destroy tonight. That's okay. We'll get it in tomorrow.
But overall, like, I think I give Ghost of Yotei like an 8.5 out of 10. Like I said, while the story is good, I do think that we skipped over some things. It did not use the cast to its full potential. Combat, while fun and engaging, suffers from obfuscated numbers and gear bloat. which
and even if
like
those
I said,
are all viable, like I think it's still there's too many of them that it kind of like breeds a sense of complacency because you're just like, well, why wouldn't I just do more perfect parries? And I guess there could be somebody out here who's like, man, I don't like perfect parrying. I did all my stuff so I don't have to do it. And it's like, hey, if you beat the game that way.
And I think that the sense of progression is a bit shallow from what it is. But I love the music. I'm a little upset that it did not get best OST in the golden joysticks. While they do not have like a lot of tracks, they use the tracks that they have very well, and they stick with you.
Yeah, they have they have recurring leitmotifs, and music is a core part of the game design.
Yes, but
and like obviously visual treat, oozing with style. I think I said this about Ghost of Tsushima, but Ghost of Yotei is also, you know, every frame of painting type shit.
Oh yeah.
So like all that, and sound design is all like in general very excellent. And there were even times when the game did impress me, like with mechanical stuff. Like literally, like before I unlocked the like hear mode, I was thinking to myself, man, I wish I had a way to like be aware of guys around me. And then, you know,
I do think it's a little weird that they kind of save that for the kids in their area, but it also makes sense. A lot of the games like unlocked a little bit here and there's just that the hear thing was very useful.
Yeah, unlike the thing you get at Ishikari Plains, like again, horse charging cool for cinematic moments. Never fucking used it outside of the moments where you're supposed to use it. I don't know. Like, again, the amount of time I ran onto guys onto my horse that I either didn't just ditch or just jump off and slay. I don't know. Like, cool in concept. Maybe if they went more with, like, more mounted combat stuff. Like, I don't know. If I appreciate they did go the Yari. I think spears are underutilized. But there are enemies who have Naginata. I would have loved some proper polearm action. Do some horseback shit. But yeah, I do kind of feel like the progression was a little weird in some cases and was not balanced out. Like even in Accent Chat is just saying, you know, the ridge gives you so much kit. Yeah, the ridge is like super loaded. Ishikari's good too. Like I said, bombs are fun, but Kusarigama assassinations are like really integral.
You get the kunai,
the kunai are your first like damaging throwable. I think you can get access to like quick fire.
Do we get the smoke bombs in?
Are the smoke bombs in Ishikari?
No.
Yeah,
the ridge.
I think they're in the ridge because I think they're ninja shit. And then like, yeah, Oni fire is Ishikari,
yes.
Which is like cool but different. Oyuki gives you the smoke bombs. Yeah, okay, so yeah, no, that's like you get 2 quick fires in the ridge. I mean, I guess that means the place that's probably the least represented is the Tokai range, Tokichi range.
Well, I feel like that's the weird thing. The Tokai range is like this, just kind of this offshoot of the fucking grasslands. You don't even like go like a separate area.
Yeah.
It's like I was actually thinking about this, like if you actually wanted to, you could actually play this game by season. Like if you started in the grasslands, which would be summer, you would go to the range, which would be early fall, then Ishikari late fall, to the ridge fucking winter, to Oshimi Coast, which is spring. You could actually make this game like seem like it actually goes like across like a year if you wanted to.
Yeah. But also, like, I mean, even X saying I played the game in that order, it's like, yeah, but then you do get that thing where, like, you get to the ridge and you're like, oh man, there's a lot of shit here. I wish I had that shit in Ishikari Plains. Like, and not to mention, there's, like, I appreciate it's not a combat area, really, but, like, there's also another subzone with the Ainu area that's, like, really cool, but is also very non-denominational, I feel like, in its season, other than that there's a bear in the winter, in a snowstorm bear. Actually, yeah, that's another legend. Does that give you just a charm?
Yeah, that gives you the Yumi lock-on charm.
That is a good charm. I do kind of feel like there was a missed opportunity there for me to, like, have, like, a cool legendary arrow, I guess. But the charm was really good. I did like that one a lot, even on my stealth build. But yeah, it's just, like I said, I feel like a little bit of the open world stuff kind of got in its own way a little bit. But it's still really good. Like, I generally agree with Lucky. I would probably say, like 8.5 or 9 if we want to get into decimals. It's like parts of it are really top tier, some parts of it are a little annoying. But am I gonna remember like how annoying some of that stuff was like 2 weeks from now? Probably not. Maybe Saito. Like I said, that guy has like 3 phases and he kicked my ass in all 3 of them.
No, I'm gonna remember. No, there's gonna be a lot of things I remember fondly in the game, so
it's very solid. And like I said, I'm very interested to see what Sucker Punch does next. Whether it is a new Ghosts game, whether they do like a DLC or what. I should double check some other people's reviews and see what people are saying, like if they have similar thoughts. It's because I don't necessarily change my opinions based on what other people say, but it's good to catch other people's thoughts if they've got something to say.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm sure it's very well reviewed. And a lot of people are like locked in, but I'm wondering if like some of these things are like consistent niggles.
If like the community as a whole like feels the same way you do, or is it just more of a you thing than
yeah. Because I'm fine being an iconoclast, but it's good to know. I think that is a problem people have sometimes, where they take their opinion and externalize it to everybody too easily, and it's like, that's not true. Like, I know we humans, we have this viewpoint to be like, no, I'm the only one sane one here. Everyone else is crazy. But when you say that out loud, guess what? You're the crazy one. You're being crazy right now, man. So yeah, I'll see if I can maybe read a few or watch a few like reviews or even like just general opinions on gameplay, how people feel about some stuff. But yeah, it is after 2 a.m. We've been recording for almost 5 hours. Do we want to get a little Rogue Trader talk in before we squonk up?
We should probably get a little bit in. Well, it's just me and Aaron now, I think. Hang on.
I think Axe is still in.
Oh, no. Oh, Aaron must have left at some point. I will ask for the time stop then. But we did get our first Rogue Trader session in. It's posted on YouTube now. First off, what do you think, Omega? What are your thoughts? What are your feelings?
I had fun. It was kind of interesting from just like, because I've read the Rogue Trader tabletop before. I don't know if we ever did like a full session of it. I did do some like experimentation with like building characters with like Ron and Martha and the rest, like years and years ago. But like I said, we definitely didn't get like a full campaign out of it, and I don't remember if I even ran like a proper session.
Mm-hmm.
Like we just we plotted characters, but I don't remember if it went anywhere. And I've listened to people play it before. So I guess I'll say, this is semi-spoilers for the episode, but if you want to find out the context for it, check it out. It's a little unusual, I guess, for people to start with us getting basically our cutting our teeth on space combat before we cut our teeth on personal combat.
I guess that's true, yeah.
It went really good. I have listened to actual plays of people play this game, have space combat stuff go worse. Though admittedly, we didn't travel through the warp first, so we didn't have an opportunity for our ship to get chewed up that way. But like other than there were a few like hiccups and stuff, and there were some instances where like some of the guys didn't really feel like they had a lot to do. Limited skill pools. Still pretty early that even if we could do basic tests, it would be pretty low chances of stuff.
Yeah.
And like I know you talked. We were like literally brewing our fucking strategy like mid-run. We're like, okay, wait, no. I wanted to go first to like turn the ship so that the guy could shoot. But no, we should have had Frack go first to reinforce the machine spirit to make it easier for me to turn the ship, to make it easier for him to we literally workshopped our plan partway through.
Well, like I say, it was our first session. We didn't like fully understand like the system,
Yeah. I'm like literally reading the rulebook trying to go like, okay, when can we turn? Okay, if we succeed, we can turn if we go half speed. If we don't succeed, we can only turn if we go full speed. Also, the ship can only turn 45 degrees. I would say you're supposed to have a map for this, but also like there's like 90 and 45 degree angle turns, which like a square map doesn't work great with.
No, I'm actually surprised people were actually that maintain the mind's eye. I was actually expecting someone to actually need a map to pull things down, or people are just very good at visualizing it. I did not necessarily have it, but it was good. Like I knew that Frack in that combat would not necessarily be useful at the moment because Frack is very, very much built to get up close and personal with people, and this is in combat and in ship combat actually. And I do not have the build to actually do that good. That's not going to happen for like several thousand experience.
Yeah, you got to work towards it. But I'm glad you have the planet placed at least.
Oh yeah, no, actually on my character sheet, I think I'm on rank 3 on my planned advances. That is something I do like about Rogue Trader is that while it's not a strict level up system, much like D&D and stuff, and you can like mix and match and stuff, you are not so. Your career path is not so open and free that you are constantly paralyzed by choice. If you don't know what to do, you have a handy list of things that you can pick from to just, keep yourself moving on. So, like, I'm actually very thankful for that, and I do like it. Like I said, Frack is going to be very good at the. I actually have to pick up trained in command so I can get like what was it? It was something, and then lets me get into the jaws of hell, which will make companions with me immune to fear and pinning. But like there's like a lot of little things like in prerequisites and stuff that like I'm looking at the build and. Like, Rogue Trader is a fun system to build characters for and do stuff, and I do hope that we can, play over time, play long enough that we can get into the high tier stuff.
Yeah, there's some very interesting stuff in there. I need to literally look it up because I was double checking because we had a spreadsheet or something earlier, like what the different like weird advanced careers are. One of them is literally like xenologist or xenoist or something, and it's just like. Like scholar of alien shit, and I'm just like, well, that would fit my character's design very well. Don't know if it'll help me be better at punching, but I don't necessarily need that because, I have a plasma pistol in backup.
You also have an orc.
Also true. I think the way I've got it is I didn't plan this out exactly, but I've got a long range bodyguard and I've got a far or a close range bodyguard. Like if we're in a fight, Frack hits things up close and Dallas's character has the long las, I think, so like he can shoot from quite far away. Also shoots ship guns good.
Yeah.
No, so like yeah, I think we had a pretty good job of kind of like catalyzing our characters. Probably the characters who I feel like I followed the least. Like I hope we get a little more time with was our two psychic guys. Like obviously we didn't warp travel, so as the navigator. Axe did not get to do navigator things, and we also didn't get into personal combat, so he couldn't do the other thing navigators do, which is like, open up his third eye and blast people into the Shadow Realm. So like, mostly, Axe even said that he felt a little useless. It's like, yeah, we're, growing pains. It's like, if we need
I don't think anyone was necessarily like that particularly useless. Like, Frack, I got a really good roll on my 8th Machine Spirit, but that was just to like boost the maneuverability. That didn't actually do that much.
I think that was the one time I rolled good. We discovered it. D1 hates Aaron when he's rolling as a player. When Aaron is GMing, D1 hates everybody. we had some dog ass rolls, and I busted out my physical dice, and like that didn't help. I rolled like ass on all 3 sets of my percentiles. My percentiles I have had for years. How dare you betray me, dice? And Rogue Trader at like rank 1 is supposed to still feel like that a little bit. Like there are a couple of cases where like if everybody had optimized build and we all daisy chained all our actions together, we could get a lot of bonuses and we could roll pretty good, like pretty securely most of the time, and we did some of that with like I made sure every time to be like free action, arch militant, shoot good, shoot them. Literal free +10s, I would probably be like, if we were doing like warp stuff, I would probably be like, navigator, I'm counting on you. +10, if it ever, ever comes up. But I do kind of feel like as the navigator, Axe didn't really get a chance to shine. And while we did have Mutt, our astropath, do some astropath things that we did have to go into the book a little and figure some stuff out. He kind of built himself also for like personal combat stuff of like, oh yeah, I set it up so I can like mind link us all together so we can talk in private. And it's like, that's pretty cool. I have seen other astropaths like with that kind of like build. It's very neat. It's also one of those things that's like, he didn't really get a crack at. We didn't really get near any like phenomena he could science test to like psychically scan them for everything, which is a thing you can do just with the skill, right? You don't even need like talents for. So like, I think there's still some room for us to get some spotlight. And Aaron even said he's got some ideas to bring some more characters to fore. As the Rogue Trader, I was kind of the focal point a couple of times. Like, there were some times when I had some moments to be like, all right, gentlemen, what do you think? And they're just like, I mean, you as Frack were just like, oh, I'd like to hit things, boss. And I'm like, understood. I'll take it under advisement.
Frack, I actually, mentioned this to Aaron. I'm not too overly concerned about Frack getting screen time, for RP and other purposes. Because Frack is a very simple character. He's going to he's going to either fix things or he's going to break things. What does he want to do? He wants to fix things or he wants to break things.
There's stuff you could do with orcs as characters, but fundamentally orcs are very simple and straightforward. Hold it.
Bless you.
I felt it creeping up. Thank you. But we're not gonna get the next great orc spear, you know?
Mm.
You're not gonna write Orkio and Orcliet. Gorklio and Morcliet. Sorry. Like they're funny little guys. They're green.
No, Frack is just, Frack thinks that, the Triumph of Honor is his ship, but he's just gonna let the Humies run it because he can't run the ship on his own. And, just live life. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I put on my power armor for that interaction because I was like, I genuinely don't know if Lucky as Frack is gonna, try and arm wrestle me to see if I'm the biggest and strongest. I want to be ready. And I think, I've tried to play into the fact that I did go through the backstory route, that I have the Xenophile trait, but, I am still Imperial. I should be cautious around Xenos. So, putting on my big fancy armor just in case and seeing. But then also, the guys just being, absolutely dumbfounded. I'm just my naval infantrymen just being my armsmen just being there's an orc, and it's just one orc, guys, come down. Call me when there's 400 of these guys in the hold. That's a problem. This is just a curiosity. I think that's a good way to say. Right now, Arthur just views Frack as a curiosity or a useful tool. I have this Xenophile trait. I have this thing. I'm Arthur is no, you don't understand. This orc doesn't think like humans do, which means he will think of things that I wouldn't think of. And unlike lots of people, I'm not embarrassed about that. I want people to think of things I didn't think of. What if they think of a good thing? I do need to go down to our Medicae office and ask her about the fucking guys we got frozed. We've got some runts or grots or something on ice. Need to go talk to our medical officer about that. I also need to talk to our engine seer, not our engine seer prime, but our engine seer, because the ship is a little weird. But yeah,
I'm pretty sure our good Captain Arthur is going to have a laundry list of things to do.
Yes, and I think that's okay. I'm the Lord Captain. It works out. I can delegate if I wanted to, but the way it feels out is kind of I don't want to say you guys all necessarily picked specialists because, like we said, Frack wants to break and or fix things, and Dallas just picked the arch militant, the man what shoots guns good, which is a very important role. But it is I think Dallas is doing it pretty well. He picked up some extra lores and stuff. He war and things, so he was out there contributing, thinking about stuff.
Yeah, but he wasn't out there collaborating. I'll say it.
That's fair. Dallas's improv and collaboration is not always out there, but he tries sometimes. I do think it was jolly good show of him to just be he literally Dallas was oh, I was literally gonna fight him, but you said we shouldn't fight guys, and I'm oh no, I think that's not what Lucky's talking about. Lucky's talking about the Dallas's usual thing of he's thinking about lore stuff and doing his own thing. Dallas tries really hard to be in character for him and does not necessarily all the time try and bounce that character off other people.
Yes.
He will. Sometimes he has good bits, but he's usually trying to be in character as him first and then work out the rest of it later.
Yeah, like I said, Dallas was kind of down to the wire with getting his character done, and I think he was going for more vibes first than rather mechanics. You're talking about us being specialists. Well, honestly, it's kind of I was looking at the game. It's kind of hard to be a generalist in it.
True.
You're given career paths. You're given so many trained skills, and some of those skills are fucking hard to pick up. Like Medicae, it's hard to pick up Medicae. You got at least in things I know you can do out of advanced things, but it's surprisingly very few characters careers start with trained in Medicae. I think it's there's a few of them in there, but the majority do not. And I'm man, that is a very useful skill to have.
Yeah, I do think part of it is the game just assumes that with profit factor and the generalized wealth system is well, you could hire people for stuff, but also right now I can't hire people. I'm literally in a hiring freeze. That's my whole plot that's going on is, the local guys which I would be recruiting are all occupied, and this may be a little bit meta knowledge, but like I said, I've got some experience, part of a noble family, had the basic training you might expect for a rogue trader, and it's no, the warp fucking sucks. I want as many people on board this boat as possible. There's going to be weird shit in the warp, okay?
I think that's the point. But no, my idea for Frack is he's not gonna necessarily. He's gonna be fucking let's put a pin. He's gonna be basically either your tech guy or your fucking raider team captain. His job is to run at things first, hit things a lot, so other people do not get hit.
Oh, I will definitely later name you my master of boarding and supply you with a gift basket that contains a very fancy hat.
But yes, no, like, Frank, that is one of the reasons why I'm trying to get into the Jaws of Hell, so I can, lead boarding actions and get bonuses for them. But I also need, like, I think I need to get, like, rank 3 before I can get Listen to Me, because I'm the biggest and the next best thing. Because that will let me use Intimidate instead of Command, and get bonuses for non-green skins. But, like I said, that's rank 3, which I think is, like, 5,000 experience away? What do we get, like, 300 for our first session? Aaron did talk about how he has experience totals plotted for each endeavor we do, and he'll just, divide it up, which I think is good, personally. The more we get done, the more experience we get, but, we'll always get, like, a little bit. I also talked about how he might give out bonuses for good roleplay or, additional objectives. But it does look it does sound like we'll be in there for a bit of a haul, so it'll be some time before Frack is fully online. Don't you know?
Honestly, it's probably the same for me. Like,
yeah, I'm about to say, yeah.
I feel like I'm still in such a case where, like, I'm picking up all these stuff. And, like, we had, like, funny little things of just, like Loth and Axe are both like, oh yeah, I took Secret Language Rogue Trader, and I was like, oh, I didn't take Secret Language Rogue Trader. I'm pretty sure I can take it, but I didn't take it. I took Ciphers, and Logic. Like, we never, like, talked to me about it, even though I think I did have my character not done first, but I was done pretty early. Like, nobody, like, asked about getting it. I was like, oh no, I didn't get that for free. Like, I have to pick up that secret language. I picked up stuff like, I did get, like, I think, like, was it, like, the common lore, like, navigators, or Astra navigation or something? Yeah. So, there was some stuff out there to, like pick up some things, but, like, no, I have a wide variety of skills I can acquire that I will need to work on that will be important for stuff, and, pick them up. And there are a few talents. There are some, command and leadership-based talents I can, give more bonuses and stuff out there.
Actually, yeah, Frack isn't actually trained in a lot. Let's see, Awareness, Barter, Carouse, Common Lore Orcs, Common Lore War, Intimidate, Speak Low Gothic, Speak Orc, Tech Use. That's it. Everything else is fucking basic, or I don't got it. I have very little skills. Jesus. I make up for it with fucking 60 weapon skills, 60 strength, and now 60 toughness.
Yeah, I was about to say, they made up for it because you get much bigger stat pools than characters do. So, like, even if you were rolling on half for the stuff that's basic, you have more percentage, and also, like, you are gonna do some things, like, really well. But, like, let me actually grab my character sheet as we get in there. But, I definitely don't have techies. Let's see. So, yeah, I do have awareness. I do have charm trained. I got carouse as a basic. Command, commerce. That's gonna be an important one later. I think I started with Common Lore Imperium. I did pick up Common Lore Rogue Traders. That'll be useful. I did obviously get Forbidden Lore Xenos. That I felt was, like, pretty important for what we were going for. I do have Evaluate, Literacy, Logic. Yeah, Scholastic Lore Astromancy. So, like, I have some stuff with, like, the fortune telling. I think I'm pretty sure I got to speak High Gothic and Low Gothic for free. And the language I added wasn't a secret tongue. I added Traders Can't as a trade language. And that's, like, where all my skills went. I did, with the last batch, like, pick up the talent for Renowned Warrant. So, like, anybody who knows how cool my warrant is, I get a bonus. I already have, situational bonuses to lots of social checks in certain circumstances. And I did up my fellowship.
Yeah, my fucking social skills, like, a lot of my, the back-end stacks are super low. Like, yeah, I got 60s and, like, strength, toughness, and weapon skill. My fucking perception and willpower are 20, and my fellowship is 15. Frack is very, very oblivious. I will be opening up my willpower, though, later, at least to 30, so I can make some prereqs.
Yep.
Frack is also 6. Oh, also, my ballistic skill is 15. Frack is not good at shooting. He is very not good at shooting. I think Frack is nearsighted.
I think that's just how orcs be. You gotta be a very particular kind of boy to shoot. Yeah, I think that, like, there were a couple of, like, things I picked up to, like, round out some stuff. Like, I'm glad that I do have pilot spacecraft as a personal skill, and my agility is not dog ass. So, I can steer the boat. It's an aiming squig.
I do got runts. I don't know when it's gonna come in, but Frack is just supposed to have Gretchen's and fucking
Grotz and runts.
That's an aiming squig. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, there's an orc with a little pop-up aiming squig.
But I am supposed to have just, tiny greenskins around me.
Who knows? Maybe they're the ones on ice and they're just not dead, and we just gotta thaw them out.
No. for the maximum funnies, I am going to be picking up runts every opportunity I can.
People will be like, is he multiplying behind our back? And I'm just like, probably. Don't care. You there, Grot. What's your opinion on tea? Earl Grey, hot. What's that? Good. They're not getting smarter. They're not learning. It's when Frat can read our star charts and starts putting on the monocle and drinking out of my liquor cabinet. That's when I'm like, hold on, I may have gone too far.
Nah, just you wait till my pickup out of career just fucking trade. I think we say trade chemist, and then Frat's just gonna start brewing his own rot gut down in the lower decks.
I mean, that's I would not, that one I'm not going to be, shocked at all. That was literally a joke in the fucking episode where the governor told me about it. They have secret stills for distilled liquor, and I brought it up, and he was like, oh, well, that was, that wasn't known. I'm just like, I'm kind of surprised I didn't have to make a roll for it, but I just blew it off. I was just like, oh, everybody has they're growing grain here. Come on. There are probably 5 stills in the hold of my ship right now, and I literally just got it. Listen, humans like booze, and distilling is easy.
Well, from what I understand about orcs, they like to eat and drink too. So, but unfortunately, human stuff doesn't seem to affect them as much. So I gotta make my own.
You need to be a right proper orky. But yeah, we had fun. Like I said, every new session, a new character is going to have growing pains, Like, not everything you put on the sheet's going to come up. Stuff you didn't put on the sheet's going to come up. That's just how it is. I'm hoping we can get into a personal scale combat next time. One, just so I could, out of character, or in character, the out of character thing of Frack's looking for a fight is just Arthur's just like, man, I really hope we can get this guy into a fight before he gets any funny ideas.
I mean, just point the ship at the where the rock was coming up, and I'm pretty sure you will find a fight.
Also true. But there is always, the fun stuff of personal combat to get into, getting some, personal scale crits in. I've got a plasma pistol, so I'm gonna make some guys' eyes pop like superheated eggs and shit.
I got a plus 6 modifier. I did 7 damage to Dallas, even rolling I'm rolling minimum. I rolled a 1, punched him, 7 damage. That beats most toughnesses.
Yeah, if I wasn't wearing armor, that would have floored me. Luckily, my light power armor completely soaks that. That's okay. That is 1d10 plus 6 is my plasma pistol damage.
Did I strength modifier to these numbers? I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did.
That's just what with my choppers. It's I have a 1d10 plus 8 and then 1d10 plus 10.
Yeah, that's really good. My mono sword is just with my extra strength bonus from wearing power armor is just 1d10 plus 4. It is mono, but so I get 2 pen. But yeah, no the plasma pistol's cool. That's 1d6, 1d10 plus 6, pen 6. I can full round double tap, but it's only got 10 in the clip, and the reload is 3 full actions. And I think it's a couple ranks before it's either rank 2 or rank 3 before I can get rapid reload. I think I'm going to need to buy a second pistol.
Frack only has ambidextrous. I haven't got 2 weapon fighting, but yeah, no, he has 2 choppas. One has a sparky knobs, which gives it shocking. That's the slightly weaker one, but that's 1d10 plus 8, pin 2. And then he has the choppa with the zappy gubbins, which is 1d10 plus 10, pin 4. So
it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think we're doing all right.
I think for
melee, me, and Dallas are going to be the normal damage outputters. I'm pretty sure Loth brought up that Mutt doesn't have any of the combative psychic powers yet, so he'll mostly be hitting things with his force staff if he does anything, shooting guys with a pistol.
Honestly, when it comes to the weapons and stuff, I don't know what I want. I do want a power claw at some point, but I think I want to put that on the end of a servo arm instead of amputating myself. It's weird.
There's a lot of it's a war game, so of course there's a lot of weird wacky weapons. Generally, I'm not sure what I would want to do. Probably to replace my normal mono sword at some point I should get a power sword because they're fucking stupid. What's that? You parried my power sword? Power field, your weapon is destroyed. Good job, fuckface.
Yeah, that's my second chopper. Zappy Gubbins makes it powered. So yeah, don't
spicy. Yeah, that's good. That's real good.
Yeah.
I will probably at one point want to pick up a bolt pistol as, like I said, my alternate pistol, just so I can use all the many, many different stupid bolt rounds you can get.
There is a lot of alternate ammo and drugs in this game. That is one of those things that I have noticed. There's not a lot of gear, but boy, how do they love giving you drugs and ammo.
Yeah, the ammo's in every game system, There are some drugs in Dark Heresy because, like, Axe has been referencing Necromunda, which is like a small scale, like street level tactics game. You play gangs that fight each other.
Mm-hmm.
And at least one of those is just the Oops All Drugs gang.
Oops, all drugs.
So, like, Dark Heresy has some of that because the narco trade can very easily fork into heretical activity, you know?
Yeah.
That can be both Slanesh and also could be Nurgle, because it could be like, you know, they put some heinous shit in the drugs, make your lungs melt. Honestly, getting real fucked up and, like, seeing spirit visions could also be big zinch. The only one that I don't think is drugs is Korn, because I think if you just follow Korn, you get the effect of combat drugs anyway. But yeah, Rogue Trader, I think, has, like, the idea is I'm pretty sure they want to do some of the, like, decadent hedonism stuff, so they kept a lot of that in. There's less drugs, I think, in, like, Only War, and definitely less drugs in Death Watch, because, like, I don't even think Space Marines can metabolize half this shit. So it's a weird one. Definitely, like, other game lines do have a few more bits and bobs in terms of gear, but the main thing is, like, weapon stuff is, like, very customizable. And yeah, I don't know, that might fit Arthur's character as well. Like, I'm pretty sure I can't do, hey, spoilers, it's Arthur Homelock. Homelock is it's like Sherlock Holmes. I'm definitely picking some of my skills because I want to be a little bit of a space detective. There's a reason why I'm constantly smoking a pipe. I don't think I'll actually get to Baritsu, just because I don't think there is, like, an unarmed combat route in this game, other than just getting fucking smashed on a natural strength, you know, and punching people. Maybe it might work for a Watson. You just observe the things I observe.
No, I want to be the Watson.
I mean, that's the thing. You play the Watson role in that sense of, like, being as smart or just slightly dumber than the audience, but in, like, a weird way, because you're also literally as smart as I am.
Yeah, but but that's in the specific things. I actually do have, like, actual penalties to common, like, Imperium knowledge and stuff. I can't remember the full one was. But no, like, because Frack's just going to be like, what's going on here, Captain? And you'll be like, you see, Frack, blah, blah, blah. And Frack's going to go, okay, can I hit it? Yes, Frack, you can hit it.
No, that's that. Yeah, that is the very ideal point of it. You know, I kind of feel like I said, the other members of the crew are, like, specific. Well, Frack is also a specific tool in the toolkit. It's just that tool is like a machete.
Frack is an excellent character to exposit to, because Lucky is a character who's going to need exposition.
But, you know, and that's why I want to pick up all my lore as possible. I want to have lots of lores. I want to be that guy. But also I need skills like Scrutinize. I need to pick that up later and, like, you know, pick up some. I've already got awareness trained and shit like that. I have logic, you know, evaluate that sort of thing. Well, you're very perceptive. That's good, because that's what you do for navigator stuff. Thank God. But yeah, no. Probably that would fit my character of, like, my other toolkit thing is just being like, get a bolt pistol, just have every single specialty ammo under the sun for every little problem, you know? You know, maybe I'll even ask Aaron if I can get some of the weird shit from Death Watch. Hey, can I get the Tyranid killing poison acid set your blood on fire rounds?
What?
Those are made in Ultramar, you know?
Oh, they are?
Yeah, the Ultramarines were one of the first Imperium factions to actually fight the Tyranid hive fleets, and they got their asses kicked for a while, but they developed some countermeasures. So yeah, there are anti-Tyranid bullets because the Tyranids are living bioweapons, so just poison bolt rounds and just acid bolt rounds don't do it. You need poison acid bolt rounds. The really weird shit is that you can, like, get, like, sanctified, you know, Warp's Bane bolt rounds and shit. There's some crazy stuff in there.
No, I was actually looking around for some stuff, because to get to Mech Boy, I actually need, like, multiple exotic weapon proficiencies, and I was just looking at some of the weird stuff they had. I'm just like, what is this? Just, like, something called a macro hammer that just, when you, like, has, like, miniature warp holes on it that explode when you hit someone with it. I was just like, what?
Oh, yeah, this? No. Orc weapons are fucking weird. Like, you guys have regular shooters and choppas and, you know, stuff like that.
Then you have things like the Death Gun and fucking... Yeah. Like,
the Warp Shock Attack Gun. Fucking, you can get, or I don't know if it's modeled in this game, but I know in some editions of the tabletop they have them still. You can get the fucking, the Squig Gun. Like, you can just get guns that shoot different squigs at people.
I could probably get some sort of Squig Gun. I do know that they have the Squig Grenade static, where you can strap squigs to grenades and huck them, or they can move on their own.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of goofy shit. But no, Imperium weapons are just as crazy, and like there's some stuff I could go the route down, but it's like, nah, I'm not gonna do that sort of thing. Like I could go for like I could upgrade from monofilament regular sword to like chain sword, and it's just like, no, if I'm gonna get a better sword, we're just going straight to power sword.
Again, Lucky is personally an axe kind of guy. That's why I like having the choppas. They're more choppas are more like big machetes, but it's kind of the same principle. So
They're
if I can get some,
I mean,
if like I get some chain axes, and I can make them properly orky.
yeah, we can get you some chain axes, I'm sure. And
but
I think they have, like,
other than
power
that,
axes,
like getting me some nice armor augments. I asked Aaron was like, hey, can I get some like orky power armor? And he was all like, maybe season 2. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, we needed some steps there.
Maybe
Need to get me
but maybe I would say I want to get me a servo arm, probably attach a power claw to it. I think that'd be cool.
I'll probably at some point, if we make enough money, like pick up a force field. You can get personal power fields as guys, and that would be good for making more tanky, and also be funny. I will not get the one where if we roll doubles on the attack roll, it annihilates the thing that hits me in a bright flash of light, so everybody's blinded. Or if I do, I will buy everybody the kind of prey lenses that stop you from exploding and dying. Actually, I'm pretty sure orcs have a chain axe equivalent.
They probably do, but the unfortunate thing is because orcs are a supplement, they do not have a well kitted out armory. Like I think in the base book, you can get like the choppas, the shooters, the sluggas, and into the storm they add like the death gun, the burner, rocket launcher, and a few other things. But they don't. The orc things as statted is not very crazy. We don't get any of the really crazy stuff. You get basically basic orc weapons and maybe a couple.
Yeah, most of that stuff's going to be on enemy templates, so we'll have to beg, borrow, or steal it.
No,
buying it straight up.
I'm not too concerned about guns because, like I said, Frack has a fucking 15 in ballistics. He ain't shooting anything. He is the worst, orc shot ever. I am planning on getting 2 burners and strapping them together, though.
I mean, listen, that's perfectly fine. I'm pretty sure that you can, in this game, you can attach single shot underbarrel flamers. Actually, no, it's what is it called? Is it called the Eversorator? There's like a special thing you can get on like a chain sword or like a great sword that's just like a one-shot flamer, just for when you feel spicy.
Well, like I said, like, Orc actually has a specific thing called the combi weapons, where if you can combine basically, I don't actually know if you can do it with melee weapons, but you can, well, there's also combi weapons and like other things, but you can basically make a single shot version of a weapon to attach to another weapon. Or if you attach 2 of the same weapon together, it becomes twin linked, which just means when you fire it twice. Uses twice the ammo, but you get twice the effect. I'm not entirely sure how that weapons with flame weapons, because again, you don't actually, aim with flame weapons. It's just an area effect, and you have...
they probably have to test against the flame twice. Which sucks. No, yeah, Imperium also have combi weapons. They just say it combi weapons. I wonder if you can do melee or not. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, like, this is one of the things I've been
like I said, I think that was a special feature of, like, there's specifically, like, a pattern of sword or an attachment you can get that's, like, flamer plus sword. But there's some stuff out there. We can do some funny things.
Well, also, I want the burner because I can use it as an improvised cutting torch, which would be great for, breaking through doors and ship holes and stuff.
No, that's good, yeah. Yeah, I think if we're going to want to get, like, other than the fact that I already own a plasma pistol, if we're doing anything quote-unquote anti-tank, that'll probably need to be... We're going to rely on Dallas, who has weapon training for, like, everything, I think. Maybe not, like, on him, but maybe I'll just buy Dallas's character a fucking arms coffer and just carry a bunch of specialized guns in it.
That could be pretty interesting.
Arch Militant, pick up number 4. Just get a literal... I need to get a literal gun caddy. Jenkins, hand the Arch Militant the Shoggoth gun.
Why not? You can have dudes. But Road Trader is bringing to a lot of fun. There's a lot of things I want to try, a lot of things I want to do, a lot of things I want to test Aaron's patience with.
Yeah.
Listen, we're working on a system where we can just keep stacking numbers. I'm going to keep stacking numbers.
I mean, that's what you do is you ask the GM everything, the GM, can, and then when he says you got to stop, you got to stop.
Yep. So, yeah, no, I'm going to try and make Frack a big, strong, smart boy and see how much I can do before Aaron's like, okay, stop. And hopefully we'll all have a good time doing it.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny stuff we can do in these games. And like I said, we haven't gone through, like, warp travel yet. You know, like that's gonna be real fun when we do like warp tests and like, you know, guys are getting like waves of paranoia about shit, or just some guy gets micro possessed and we're just like, I remember from one AP, what is it? There was just like they just got a call that was just like, Lord Captain, there's a slaughter in the laundry department. I think it was like either the janitorial like barracks or like actually like the like. It wasn't like literal. They joked about it being literal rows of washing machines. I don't think it would be like that.
No. There are such things as like industrial washing machines, where are just like, you know, a story high fucking washing machine with the.
They would probably have those because I'm pretty sure the ship needs to do laundry. Like everybody's got like uniforms and shit. So, but yeah,
well, maybe for the like the mid to upper decks. I don't think the fucking lower decks understand. What
I don't think the lower deck guys have time to stop and get their clothes laundered. But there definitely should be like some sort of like washing and cleaning stuff going on. But yeah, like they just got a report that like in the middle of the warp there, and yeah, no, there was just like a Corn bloodletter like loose killing the janitorial staff, and the whole squad was just like, okay, fuck it, we ball, get out of here.
Excited. I'm excited. This is one of the things I do actually think I enjoy
it
about
wasn't like a full
bloodletter,
bloodletter, but it was definitely like a cornate demon. He had the special power to not slip on blood. But there's a lot of that procedural type stuff in this game.
Well, that's one of the things I was about to mention. I like that like your ship can be just as much as a set piece as, you know, going to planets and what stuff can happen aboard your ship that you got to go deal with. Honestly, I do think I like the idea that Frack was not, you know, part of the crew. You actually had to do a small intro sequence, which I think went reasonably well. I think we got the point across. Like I said, I'm still trying to find, you know, Frack's mind space. You know, I was already, you know, doing my post game follow up. I was like, no, Frack should have been like this way in that part, or maybe been more like that in this way and stuff. So we're still finding it, but like I said, I'm enjoying him so far, and I think other people are getting it as a. Yeah, it's no accident. I had to improv my CRPG intro segment. I was like, but I think we did pretty good.
Yeah, no, it felt pretty good. Like I said, I was like mentally prepared for like, okay, there's a couple different things Lucky could want to do, and like I could just ask you, but I'm like, no, we're just gonna play it out and see. And yeah, I think it worked. And like, there's still stuff to get out there, and we'll get it through role playing. Like I think there were some times when I had to think on the fly as like, you know, how exactly Arthur would handle things. I have a rough idea for him, but we need to work on some things. But we're doing good. It's good. Check out the first episode, available now.
Yeah.
It is not as long as, well, raw-wise, it's not as long as this episode. It's because it's 3 a.m. and we've been going for over almost 5.5 hours.
Yeah, it is probably time to stop.
Yeah. Luckily, we have been doing a couple of longer shows, so right now, anyway, my voice isn't completely obliterated. We'll see how much I sound like tomorrow.
Woo.
But yeah, let's wind it in. Hope you had a happy, wonderful time listening to this episode. We should be back on Monday with more Rogue Trader, the game. Not the
yeah, I'm gonna make sure I properly get some sleep Sunday.
Yeah.
The problem is Sunday's my cheat day, so I always order pizza, and then I gorge on pizza, and then I get put into a fucking food coma, like immediately after game. Then I wake up and I'm like, fuck, I need to get back to sleep, so I have to drug myself. Then that picks back. I'm not gonna do that. I'll figure it out. I'll streamline that process.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, we should be back to at least finish off Act 1 and see how it's going.
Yeah.
You know, Tuesday we're going to be back for Fail Betrayal, and Wednesday we're going to be back for more Final Fantasy XIV. I'm also most of the way done. There were some, you know, hiccups of figuring it out, but I have recorded basically 2/3, because it's in 3 sections, of Repair of Reputations, the first King in Yellow short story. That's probably going to be like 30-ish, 40-ish minutes when it's done. It's a pretty sizable one, and I could wait until like the 31st to put it out, but that's literally a week away. So I'll probably put this one out on one of our downtime days anyway, and see how it does. And if you like it, I'll record a couple more. I did have to because trying to hold open my physical copy and read it while also speaking into the microphone was a little hard. I had to switch to just reading it online. Mm-hmm. That's okay. My microphone wasn't picking up me flipping the pages anyway, as much as that would be a nice effect.
I was about to say, I think I'm a person would like that effect. Hearing the pages turn. Nice foldy.
Yeah, like I said, I would like to get it, but it's one of those things of like trying to get it in the fucking setup is like not going. And I don't want to record a stock sound. I did add some extra flair though. There's like, you know, gonna be intro music, there's gonna be outro music. I've got a little cassette tape sound effect when I like stop a part. So we did a little extra. I could have done like the whole thing with like, well, I say I could have like added tape hiss to everything, but also like that'd be kind of a pain in the butt to balance sound wise. But we're working on it, so should be done and up before too long. Keep your eyes peeled for that. There will be an audio only version on Patreon as well. And like I said, if people like it, I can record some more. And I got a few other things to keep your eyes peeled for. But yeah, we'll wind it in now. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll be back next week for more Let's Talk FGO, where we're gonna finish talking about the Grail Front, and we'll get to talk about Elizabeth in the end, because I think she'll be fully out and available, and like we'll see if there's any more weird, funny surprises in Halloween. So, hope you're having a spooky old good time. Go ahead and give this video a like. You can hit us with the comments down below. You can join our Discord. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you ring that bell. Consider joining the channel memberships. Memberships are super cool. And, like I said earlier, you can support us on Patreon. Get episodes early in audio format for as little as $1 a month, or approximately $10 a year. At different levels, you can get different stuff, like Fanservant Friday, that should also be next week, and various other fun things. And at our highest levels, you can get a shout-out like Adam Harp, Lexter G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV9000, Chris Starlight, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Charvor, and Varen the Crow. Thank you much for your support, everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.